The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 16 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 4 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 4 group winners go straight to the season final. The 4 second-place teams from each group will enter playoffs for 2 places at the season final. The 10 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single-elimination format. They will compete against 6 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
Welcome everybody to the Blast Spring group here in Copenhagen. It is finally time for Counter-Strike to be back on LAN. We've had enough of the break. We've all had enough of our families. I'm joking. I'm hoping you're having a good times out there. We've had enough of the online Counter-Strike. It is time to go back to what we like most. I'm Maniac, Magic Geek here. I'll be your host for this segment of the competition. And I'm joined by one of my old friends, Jacob Pimvenike. How's it going, buddy? You had a good time?
Old friend, huh?
I mean, we've been friends for a while now. I think I can say that safely.
Well, you say friends, I say colleagues, but I'm happy. I'm happy to be back, Matthew. It's great. As you said, it's been a long vacation. It's been a long break, but now we're back in the studio. We're back with the players in form, in the flesh. I'm excited for it.
Now that we have established that he is not my friend, let's have a look at the season. Of course, we are at the very beginning of what is a long road indeed. Spring season groups here, January 22nd, just starting. And man, oh man, there are a whole lot of steps coming forward. We're not going to move too in deep with that. We have now 16 teams here at the Blast Circuit. It's one of the changes that was the most welcome from the community as well, going from 12 to 16. A whole bunch of very interesting names, some new affiliates as well in here. And if we have a look at Group A to kickstart our conversations, of course, we could dive in any of these teams. But Jacob, I feel like probably Falcons is the one that excites us the most. What is your temperature check on this Falcon team that we are greeting in Copenhagen?
I mean, there was a lot of rumors surrounding Falcons, right? What kind of lineup would they end up with? Would it be Nico, Monesi? Would it be this super team? Or would it be a little bit more stale, a little bit more, you know, not boring, but a little bit more calm starting team out there? I think they got a good team assembled right here. I think the core of ends coming into that lineup with Snappy, surrounded by Coach Sonic, and then you added in a couple of expertise players in Magix, right? One of the best in his role. I think Falcons came out of that silly season looking very, very strong, and stronger than I thought they would.
And we're going to keep on track with brand new teams, brand new project. This is Group B, of course, and all the eyes will be set on Liquid. Unfortunately, just had a little bit of a misadventure when it comes to the Chengdu qualifier. Won't make that event, falling down to A80, but still, this is going to be discovery steps for what is one of the most exciting brand new project that we have in the sphere of Counter-Strike. Liquid here in Copenhagen, how do you fancy their chances?
I mean, let's manage our expectations. I think you said it pretty well leading into the break that yes, on paper, it looks like a great team, but there's a lot of different players from a lot of different Counter-Strike philosophies. It's going to take time before Kaden is going to nail that down to the ground. Liquid, with time, will be great, but here in Copenhagen, I think they could struggle.
Yeah, it could struggle indeed. It's going to be Liquid. We have Group C coming up as well. A couple of interesting teams in there that we could decide to put our nose in. I personally think that NAVI might be slept on just a little bit. Okay. We're hearing rumors around here a bit. Don't really sure what's happening with his future. But I personally think they might be on the up and up. They had a hard-fought battles against VP to qualify for the RMR. I talked to Alexibi as well in the gym. In fact, he told me, man, that was one of the most intense moments I've had in my recent career. But we've made it. This was a great way to kickstart the year. I have relative faith when it comes to NAVI here in Copenhagen.
I think that's been the story surrounding NAVI ever since Simple left that lineup or put himself on the bench, that it's been a slow but sure trajectory trending upwards. They're getting better and better, but are we at a point now where we can attach expectations to NAVI, where we can expect them to go in and qualify for the finals? I'm not quite sure yet, but I think we'll learn more about NAVI and how the season is going to turn out for them at this tournament.
Wonderful as well. Dyeing his hair brown, looking more and more like Simple every day. The simplification continues. And finally, Group D, with another one of these very brand new project, which we have no real idea what to expect from. It's got to be Heroic, right? Snatching Kixen, one of the very much sought after IGL, the new generation of IGLs out there with the shoe he likes, and of course putting their hands on Nerds. Very interesting player. I have very limited expectations. I have been relatively negative with this project from the get-go. They might just make a lie out of me.
Yeah, potentially. I think you're right in being a little bit skeptical when you look at the lineup. Again, a lot of different philosophies. Nerds is a great player. There's a great signing. And I'm curious to see what the players like Tessus and Shus can do on a team that is not, you know, all about synergy. That is not about Kaden and about this Danish philosophy of playing Counter-Strike. Can they excel elsewhere than just in Danish Counter-Strike? If they can, I think Heroic have all the ingredients to be a competitive team, but we're not looking at a top 1 or top 3 team, at least not in my book.
Well, if you talk about excellence and competition, it is my duty to advise you guys that the fantasy team on blast.tv is about to close. You have about 11 minutes to make sure you make your last choices. I take fantasy team very seriously, of course. I mean, you're looking at the HLTV champion. I'm just going to put it out there. It's done. So, baby, just have a look. Make sure you've made your choices and you get your points towards the very end. This is going to be the schedule of day 1. We are finishing with Falcons versus Astralis. What an anticipated match. Holy hell. It's going to be preceded by Vitality versus OG Esports. We have the NAVI that we've just discussed versus Complexity. But first, we kickstart with G2 versus NIP.
Just looking at ourselves right now and the practice that we've had, I think we have a really good shot. The camaraderie in the team is really good. The motivation is high. The stage we're at right now in NIP is we have a really high ceiling. We've only really practiced for what, like a month? Probably people can see like it's been a bit random whether or not we get results. In our group, it's gonna be a close one. Complexity has proven to be a really good team in CS2. A lot of these matches can go both ways. I'd say these past couple of weeks have been both tough, like working hard, but also like really rewarding. If anyone pops off, it might be, you know, Config. I think if we bring what we've been doing, if we bring that to the server, I think we have a really good shot at making it through. So I'm just excited to play, really.
When I look at the group we have, I feel like we know every opponent. It's just a matter of playing our best and staying to our principles. I think we are in a very good place at the moment. I feel like the last bootcamp made us a lot closer to where we want to be. If I would say that we need to look out for one guy, it's really hard for me to pinpoint one player because during the bootcamp, all of the guys were doing some crazy stuff. I would say it's between Nico and Ilya. I feel like Nico is getting his groove in CS2 very fast, and Ilya is Ilya. He loves CS2, he constantly finds new things, he's excited to play every single game, but I would also have an eye on the other guys. I expect G2 to win the group. I never expect anything less from my teams.
NIP about to make their first steps into what is the LAN season of 2022, and they begin with quite a tough challenge. Let's be real, when you're looking at the field of teams in that group, NIP look like the smaller piece, look like the smaller brothers out there. But we know we've had our fair amount of upsets over the years when it comes to the spring group or the fall groups. It is the beginning of the season, and even if G2 look like the clear favorites, I don't think it's that easy to just put them to bed immediately.
No, I would agree with that. Whenever you come into a tournament, whenever you come into a new season, you're also coming in fresh. You're coming in with potentially a new map pool, a new philosophy, a new idea of how you want to approach Counter-Strike. And not all teams are going to hit nail on the coffin, right? Some teams are going to come in, experiment a little bit, and they're going to find out the hard way that the way they've been preparing for the season may not have been the most optimal.
Right.
Same could be said for NIP. We know it's a team that's been struggling a little bit, but perhaps they found solutions. Perhaps they found a new identity or a new way of approaching Counter-Strike that makes them more competitive. One thing is for sure though, if NIP want to put up a fight against G2, they need to play better than they did for the vast majority of 23.
And there's a whole lot to discuss about G2. I mean, of course, the community had a very clear voice about the Nexa change coming in for JKS and all the controversy that might have created. But I actually want to set my eyes and sight on the TAS edition because it went kind of under the water, under the radar. We haven't really spoken too much about it. But when you think about G2 and some of the issues that they have known throughout 2023 and a couple of breakdowns here and there, a couple of moments where you feel like the game was theirs and they failed, TAS now comes in with a whole lot of experience. And before I actually get your opinion on that, we had James catching up with the man himself.
So at the start of your rookie year as a coach, TAS, what does it feel like for you when you've been through so much in your career and you're now standing in this position?
It feels exciting because I thought that there would be nothing new for me to get excited, get experience in Counter-Strike. But hey, here I am coaching one of the best teams in the world, and yeah, that's pretty dope, I think.
It definitely is dope. And I want to touch on one thing. We saw you in Abu Dhabi. I remember sitting with you at one point watching the games, and you were saying, okay, this I don't like, this. You had a lot of opinions and personality on it. So have you already tried to make some of these changes?
I mean, yeah, when we were talking, it was more about, how the guys were like using their body language. Okay. And I think that there's something we touched on, and it's just, I feel like it's important for everyone when you get down to know how to get up very fast and how to help your teammates. So yeah, this is something I can, come in and help the guys right away. But yeah, other things I have to learn.
And in terms of that, though, how hands-on are you currently? Is it still a matter of standing behind the team and looking at what's going on and then evaluating it?
For me, it's a slow approach. I don't want to go in and change everything. I want to listen. I want to, talk with the guys. I don't want to put them in the position that they need to listen to me. I believe that the best answers and the best outcome it is always coming from talking and discussing stuff. So here I am trying to get G2 better.
And how confident do you guys feel for Blast overall? Because with the packed schedule right now, a lot of teams want to make sure they don't go to the showdown and get that spring final spot.
Well, I'm always confident, especially when I see how these guys play. So I will tell you more about my confidence after the first two games, how we feel about it. But hey, I'm excited to see the guys play on LAN, finally.
After the first two wins. Thank you very much.
TAS full of confidence, of course. And Jacob, I'll put you on the spot immediately. He says what he wants to do is make G2 better, but he knows it's going to take time. The problem is some of the events coming up, extremely important, are not years ahead of it. We're talking about the major in Copenhagen. That's in a bunch of months as well. So For you, what can Taz do on a very short term to improve this team, help this team out?
I think it's the small nuances that he needs to look into. I like the approach he's having where he's coming in. He's not trying to redefine G2. He's not trying to change the way they play Counter-Strike. Come in, you know, get a feel for what makes m0NESY feel comfortable, what makes Nexa feel comfortable, and then try to change the small things. If anything, if G2 is not performing, if they're not doing well here or at Katowice or at the major, I think you're looking at the roster, you're looking at the lineup, you're looking at the Nexa edition, and that's where you put your critique towards. I don't think Taz is under a lot of pressure right now. I think he can come in freely, and even if they were to fail or not get off to a good start, I wouldn't point my fingers on towards Taz. So he's coming in on a bit of a freebie, which is nice for him.
He's not yet under Jacob's radar, but what's in our radar are the predictions. You know, every single event we talk to you guys about our picks, and here you have the teams, of course, the Creamy Bears, the D-Gens, why this name, honestly, Pimpiak, and the bench warmers, that is with James. James is the one that came up with that nickname, by the way, just so it's out there. We seem like most people agree, just the complexity versus Navi created a little bit of conversation.
I thought we took a risk with Falcons.
I did think we took a risk, but apparently a whole lot of people were with us on this. So we're going to keep an eye and track, of course, these predictions throughout the event. For now, it is time to take a short 3-minute break. And when we come back, it is going to be Anders and Henry G taking you through the first game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 season of LAN Counter-Strike is upon us. The weather outside in Copenhagen is miserable, Anders, but the long road to London begins here today. We've got 16 teams battling it out for 6 slots at the World Finals. Here we are at Spring Groups, Anders. How are you doing?
Doing very well. I'm excited to get Counter-Strike back on the menu. There's so many unanswered questions at the moment. So many teams that we don't know how they're going to be playing.
Absolutely.
So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a banger to kick things off as well. G2 with their coach Taz behind them at the helm, playing against NIP as well, with new in-game leader Alex. A lot of storylines going into this one, and it's the opening game of Group C, we should note as well. It's a new format for this season, Anders. 16 teams, as mentioned, instead of 12, and 6 slots available. So it means that every game has weight behind it. No redundant matches anymore. This is all very important from start to finish. And you've got to say G2 are the favorites here, but we know NIP have been at boot camp since January 3rd. They've been grinding, looking to prove themselves with this new lineup.
Yeah, and I actually saw them play not that long ago, like a week ago. They were playing against Astralis and did it
for fun, right?
For fun.
Yes.
But still, they look pretty decent, NIP. They actually look like they had some stuff put together. So I'm excited for this one. We'll see how it plays out. It'll be NIP. It looks like they're going to be starting on the T side, with G2 starting on the CT side. We're on Vertigo to begin with.
I don't mind the map pick. One man that doesn't like Vertigo too much is Nico, and we'll see if that affects him going forward, as NIP, of course, on the T side here. Little boost to kick things off. It's Rez waiting by the wooden boards at this point. They've got full execution potential. Double Molotovs here, Anders. So you'd assume it's going to be double Molotovs on the bomb side, next to defend. Can he make anything of it? Apparently not. Great entry from Rez as he gets the double as well. Nothing but headshots here. Bomb will be going down. It looks like NIP might have this one tied up already. We'll see if Hunter can do anything about it.
You need some really impressive headshots to even get close to trying this retake. Oh,
hello.
Oh, Rez has deleted Hunter. He keeps going. That's a quad kill, Henry. He's looking for the ace. He's hunting for it. He really wants it. Nico's there to try and stop him. The Glock coming up short. Oh, but there it is. The headshot. We start the season with an ace.
That's unbelievable. First round of the tournament, and Rez absolutely dominates them. Nothing but headshots, brutal aim, and perfect precision there as well. Really like that from Rez. A lot of confidence. He just looked absolutely stone cold from start to finish in the round here. You could see he knows he's in full control of the bomb site, continues to push. When he gets that headshot, all bets are off. He knows the round is his, and the ace is on. First round on LAN in 2024 for Rez, and it's an ace. Beautiful stuff as G2, they'll be force buying back in response here. Desert Eagles and 5-7s. It's always going to be a potent mix in the hands of the skilled players of G2. We'll see if they can buy back.
And assuredly, NIP, it's important for them to get these pistol rounds on board. I know we keep talking about it, but the MR12 format, it just is so important. So if you're a little bit of an underdog team, yeah, just winning one or two of those can make a huge difference. NIP, all of them congregating towards the B bomb side at the moment. Nobody really even on the A ramp. Nico is over there on the CT side, and he's listening in and not feeling anything. He must be able to tell there's really nothing going on there, so it's down to the B defense. They smoke it off once again.
Strong smoke, Anders. And it looks like NIP might be committed to this side of the map. They don't have much control elsewhere. Boosting Rez up once again. 5 kills in the previous round, looking to add to his tally. You can see he has vision of the bomb site here, but time is of the essence. We have the 50-second point here now. Molotov towards the bomb site. The girders are next up under a lot of scrutiny here. Flashbangs, HE's landing at its front doorstep. Looking for that brutal Desert Eagle headshot, but Rez, he'll get his 6th kill.
Yeah, keep it going, why not? All right, something left for S-Tag to have a little bit of a lunch as well. It's good, I suppose. Alex also getting a chance, and Config's been let loose. There's actually something that we did talk to NIP about when they were playing Astralis in Copenhagen last week. We did talk to Config, and he did actually say that, you know, he felt like Alex was letting a little bit more go of some of the players. I think that's been a criticism that we've had for a while. It feels like when you have somebody like Rez, or especially someone like Config, keeping them locked up in the roster and not letting them do what they're good at kind of seems like a waste.
Well, they're certainly getting the most out of Reds right now. 6-0, a pretty perfect execution there. Good discipline showed by the in-game leader as well, not pushing through the smokes, baiting out a utility to begin with, and a nice execution as they find all the kills required, pushing back against this force by of G2. They don't find a single frag on the international side, as Nico will have to hold on to the Desert Eagle helmet combo. Everyone survives the blast, and it will be 2-0. NIP off to an absolute flying start here. They couldn't ask for much more. There's still a smile on the faces here of G2. Very early days. It's their opponent's map pick. They will be fully going to the next round. It'll be a Nico Deagle to deal with, but should be absolutely fine here. G2, not really much they can purchase into this one. Maybe a flashbang at the very top end to try and see if they can make a dent here in round number 3.
A good call for NIP in that previous round, not just standing behind the smoke wall that kept coming down, but eventually, you know, boosting on over it to make sure they get around it, because that could be a bit dangerous, you know. Oh, here we go.
So can that. The Desert Eagle of Nico. s.CET gets a taste early on in the round. No damage for his troubles. A 5-on-4. Now, he won't be able to recover that weapon, but he certainly has thrown a cat among the pigeons here. We'll see whether he can find a second.
I do love this. You regress into the position that was just Molotoved, and sometimes someone will overlook it. They'll think, oh, we just threw a Molotov there, and surely no one's going to be hanging around. Surely. More grenades, but these are going to land a little bit deeper. So, NiKo still in position for it. Hooksy, though, in the back, burning alive, and there's the HE to get rid of him. All right, good check for NIP. Some of the basics here, but they're not overlooking positions, and that's important all on its own. Alex and Convict to clean up the round, and it's just fine. What a great start.
Yeah, you'll take that all day long. Just one player going down in the form of s.CET. It's always going to be difficult to deal with NiKo's Deagle, but there we have it. The cleanest start you could really ask for here on the T side of Vertigo. This is how it all kicked off. Not really much you can do if you're s.CET in that situation, but it's team made up for it, and it's the SMGs to get the majority of the kills. So a bit of a bonus situation around this. I think we've got a couple of MAC-10s in the mix. Maybe just the one, but we'll see whether they want to keep the pace up. As, 2 Galils, 1 MAC-10. Suggests they will have to do something either execution-based or a little bit quicker. As Rez waiting towards the A round, we've got Rez actually going down through the smoke early on.
Yeah, what a great find. I was going to say there's only one helmet on the CT side, so even the Galils or the MAC-10 could still be interesting weapons, but yeah. Taz did say in that interview that NiKo was starting to really find his groove in CS2, and I mean, if that's true, then that's really bad news for NIP.
That's a scary prospect, isn't it? He's going to get even better as time goes on. We thought he was done. But strong smoke on the CT side. s.CET's already boosted up here. Looks like this B bomb side has been very forgiving for them. But Nexa, a strong defense this time, using the smoke to his advantage, isolates the fight towards the wooden boards and finds G2. Their first winning scenario here. 5 versus 3. Should be their round all day long. Beautiful grenade. Max damage towards Head Trick as they start to peel off now. Just hoping to find any CTs probing the map. Config waiting at that A ramp, and they'll try their luck elsewhere. Bear in mind, like we said, a bit of a bonus situation, Anders. They've still got plenty of money going forward. They'll have a Head Trick AWP going forward if they like that as well, and the AK-47s across the board. Right now, the objective, cause as much financial damage as possible. As they make their way up towards the scaffolding position, CTs don't really have to play for the fight. See NiKo just got the smoke out as soon as he gets detects any presence. Drop that smoke, lock them out. Really well played here, just making sure they keep the round as strong as possible on the CT side.
The clock is so low now, even if they get a kill somewhere, it's very hard to break through and actually get the bomb planted. The grenades were so deep, they didn't actually go over the smoke, so I don't think they could even see anything. NiKo getting another kill, and they're going to try and save the rest of the rifles, which is probably not what they wanted to begin with. They probably wanted to fight to the end here, but I don't know. None of the nades blew up in the smoke there.
No, exactly. It was a really brutal smoke to deal with as well. So, yeah, you're right. No choice but to save. It's a convincing first round there for G2. First gun round is theirs, but as mentioned, it was against those 2 Galils, the MAC-10. Not out of the woods just yet. We need a lot more where that came from. Decent effort, though, from NIP, managing to save 2 rifles at the very least. So not always lost out. The first kill came through. Rez maybe swinging a little bit too early there. You can see the flashbang did catch NiKo, but he did have vision of Rez for the first frag. Solid B defense, and Hooksy's feeling himself. All right, the first round's on the board, and he's here. He means business. As we get to round number 5, as mentioned, strong buy here for NIP. s.CET once again working towards B. Same peak for NiKo, same spam. This time not connecting, but Hooksy certainly will. Alex.
Oh, they lined up, I think.
Doubles down.
They walked right next to each other in the bomb site. That's a bit of a mistake, potentially, and that could actually harm them quite a bit. 4 versus 3 now. m0NESY. Well, if you were to have one person left at a bomb site, then at least let it be m0NESY with the AWP. I know what a difference he can make, but Alex has slowed down this NIP team just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Better control, yeah. I mean, this is probably smart, right? Don't run straight into the AWP. Try and be a little bit more tactical about it here.
Well, what can m0NESY do, Anders? It's his sort of round. Defending against multiple players, his gun of choice in hand. A couple of flashbangs in the back pocket if required, but I don't think they will be. He's going to be taking heads-up duels here. Spots the shoulder of one. Knows there's an opportunity here.
Smoke landing. There's a little bit of reinforcements coming in. Hunter is not that far away, but it will be m0NESY to be the main part of the defense here. He's taking down Rez already. The dink comes through. He's already going. Oh, but he gets another shot, taking down Alex. And that might have been plenty enough. Head trick's going to go down, but it's Config in a 1 versus 3 here. He knows where the AWP is. He's no idea about the other player, but it doesn't even matter. That's a nice idea with a flashbang, but m0NESY rock solid on the B defense.
Yeah, so confident as well. He already knew he won that round before he took the first shot. He's like, I'm in a prime position. I've dodged the flashbangs here. They'll walk into my cross-set. He nails the shots to really count and maintains his life long enough as well for his teammate to rotate through CT spawn. Just so confident in his own ability here. You can see every move so calculated as Alex gets a taste of lead. Hunter to close things down. m0NESY to get that final kill. And it will be 2 in a row for G2. You can see they're fired up. I like this. This is impressive from G2. A couple of rounds in a row as the resources start to be drained from NIP now. We've got a Galil in the hands of Rez. AK's elsewhere and a head trick AWP for the first time as well. But it's G2 larger in charge the last couple of rounds here.
Maybe it's too early to tell, but obviously Taz in his prime was a very animated character. Like, it's hard to imagine you could sit still with Taz as your coach behind you as well. Like, I'm sure that energy bleeds through. That's really great. I hope G2 are going to keep up this this kind of energy. That's really sick.
I think that's going to be the main thing for Taz, making sure the morale's always high. That his team are always fired up. Good mentality and good shots. As m0NESY, a real nuisance here on Vertigo, changing his position up, this time towards middle, finds the opening frag on in-game leader Alex. It's up to S-Tag, try and pick up the pieces, but guess what? m0NESY's rotated into that spot. 50 seconds here, not much execution potential, and there's a couple of smokes, a single flash, a Molotov for Config, and they're gonna have to limp in toward this A side, rely on just pure aim here. It's Rez that displayed plenty of that. Bear in mind, the ace in the pistol. We're in round number 6 now and 7-2, so hasn't done much since, but still plenty of Counter-Strike left to be played in this half. This round is recoverable. It's just unlikely. 2 players towards short, smoked off once again. Nice grenade. And m0NESY's here. He's reading the game so well right now.
Yeah, every time he's in the right position, and with 2 people in front with the rifles. Good lineup for the shot. There's m0NESY right through the smoke. I don't know if he could even see anything, or if it was just a blind shot. That's the bomb drop. This Rez goes down.
We'll kill him after time.
Yeah, that would be amazing if they could hunt him down. There is not a great potential for that at the moment. He's quite far away, but still, this is an incredible recovery from losing the pistol in the first couple of rounds. G2 just look completely unfazed. They're back in the saddle now. This is looking amazing for them.
Yeah, you're really onto something there, Anders. I like this a lot. The way that they're kind of celebrating every single round is some nice camaraderie. I know it's early days in this G2, but the fact they've actually looking that they're focused and managing to recover the deficit as well, it's really beautiful to see this particular round, as that one's no problem whatsoever. They do save the head trick AWP. Bear that in mind. So it's up to DJL to try and work out how they make something this round. The loss bonus is accumulating, of course, so it won't be an absolute full eco going forward with the safe sniper. Probably some deagles to go with it. But the wind well and truly out of the NIP sails now. Taz. Not really much has to be said here. There's more of that, lads. Keep m0NESY active. Maybe take him over towards A now and just continue to be a thorn in their side.
It really is the hallmark of an amazing AWP player, having someone who's just always in the right position, like moving around after every single shot. You never really know. You turn a corner, you might be dead instantly. m0NESY is exemplifying that at the moment. Very hard to play against if you're on the T side, right? You're always going to be a little bit nervous turning a corner just because he might be there.
So they're throwing this like scaffolding. So m0NESY's throwing it for them at the start of every round. Like traditionally on Vertigo, you throw the smoke at the bottom of the ramp. It seems like that's going out of fashion. With the smoke in bottom of scaffolding, allow that spam to come through and actually get some information behind that smoke. So it stifles the T's, but allows you to actually have some vision as to who's at the bottom of the ramp, right? So that does make a lot of sense, and we'll see if that develops for as the tournament goes on. You're going to see a lot more meta smokes come through as they detect the AWP here on the A side of the map. Utility deployed by G2. Bear in mind, this is, I guess you could call this an eco, not really a partial buy. You can see Config, Alex, Rez with no Kevlar. Hetrick's got the AWP, sure, but not much punch behind this one. We have got to get to the 1 minute point once again. Nico tucks in behind the sandbags as they wait for any aggressive CTs to make a mistake here, but it's very poised and controlled for G2.
Yeah, and NIP, they're just allowing the space for Hetrick to try and find an opening, right? That's the only way they really get something done in this round, and They're all bodyguarding him, trying to get him a little bit closer into the action.
This is perfect from Nico. He knows they've got a distinct lack of utility right now.
Yes.
They can't flush him out. So if he's baited in effectively by his teammates, if they take the aggro initially, or he just straight up peeks, they're in a lot of trouble here on the NIP side. Nice double spray down with the M4A4. He knows they're weak on the other side here, but Rez will finally take him down. The AWP is recovered. This round is not necessarily over. It might be now, though. Alex taken out of the equation, and m0NESY looks absolutely spectacular out there today.
Oh, just a railgun, isn't it? When he's using it, it's amazing. It just looks like a different weapon from when other people are using this particular rifle. The time to, like, for him to see someone and shoot is so short.
Time to kill is low, that's for sure. I don't think he's missed a shot since he brought out the AWP, I'll be honest with you. That's
yeah, probably not.
It's been pretty good from young m0NESY. 8-3. Round number 8. NIP were up 3-0, bear in mind. So lost bonus certainly getting there now after giving up 4 rounds in a row. Haven't been many opportunities since winning the pistol to actually have a convincing round here. S-Tag once again works towards B. They're really being locked out of the map here. Money's still not great. Head trick down to the Desert Eagle Kevlar combo. Basic utility. Boosted up and towards middle. I like this adjustment with the damage of the AK-47 as well. You can get a cheeky kill, peel off. About once a half, that's viable.
I mean, for a while there, Cloud9 with Axile, that's how they would play the B-bomb side, right? They'd boost up Axile. They would just be searching for the kills with the AKs outside of the B-bomb side quite a bit. So definitely something that has been tested before.
Oh, here we go. Config flashes a bit of ankle. HooXi's interested. Gives the information that he spotted one in towards middle, but doesn't overcommit, doesn't rotate in and waits for his opportunity, and he's rewarded. And there's a lovely headshot. The boost is successful. Can they hold on to the round? m0NESY certainly seems to think so. Another AWP shot connects.
And another position, right?
Yep,
a new
he's
angle
everywhere.
How frustrating.
How can you counter it when he's just inside your head, you're inside his pocket, and it's up to Nexon now. As long as he just gets one, this round is guaranteed. 25 seconds here. Brutal grenade. Lands in between all 3 of the remaining NIP players here. S-Tag, no chance to even check the corner here. They might be able to get one more kill, which they will. The round is somewhat on, but the grenade from HooXi suggests that bomb won't be going down. It's perfectly thrown, Anders. Touchdown as the bomb is denied. HooXi's not done yet. Hat-trick for the in-game leader. And another convincing round for G2.
Yeah, what an awesome round. And, you know, especially for a player that, you know, sometimes could disappear a little bit from the game. So it's nice to see him have an early round like this. Definitely builds confidence.
2024, the year of HooXi.
You're calling it already.
Yeah, first map, first game.
Order the champagne.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was actually a very nice round. All jokes aside, nice boost, denies the plant, gets all the kills. And the woes continue here for NIP. 5 rounds in a row and a ton of damage as they try and breach the B bomb site here, having to dispose of majority of the utility just to stay alive at the bottom of those B stairs. HooXi.
I'm not gonna lie, they're getting me a little bit fired up with that Jeet. I'm not even on the team, but they're like, you can sort of feel it like, yeah, let's go, you know? This is really, it's way more enjoyable.
Yeah. Now you think about it, it does make a lot of sense because they are the team that can sometimes start bickering, start looking like they're sulking a bit. If you've got Taz behind you, just kind of slapping you around the back of the head and saying, look, focus on the game, focus on the objective, like keep the morale high. That's all that's important here. And it seems to be working so far.
There's a lot of Nico eye-rolling lore out there, you know?
Sure.
A lot of gifts that exist. Which kind of, I guess, like that undermines the team to some extent, right? So if you can get everyone away from that, just get this really good feeling like, yes, we're doing it, we're getting back up again, even if something goes wrong. Like they lost the pistol round, right? To an ace. That's the kind of stuff that might get you thrown off a little bit, but they're right back on.
Yeah, they were smiling after that as well, but NIP certainly not smiling at the prospect of losing yet another round here. They've got to get through m0NESY, who continues to nail shot after shot. Unstoppable at this point. He's in his element. The playground, finally he misses a shot, but makes up for it with the pistol. There's poor old Config here. They were up 3-0, but G2 are officially on fire. 6 rounds in a row. Is there anything left to be said about this NIP squad as they start to shrink? They're not really getting much done in these rounds, and sure, this was a bit of a partial buy, but still nowhere near the bomb site. They can't seem to get past m0NESY's AWP whatsoever. And yeah, that strat book, I hope it says something wonderful on it because right now things are starting to spiral. AKs across the board. Couple more rounds left to be played, really. And I think there's some sort of set piece around this. Let's get an execution going. Try and get the bomb planted. Force a clutch as m0NESY continues to be so agile on Vertigo. Thriving right now as he waits patiently towards the sandbags.
Yeah, and once again, he is in the right part of the map at the very least, so they're having a very, very hard time escaping m0NESY right now. Wherever they go, that's exactly where he is, so not a great experience for them at the moment. And another shot comes out. It's m0NESY again, picking up another one. He tried to get that one quickly, but it still is the double, at least for NIP. They have a man lead. Even if Config is low on health, there is a way to get this round on the board. S-Tag is checking out the B bomb site. But HooXi, if you're just parked here, you might almost get the free kill on Config.
Yeah, he's got a good read. He knows this is a common position. His Config is trying to hold on to his low HP at this stage. Hold off those rotations. They're right next to each other. But S-Tag, he's actually confirmed the B bomb site is clear here. So Config might get a freebie. If HooXi retreats and makes a sound cue, that's when he'll swing. 40 seconds remain. 3 versus 2. HooXi will need to get some info eventually.
What a standoff. The bomb is running on the other side now, so Rez knows there's a free path to get there. The bomb is going to get planted, and presumably that's when HooXi's hand is going to be forced, right? He's been super patient here, but once the bomb is planted, yes. Oh, he's actually going to go and check it anyway.
Config's going to be so frustrated at that one. So patient as the two Danes lock horns. But here we go, a 2 versus 2. Still possible, you know. You'd think they might not go for this one, but they've got a ton of money. AK-47s, and of course, the kit's available here. It all comes down to this initial frag. S-Tag up close and personal. Oh, doesn't control the spray at all. Got to hold on to it, Rez, which he will. 6-4. They break the streak finally there. It looked like we were on to another m0NESY masterclass at the A ramp, but the no-scope doesn't connect. They managed to come out on top on the duels, but a 2-on-2 does work out favorably here for NIP. It's a scrappy round to say the very least, but they get the job done. That was the moment. If m0NESY hits that no-scope, I dare say they probably win the round, but there we have it. Back into it now. Half is still salvageable. They can still tie things up at 6-6. See what they can make of it here, but the money's still light, Anders. Galil, a MAC-10, up against a fully equipped G2 to say the very least.
Yeah, but even on G2, it's a bit interesting with the money, right? Going into the 12th round, the last of the half, next one, it could be awkward for both teams if they lose this one. So you gotta hold on here. For NIP, what a chance it would be to swing back. Like 4 rounds it's not the end of the world, right? But if they can end up at 6 because G2 won't have that much money in the next one, that would be a really big turn. That would be something that they could celebrate going into the break. So I guess we'll see how this one plays out. Again, Rez, that last round was huge for him. Picking up the 1 versus 2 at the end of it, making all the difference in the world.
Yeah, been the hero a couple of times now. Since the pistol, getting that ace. And then winning the 2 versus 1 as well. The B bomb side spray down. NIP have struggled a little bit in these gun rounds, but 4 rounds on the board, like we said, they can still tie up the half. 45 seconds. Looking to challenge Nexo. He's currently on 3 kills, 6 deaths, and towards that B bomb side, backed up by HooXi. Currently holding towards Guardian. Has to be a B finish, Anders, but they don't have the Molotovs to flush out these players on the bomb side. The flashbangs will have to be incredibly effective.
Smoke to start with. There's one, actually.
Yeah, pretty good.
Good set of flashbangs. Molotov does go down to try and slow down that bomb plant, but they're going to smoke it off and just try and plant it inside. Shots ringing out over the smoke. HooXi going to get traded right away, and the bomb is planted here. It's not that bad. Rez with a bit of a flank coming up and shooting m0NESY in the back. That's one way to beat him, but Nexa and NiKo are not done yet, and they know where Rez is coming from, so they're going to go straight on that defuse. Might be a 10-second one because they've left Hunter holding the angle here. There's nothing Rez can really do about it, so look for a minute like NIP were on to win this round, but what a great retake.
Amazing retake there, and Nexa survives the round. He's the B bomb side anchor, Anders. He gets himself 2 kills, survives on 4 HP as well. They've got a 3 versus 1 when Rez is absolutely locked out of the round, and maybe the half here as G2 look absolutely unstoppable in their CT campaign. After going down 0-3, of course, losing the pistol, they've just looked rock solid here. You can see this team is fired up, ready to deliver in 2024. HooXi's certainly ready. As we get into, I think, the final round of this half. Yeah, 7-4. Round 12, and with the bomb plant, at least have somewhat of a buy here, Anders. AK's Galil's, but a distinct lack of utility, and the Hetrick AWP will have to do something devastating to stand a chance here. Hunter on the front lines, looking for the initial frag. Gets it. Wallbang as well. Could it be the double? Not quite.
Yeah, but it's not far from, is it? Hunter getting spammed down by the Galil on the other side instead, and want to see back to the pond in the middle for a little bit of fishing, trying to see if he can find Config, who's been stepping around. Remember, Config lost a fight earlier to Hooksy, I believe, in this position, so he's probably a little bit worried, and I think they also did lose to Monacy in the same spot, so we'll see. Nexa anchoring the bomb site once again. No, nothing to hold him back, right? All he has is a flashbang here and a rifle, but S-Tack will get the better of him. That's a huge shot.
No, that's even bigger. Monacy recovers after the jump up here. Back to a 3 versus 3, but Hedgehog, the AWP might have done enough at this point. It's a man advantage for the Ninjas. Hooksy on the retake. Alex incredibly low beneath him, but does a good job tucking in towards the smoke, just looking to find one more kill, if possible.
Yeah, that is really all they need at the moment here. Bomb already ticking quite far. It's a fast bomb plant for NIP. Hooksy gets one, but inside of the smoke. Alex ready and waiting. Nico all on his own, getting shot at the back, and there's the 5th round for NIP. That's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 1 here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's 8-4 for G2.
Going to be testing Saiwu up here. From their point of view, he doesn't have an AWP yet, but he's playing real close. 30 seconds. This is either going to be fantastic or it's going to be a nightmare from Saiwu. Oh my God, what an ace! He took down every single one. A one-man army at the catwalk, and Vitality get to 7 rounds.
And this is a nice adjustment to the fast mid plays that we've seen.
Very quick. Right over top. Flames.
Oh, nice movement from Flames. Gets up on there through the smoke.
Finds that little bit of room he can still work with. Okay.
Hey, we are back, Anders. Believe it or not. Getting into that second half straight away by the looks of things here. As we will see G2 with a pep in their step. Looking like they're looking to cause some damage this tournament. Now, bear in mind, if you're not familiar with the new format, we have 16 teams now, Anders, instead of 12, right? So the idea is that we have 6 slots available, 4 groups, of course. Winner of each group will be guaranteed a slot. Second place in each group will fight for the remaining 2, so 4 teams play for those final 2 slots here. It means that there are no redundant games. It means that everything matters here. If you just win 2 games in your group, that means you're pretty much through. And we are going to see the second half get underway momentarily. As the boys with the fist bumps, you can see Tal, I can hear him from here. He is looking for a nice, clean finish here if possible. I said it was 8-4. I got a little bit frazzled. 7-5, it happens. It's day 1, Anders.
It is
First mistake of the day. Just get it out of the way early. First map.
That is how you do it. And same is true for the teams. Hopefully, we'll see if G2 can do a little bit better on their pistol. On the T side, obviously got aced by Rez in the opening half. So we'll hopefully try to avoid that this time. If they win the pistol, they're on for a pretty good run. But honestly, NIP, 5 rounds, there's enough of a platform here to make their way back. I don't think this is a done deal yet. So we'll see if they have enough strength to try and shut down Monacy, who somehow got 15 kills at the beginning. Hunter with a headshot. And that's that might force a bit of a rotation, or at least keep people here. They actually already had kind of 4 people in the area. So now just head trick alone to the A bomb site for the minute.
Just head trick. Started to find a couple of frags towards the end of that first half.
Oh, look at Rez. He's down the ladder in the middle. Oh, but Hunter spotted him. There we go. A good headshot for Rez. He's back online.
Nice work from Headtrick, even after the Molotov lands in his position. Good for 1. That's pretty much all you can ask for here. Oh, it's a little bit messy of a frag, but Monacy will come out on top, and it's a huge one to find as well. Config dropped the 3 versus 2 in favor of G2. Alex smoked off towards the elevators right now. They don't check his position. Monacy will find the trade. 1 player remaining. It's Rez. And bear in mind, they know exactly where he is. He got that rotation frag towards the ladder. He will have no kits, and time is ticking away.
And they even planted on this side of the boxes, so he can't even really try and force them out. It's Monacy. Not quite with the ace, but he did get 4 kills in the round. And that one hunting down Config was really tight. Like, he was sort of crouching around the corner, halfway shooting him through the wall. Pretty sick work. This is definitely bad news for NIP, though.
Oh, yeah. Categorically bad news. But the bomb... I guess there was a chance, but unfortunately for Rez, no kid, of course. If he gets both kills very quickly, maybe he could do something with it, but it's going to be another force buy. We saw G2 the same approach on the CT side, to their detriment, unfortunately. Didn't really find any kills whatsoever. We'll see if the MP9s can make a better job of it. CZ for config as well. There's an Eagle for Rez and Hetrick, and it's a nice opening kill. Make it a couple of opening frags there. S-Tag Alex working in tandem towards the B steps, and it's going to be an early 5 versus 3. G2 weren't ready for it.
I mean, you're starting to fall a little bit behind. What a gift if you can somehow pick up this round. Nico looking focused at the moment. They're all grouped up towards the middle. Does kind of give away the chance that some of the CTs could pick up rifles, but the CTs, as we can tell, are really far away. I think that kind of reflects the fact that NIP know that even if they get those 2 opening kills, they still have a huge disadvantage in terms of the weapons, so they want to have the force, the strength of manpower just to all be in the same position. Oh, nice shot. Hetrick making it work. I want to see. Did he even know? Did it just walk into the shot? I think Alex might have just been strafed by a bullet. And now it's 1 versus 1. Rez, though, great position for it. He fakes it once. Monacy.
Oh, he's so aware, Anders. The fact he knows there's a potential flank here from Rez. It does not matter. Fantastic effort. Bomb planted, but it will be a force buy victory for NIP just when they needed it most there. A double kill to open things up towards the B steps, but G2 fought back valiantly. Monacy. Amazing spray down towards middle. It looked like he was going to win that one all day long, but a good flank from Rez wins out in the 1v1 duel. Defuses the bomb, no problem. And this is the moment where the round was turned on its head. Dropped that smoke and gets himself in towards the B bomb side. But great positioning here from Rez. Had the advantage and takes the round. A much needed one as well. Hetrick's loving it. Alex trying to keep morale high here. The force fire is successful. Always a scary prospect. You could sabotage your finances for an entirety of a half on the CT side if that doesn't work out. It's a calculated risk and one that works out for them. As we see the force buy back in return. With Monacy getting the bomb down, they can justify a single AK for Nico. Monacy on the Deagle. Hooksy on that Mac-10 and in towards the scaffold, and we go. We can see the CTs on this side of the map throwing the same smoke towards the bottom of the scaffolding as well. And Rez chomping at the bit to get stuck in here. Oh, he's let Hooksy through, though.
Yeah, and this could be a real issue. He might be trying to escape and just get shot in the back. There we go. Hooksy with a great read of what was going on. The fact that Hooksy had already made his way past that corner, a big problem. Hetrick here, you're burning alive. There we go. The smoke comes out, but it's very, very late. And Hooksy on the spray down. He nearly gets the triple kill in the round. And then ended up. There we go. It's just Alex left, and he gets wiped out by Nico. But honestly, Hooksy did almost all of the work in the round.
Hooksy mama. And you can see DJL shake of the head there. He knows that round was pretty much given up for free. The Molotov in towards the Hetrick's position. It seemed like he just couldn't pull out the grenades in time. The little maneuver through the smoke as well. You're right, Hooksy. Like ships in the night, passes Rez, takes him down. It's a massive round for them to pick up. And now this is actually a real difficult scenario. If you're on the NIP side, the loss bonus is bottom of the barrel after winning the previous round as well. Yeah, your finances have been completely drained. Taz is offering up some massages as well, Anders. Those nice strong hands wrapped around your shoulders.
Is there such a thing as a Polish massage? I don't know.
Maybe.
Surely there is a zone variety. Yeah, but why not? Like, he's certainly got the, he's got the hands for it, I agree.
Yeah, the stature. Well, NIP, what have you got for us next? As this is going to be a rough one, let me tell you. As we got 3 pistols right now. S-Tag with 1600. He'll get a Deagle and join the party. If they give this one up, they are in a world of trouble. Will be full eco in the next round. They'll be 10-6 down. It's their pick. It was a great start, bear in mind. 3-0 in their favor. Currently the scoreline at 9-6 in a very difficult round ahead of them. But Hetrick, he'll find the first incision. Giving Monacy a taste of his own medicine there. 5 versus 4. Oh, not for long. Good God.
It's so quick. What a shot from Nico. But I'd love to see if Hetrick could even see anything or if he's just playing for the smoke. Either way, the scout getting a little bit of action. Picked up by Alex now instead. Yeah, they're swapping out some weapons. Taking their time right here. They still have about a minute left on the clock, so no reason why they have to be too quick with it anyway. And some mid-control. I love this. Still feel like it's one of the more overlooked parts of the map, but some teams, I guess G2 amongst them, have kind of figured out that having this presence at mid could be really huge for the T side.
See if they can make it work, Anders. You can see, unfortunately, NIP have put all their eggs in the proverbial A basket. And Nexa will not get an easier kill than that.
Yeah, and it's such a reveal that he's holding a flashbang. Like,
yeah, right. Exactly. That's a really good point. So, you know, they're stacked on the A side of the map. They were getting ready for a swing, and they are smoked out. That they might as well just save the little they have, as this one's going to go from bad to worse. 10-6 locked in. Can't even consider this retake. You don't really need to hunt. I guess if you're next to the MP9 or Hunter, the FAMAS, you can justify it, but Nico just trying to lock them in before they prepare themselves for the hunt.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, just staying further back. NIP in so much trouble at the moment. It's going to be 10-6, which means G2 are just a couple of steps away from winning the opening map here. Second map, Anubis. We all love a bit of Anubis.
I think everyone does, to be honest with you. Like, there's not many players out there who say they hate Anubis.
No.
There are a lot of players out there that say they hate Vertigo. I was going to say it's a bit of a shame we had to kick the tournament off, the LAN season, with Vertigo, but here we are. I used to be like a supporter of the map, but I kind of agree, especially in CS2. It does seem a little stale. You know, I think it's, if ever we're going to replace something in the pool, not sure if we ever will. Feels like this map pool's been locked in for a while, but yeah, maybe Vertigo would be the one to go. It was always Mirage for me, but now maybe I'm being persuaded.
You soured on the map, you no longer feel...
I guess I just haven't played it for a while. Maybe that's that. I used to enjoy playing it, not so much spectating it.
I think that the problem for me is, on Mirage, there's usually always something to do. I feel like on this particular map, on the T side, if you can't take the A ramp on the T side, it just becomes a really weird map. And it happens every once in a while. You'll see a team that just fails to take A ramp over and over and over again. And there's nothing left to be done. Like, you're going mid or B, and it can always be red. So, yeah, I guess it's a bit weird. I think a lot of people would agree with you. It's probably between those two maps. And Train is out there being remade still, isn't it? So,
allegedly.
Allegedly.
I think if we're going to put anything in there, Tuscan was in CSGO. It was ready. We never used it. But let's have a look. NIP did manage to save at least something. Not much, but something. FAMAS's. Scouts. Hetrick with the rifle, Alex with the scout, unfortunately down to 2 points of health now, but can S-Tag provide any sort of defense here towards the B side of the map? He will be backed up by the rifle. You can see he offers up, I think, a smoke just to allow him to lock them out as long as possible. He'll probably be wanting to deploy that now. Might have missed the opportunity. Molotov's landing, will have to extinguish, and it will be the first kill for Config at least.
He's pretty good with the deagle as well. They're going to lose S-Tag in the meantime. And actually, there's another headshot. Config landing one on Nico. 2 versus 3. Still not great weaponry. And unfortunately, they run right into that shot there. Rez goes down. I think the Molotov might have burned him out. He kind of had to do something.
Yeah, bear in mind, we've got Rez removed from the equation. He was part of this 3-man setup. It leaves Alex alone with Config now with just 2 points of health, and G2 are taking their time. Smoke down towards the generators. That makes things very difficult to deal with here. Fake plant just to bait out any potential flanks coming through. 30 seconds. The scout gives herself up. Signs of desperation now. They are starting to slip out of this round. There were some nice shots there from Config, but leaving Alex with just 2 points of health, and he's making it work. Not a bad effort. That was the eco. Bear in mind, they saved a little bit from the previous round, but it's G2 one step closer to stealing the map pick of NIP away. That is Vertigo. Anubis up next. Certainly the heavy favorites coming into this one, but we know NIP be boot camping to the 3rd of January, Anders. They've really been grinding, trying to show that this project still has legs to it. It was an emphatic start. A res ace in the first round of the tournament. You don't see that too often. But they haven't been able to build momentum upon it. And now we'll need to play a perfect game to really stand a chance here. Smiles all round, especially for Taz behind them. His debut as the coach, and it's going swimmingly thus far. But here we go, looking for map points. G2 start to probe the A ramp. A rare miss from Monacy and a double kill from Rez.
Slim chance to get back into this one, but maybe Hunter could provide them an opening. There's the one kill. There is
Can he ever?
Close by. Yeah, they might at least... Oh, they're picking up the bomb just now, and Config started to get warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite a scary peak. A lot of confidence behind that one. 4 versus 2, Nexa and Hooksy. Trying to see if they can find these remaining CTs. Apparently not. It's going to be Rez with strong positional control of the A bomb site. Gets himself a hat-trick into this round. 17 kills in total. Nexa is trying to create a dent if possible. 2 kills found, and NIP will keep their head above water for now.
I feel like some of NIP's efforts here they've been kind of foiled a little bit by the fact that Monacy's got 24 kills, right? So it's just in a world where Monacy isn't performing on this level right here, maybe this looks like a more even game, like NIP have a chance to win a couple of more rounds, but 24 is just so ridiculous, right? You've played, what, like 19 rounds, and you're just absolutely destroying NIP at the moment. Tactical timeout being called now from G2, so a chance for Taz to, you know, get a sense of the vibes in the team and maybe see if he can add a little bit. They have been very, very energetic, really on both sides, but obviously G2 have a lot more opportunities to be shouting for joy.
Right now they do, yeah. But in CS2, nothing is guaranteed, Anders. You know that. We've had some huge leads slip by the wayside in the last few months. Anything can and will happen. Alex knows that. New in-game leader for NIP, just discussing the options here. They managed to win the previous round and salvage a couple of AK-47s to bolster the defense here. Up against a force buy, if you like. G2 will have a couple of pistols here. They have got the ult for Monacy still, and a couple of AKs themselves. Nico with the speculative shots through the smoke, trying to convince them there's presence on this side of the map. Rez needs to be careful as they get ready to enter towards B. This could be the execution. Couple of smokes being deployed and an opening frag from Monacy. No problem whatsoever. They flush out the wooden boards as well. Bait out the remaining CT utility on this side of the map. And it's down to Config. Hell of a player. Might be denied an opportunity, though, as they start to rotate over towards A.
Yeah, they are moving away, although. Double setup in the middle here for NIP. I wonder if they want to be... It looks like they wanted to go aggressive and find out what was going on. If they want to do that, then their timing for it is quickly running away here. They are getting very deep in the middle, but Hetrick has to hold on for quite a bit here before the flank could really be put into play. You could see Rez now started to get into position. Maybe it'll work out. This timing is so hard to hit on the CT side. Good shot for Hetrick, but he's still getting hunted down. And how soon before somebody thinks about this flank?
Rez has been so good at finding these timings. Posting double kill after double kill. They'll need him more than ever here. Config completely smoked off from the bomb side. The C4 goes down. And will Rez be detected? He certainly will. Gunning for map point here. RG2. Speaking of wedges, the 4-on-2, Config and Alex, I don't think they have much to say about this one. They might as well hold on to the AK-47s.
It's so tricky when you're Rez in that flank, because if you go too quickly, then you kind of screw it up, right? Someone could be looking, and they're a little bit too late, and someone's checking, and this time it was Monacy.
Yeah, you got to thread that needle. And from this point out, it'll have to be a perfect game here from NIP. We'll need 5 rounds in a row just to take us to overtime. G2 in a very comfortable position at this stage as they let the round come to them eventually. They managed to get the nice default to kick things off. Monacy over towards the B steps. S-Tag walks into his crosshair, and it's so difficult to hold on to the 5-on-4 on the CT side of Vertigo. Back in towards A they went, and yeah, Hetrick had a nice shot. He needed information, but there were T's waiting at the sandbags. He was surrounded, and that's going to be very difficult now to imagine a world where NIP take us the full distance. But you never know, Anders. Stranger things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, some of the individuals on the NIP side are playing pretty well. I'd say I would have wanted more out of Config. It's been a couple of rounds, like he had the Deagle, he had a couple of good peaks, but he hasn't really been as active as you would have loved to have seen. So somebody needs to catch up to Rez on that side. It is looking really, really difficult at the moment, but I guess we'll see. We'll find out. Tactical time have been called by NIP. chance for them to talk this through, see if they have anything left here that they can pull out.
Do you believe?
I feel like the problem is, especially with this particular NIP, or not this version of NIP, but the project as a whole, I just feel like I've been sold so many stories, Henry, and I can't anymore.
You're sick of it.
I'm a little bit sick of it. I hate to say it because you want to give them a chance, but...
I want to give Config a chance here. Honestly doesn't. What a shot that is to kick things off. We could be all said and done here, ladies and gents. Final round could be upon us as they take down one of the talisman of NIP to kick things off here. Config potentially finishes this map 9 and 13. They've got a 5-on-4. Setting up utility and T-spawn as well, juggling the grenades. They've got plenty of time here. CT's on the back foot to say at the very least. They are going to be setting up what looks to be mid-utility from T-spawn here for next up. In towards that B bomb site. Nico, Hunter, Hooksy. Nexa in spawn. You can do some very potent flashes for those skylights as well toward the B bomb site. Yeah. See whether this is going to be a chance for S-Tag. 5 and 18, can't hold on with the Desert Eagle. Alex needs perfect headshots here, but I think this is all done, Anders. m0NESY helps himself to yet another kill, and poor old Rez remains.
Alone on the map, trying to hold on to it. He started with an ace. He would have to try and get one more here at the end, and you can tell that is not going to happen. They're just so locked into this one. m0NESY at 28 kills right now. And again, we're playing MR12. We've only played 20 rounds. An absolutely beastly performance here from the young superstar. Rez, there's nothing he could do on this one, unfortunately. They're just all stuck in the bomb site waiting for him. Jump or not, he wasn't going to be able to make this round. There we go, Nico at the end, 13-7. G2 picking up the early map.
They certainly do, Anders, and in a very convincing fashion as well. Great finish, good morale throughout. This looks solid throughout the showing here on their opponent's map pick as well. But bear in mind, it's a best of 3. We do have more Counter-Strike to come. Anubis, the pick of G2 coming in next. But can they slow down m0NESY? That is the question. And to give us a breakdown, we've got the boys at the desk.
This might just be the first map of 2024 on LAN when it comes to G2, but they came in with authority and then came in with intensity. You could hear it from them. You could see the images on the live feed as well. You could see the reaction. G2 taking this first map extremely seriously here in Copenhagen and making minced meat out of NIP.
Yeah, what a great start for G2 to get into the season, right? Get into the LAN season. We've seen them then turn up at certain events. We've seen them play a bit online. We heard about practice rumors, practice results. We had a couple of question marks coming into the season as well. Would Nexa stay within the lineup? Was it the right decision with JKS? I'm not going to conclude anything based on one game, one map in a best of 3 series, but it's a great start, especially when you look at the scoreboard for young m0NESY. He had a fantastic 2023, and I said it coming into 2024. This is his year. This is now he has to take that step up where he can contest against the likes of Saivu, against Nico for that matter as well. Simple if you were to come back, and what a perfect way to start the year for m0NESY, who absolutely dominated everyone and everything on that server.
You're right, of course. 4th best player of 2023, starting exactly the right way, 28 kills here. And I'll just put it out there, I think the scoreline is even just a little deceiving. You could think, oh, 13-7. Wait, hold on a minute. Maybe NIP was in it for a couple of moments. I don't think that was the case. I think Rez himself bought them a little bit of oxygen at the very beginning of this game with the amazing ace, and then you had this forced by battle that was won by NIP in the second half. But once you go into deep rounds, once you go into weapon rounds, m0NESY's impact was felt like nothing ever before. The positioning that he'd had, you will notice on some of these clips, he's on the B side waiting for that contact play to come in. He was on the A side ready to punish. He was also middle a couple of times. And I think Jacob, he traumatized NIP. I think he very quickly put them in a position where, holy hell, I don't know where to go. We don't know how to deal with this guy.
Yeah, I agree. I think he at some point in the game, he was traumatizing NIP. He was almost exposing them as well to a degree where they didn't have an answer for m0NESY. We know m0NESY likes to play up front. We know him to be in open position where he can do close combat fighting with the AWP. And if you're not flashing him or if you're not throwing in the bodies at him in a way that makes it incredible tough for him to hit those shots, he will hit him. And I think NIP made it way too easy for m0NESY. I don't want to take anything away from that performance because a lot of AWP players wouldn't be able to punish NIP the way m0NESY did. But if you're NIP, you're coming in new season, you have a lineup that, you know, by all means is not inspiring to look at, then you gotta come in with a certain amount of team play that makes up for the lack of talent you have in your lineup. And I didn't see it at all on Vertigo.
I agree with you. We have the round history right there, and this is a little bit of a story that I was telling you guys at home as well. NIP with the decent start, 3-0, then there's a bit of a battle where they forced by on the CT side, but unfortunately, they get immediately reset, so they haven't really existed past the 3-0 mark. And we were talking about m0NESY, and I think the comparison, unfortunately, the contrast with Hetrick is so stark. It is so strong. You cannot really ignore it. Not only just individual qualities, because of course m0NESY is a better player, but when you think about how they position themselves and when and where they decide to strike onto the offense. I think m0NESY had an ability in this game to be in that sort of halfway position where this isn't exactly the moment you're going to use flashes. You think, maybe I can get away with that little jiggle here, and boom, he's right there punishing you. Is that individual or is that game plan? A little bit of both?
A little bit of both, I think. I think mostly individual, though, for m0NESY. I don't think it's a team, G2, that is setting up m0NESY for success. I think m0NESY have all the freedom in the world to do whatever he feels comfortable doing. And once he's feeling it, he will dominate that server. And you say, of course, m0NESY is a better player. And of course, I agree. But it's not more than a year and a half ago that people were making the comparison between Hetrick and m0NESY, saying,
I know.
well, they kind of have similar stats in NAVI Junior. They both like to play the AWP. Hetrick was maybe taking a step back from m0NESY, so maybe he's as good. At least that's what NIP bought into when they signed Hetrick in the first place. But let's be completely honest about ourselves right here. m0NESY versus Hetrick, it's two different ballparks of players. m0NESY, a world beater. Hetrick yet to find his form.
I'm right there with you. I love these images that we're getting from production as well. We talked about intensity. We're talking about G2 taking this game very seriously, and you could definitely see it. They were hyping themselves up. They were putting everything they had into this very game, and we know where we're at. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. We are aware that we are at the very beginning of a long blast sort of qualifier into the spring final. That's clear. But I think teams are now using this, and G2 specifically, as a way to get the engine going. Let's put ourselves into this 110%. Let's push ourselves into these official setting, because not only is there, of course, that spot for London for the spring finals, there's Katowice right around the corner, there's the major very close. So do you think we're already in that headspace for teams where shit's real? We're talking about officials real for now?
I think it's important to acknowledge the context for G2, because one of the reasons they wanted to bring in Nexa was the mood within the team. They said that they needed another hype man. They needed more good energy. Huxi was feeling alone in that department, hyping up the team, and it was a very quiet one. We saw Nexa at the World Finals. He was getting amped up. He was getting ready and loud. So yeah, I think G2 right now are practicing their new identity. I agree with you. For them to be, you know, at an intense level already at a group stage match, best of 3 against NIP in the opening one, they're just practicing how the new identity of G2 is going to look like, which is a bit more rowdy with Tess behind them as well, who's yelling. So it's a different outlook and a different identity when it comes to the body language and the sound coming out of G2 at the very least. So yes, I'd expect them to continue to practice that every single game they play.
Right, a strong contrast as well with their opposition NIP, and obviously our tone is going to get a little somber here when we look at not only, I would say, the performance as a team and the Counter-Strike that they've played, but and just individually, there seems like there are limits for the very top level that are now, I would say, undeniable, non-negotiable when you have at.CET that's struggling so much, only down at 5 kills. But let me be clear, when Config's at 9, that's not exactly a success either. If we're not going to have a couple of individuals sort of bringing up hype and hope in terms of what this team can do, maybe Rez did a little bit of that in this map. He had a few moments where you got your eyebrow just raised, thinking, hold on a second, he's got something, he's got timing, he's got initiative, he's got assertiveness on the server. But the rest, to what extent can our analysis just stop at they don't have the quality and that's it? I know it's lazy. I know it's a lazy way to look at it, but it does feel like in this particular iteration, in this game, they just don't have the quality to fight against G2.
I don't agree with you at all. I don't think it's particularly in this game. It's been the case for the past couple of years for NIP. We had this conversation before where sometimes I allow myself to be very harsh on a certain team or certain players. I like Riz. I agree with you. He can be assertive on the server. He can be a difference maker. But we had the same goddamn conversation the past 3 years that we see him pop off once in a while, maybe even at a tournament, and then he falls into oblivion again, comes back to a good level, and there's no consistency. Same for Config, same for NIP. Look at that lineup. Look at the players and tell me you're inspired by that lineup, because I'm not. And fair enough, if you're not going to build a team where there's a lot of superstars, young talents, you're trying to mold into superstars, you want to build a team with great chemistry, with great synergy, with good calling, with an identity that can make up for some of the lack of talent on the server, and I just haven't seen it. Now, again, let's not jump the gun. It's a best of one,
of course,
technically right here. We just played
saw
Vertigo. We just saw it right, but it's been the case for NIP for a couple of years now that we and their fans, I guess, have been less frustrated by this lineup. So I want to see a change, and I just didn't didn't see it here in Vertigo.
A missed start for NIP, of course, absolutely not hitting the ground running now. They have a little bit of time to recompose. I'm sure they're outside discussing map 2, and we're going to do just that after a quick break. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Going to be testing Saiwu up here. From their point of view, he doesn't have an AWP yet, but he's playing real close. 30 seconds. This is either going to be fantastic or it's going to be a nightmare from Saiwu. Oh my God, what an ace! He took down every single one. A one-man army at the catwalk, and Vitality get to 7 rounds.
And this is a nice adjustment to the fast mid plays that we've seen.
Very quick. Right over top.
Oh,
Flames.
nice movement from Flames. Gets up on there through the smoke.
Finds that little bit of room he can still work with. Okay. Big gap in that. Mid-fight.
Oh.
Everything going the way of ENCE until Flames comes back in. Drops bomb.
Oh.
This is all Flames. All 3 kills so far.
Those 2 frags, insane. He's low on HP is the problem for them. And Flames, he's actually, unscathed. 4th
That's
frag.
4. Last man's inside of the site. Bombs in the open. Oh, the ace. Flames from start to finish. Saiwu missed chance. Apex drawn out in with another kill. Saiwu traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed. And a 4th could be had. Ooh. Oh my God. Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Dupree. Quietly creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5! An absolute beast!
Feels like he gets clutch of the century every week.
Well, they just jump around the corner and take a shot to the leg. This is an easy pickup for NAVI. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP. That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
Well, there's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as Emat tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle.
Map number 2 is about to be on the way between NIP and G2. We're here in Copenhagen. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. And let's jump right in. We have Anubis coming in, and I'll be honest, Jacob, I don't think I've ever seen an IP on Anubis. That literally does not evoke any image in my brain. I am not capable of retrieving any information. And I do think that they have never played Anubis.
Yeah, and they're playing against one of the best teams in the world on the map as well, so the test is up there for the grab right now if you're NIP. That was one of the points we brought up, though. When you have a long off-season, you have a long break, you had the chance, you have the time to redefine your map pool, test out new maps, and who knows, maybe NIP and the players, they have the constellation of players, and maybe the feeling for the map of Anubis is going to be great when in the NIP camp. We don't know how they've been practicing, we don't know what kind of feeling there is. All I do want to say, though, is that in order to be good at a map, it takes an awful long time. And one thing is practicing the map, another one is playing it in officials.
Yes.
And you're going up against T2 who have an awful lot of experience on Anubis. So no matter how you spin this one match here, it's not looking good for you.
I mean, I'm glad you took that turn at the very end. I was about to come on you immediately, but you could see it coming. You were ready to take the left turn. indeed, official practice, those aren't the same concepts when it comes to learning a map and getting your reps in. And G2, unfortunately for NIP, have already had a couple of these moments, even with Nexa.
Yeah.
It's still a very young roster, and we're not saying out there that G2 is a completely well-oiled machine that's done. No, of course, they're still finding themselves with Nexa, but they've had a bunch of very important games on it already, and we're talking overtimes, we're talking 26, 27 rounds plus on the map, and Nexa has been relatively decent. So is this the moment where we just basically fold our arms and say, GG, it's over?
I think that'd be fair to do. I mean, if you're out there and you're watching the game, you have a feeling that it may be GG already, I wouldn't blame you. Again, never say never in Counter-Strike, but for my money, there's nothing that points in the direction of NIP. There's no argument I can come up as to why they should be able to win against G2. So I'm trying to take the backseat here and say if NIP can make the game competitive, or if they can show us they can play Anubis and they've been practicing the map and maybe a couple of cool strategies or something positive that we can highlight after they've lost the map, then that will be a win in itself for me. But I doubt it's going to happen.
All right, you're looking for something positive. You're looking at maybe a behavior, an atmosphere, an intensity.
Maybe. Yeah, a player. It could be a great performance from an individual, but it's not going to solve all the issues I have with NIP. Again, the lack of identity, the lack of clear vision as to where this lineup is going. I'm just not seeing it at the moment, and I haven't seen it for 2 years. Maybe I'm half blind, Matthew. I'm wearing glasses, but I still can't grasp it.
Yeah, you only can make fun of your eye impairment. I cannot do that. Of course, I would offend a whole lot of people out there. Well, I have a contact lens in one eye. You know, that's a true story. I only use one. Only my right eye is actually faulty. But anyway, we are absolutely diverting into a different topic here. It does feel like the stacks, or rather the odds, are stacked against NIP. But isn't this, in this moment, Anders and Henry, that the greatest upsets happen? I mean, a little bit of romance. What do you think?
Nope.
I like the fact Jacob just jumps in there straight away. Nope, zero chance. It's true, though. It's G2. They put their best foot forward here on the long road to London. It was a convincing first map, and the analyst kind of put that picture together perfectly. The fact that NIP don't even play this map, they've got no recorded outings on Anubis, doesn't bode well at all against G2, who are considered one of the world's best.
I could sense that Jacob shares my frustration with NIP. Like, I could, you know, he's not really trying to hide it either. But you know, I appreciate it. It has been, I think, a frustrating experience trying to watch them put it all together. But yeah, now they're really on deep waters at the moment against G2 on Anubis, second map, having already lost the first one. And with m0NESY just absolutely wrecking. I think 28 kills at the end of it.
Yeah, turbulent waters for sure. NIP needs to hoist the sails, man the cannons, and see if they can put up any sort of a fight here as they begin their campaign on Anubis on the T side. It looks to be a B execution as well, Anders. We've got double Molotovs again. Same approach they had on the T side pistol on Vertigo. Worked out very well for them. Rez got that ace. And the smokes are being deployed early. It's Hooksy to defend. P2000 in hand. First shot's coming through, and he's lost all vision.
Yeah, he can't see a thing. He's just guessing at the moment. We'll do a bit of damage on the other side, but the bomb is being swiftly planted. So far, so good for NIP. They have a Molotov as well, but there is a smoke on the other side. Actually, two smokes for the retake, so no defuse kit. It's kind of weird having a double smoke, but no defuse kit, I suppose. So could still be a really long time, but at least the Molotov on the T side won't... Oh, they've thrown it early.
They can smoke the main entrance and the bomb itself as well. So 2 layers of smokes will be coming through here. That Molotov can be completely averted as the defuse will start to come through momentarily. Here it comes, and now this can be really problematic. They will take down the diffuser through the smoke. It's absolutely chaotic out here. CT's running out of time. The defuse is still being committed to. Can they hold on to it? 3 seconds remaining. It's unclear as to who will be coming out on top. Oh no! G2 with a 10-second defuser and a 5-on-5. The double smoke we knew would be an issue. And all those bullets bombarded towards the C4 itself, and there's not quite enough. And an absolute gut punch of a round for NIP. They give that one up. They will be able to force buy in the second, but it was looking so good. A 5-on-5 post-plant scenario, but the double smoke is what eludes them as they can't close things out.
The double smoke, double defuse with people running in front trying to catch the bullets so that they don't hit the player that's defusing. Absolutely. I've never seen anything like it.
That's a wild way to kick things off here. As mentioned, with the bomb planted and a few kills found, they'll almost certainly be force buying in the second, so not all is lost, but still a disappointing way to kick things off here. Grenades and bullets exchanged towards middle, not significant damage just yet.
I would actually love to hear the comms from NIP in that round, because surely nobody knows if anyone even is defusing, right?
Yeah,
it's just
that's
chaos.
true.
Like, you have no idea. You couldn't guess. You're going to take the the chance and just try and shoot through the smoke.
It's the
but
fact they had the double smoke on the retake as well. Normally in that sort of scenario, you have one smoke, and you're smoking on top of the bomb. But the fact they could smoke the bomb and main entrance as well, it was just so difficult to deal with there with the Glocks. Couldn't find the second diffuser. And yeah, that's going to be a really disappointing way to close things out. But as we mentioned, not all is lost. Back towards B we go. You can see they've got control of Darkroom as well. It's a bit of a B retake as well. I think there's only one player on this side of the map, actually. That's going to be Hooksy. So same scenario. He might just have to give this one up. Powerful smoke. Doesn't lead into the first kill. There it is. Connects eventually. And now he knows they're on the other side. S-Tag answers back 4-on-4.
Yeah, a bit of a shame because I think Hooksy had the right idea. You know, get a kill, fall back, go for the retake. And he was trying to escape. He was trying to get out of the line of sight there. But S-Tag hunting him down. We'd love to see more out of S-Tag. Wasn't really too impressive on the first map. He's going to go down to Nico. There's hat-trick, though. Ready to follow up. And the AK just absolutely stopping him in the tracks. This is looking brilliant at the moment.
Has he got anything else left in the tank? Apparently not. It's going to be Nexa and Monacy left in the 2 versus 1. The defuse can come through. They're going to have to commit to it now. They seem to know exactly where Rez is. This should be enough now. But G2, no way! He wins him the round with low HP. He had to find the diffuser if possible. One bullet would have taken him down, Anders. But somehow, some way, Rez comes out on top. Saves the day here for the Ninjas. They tie things up 1-1. Like G2 had done more than enough there in the 2-on-1 scenario, but it's Monacy that can't find the shot as a defuse comes through. But what a beautiful sequence this was from hat-trick as well. This was the moment. What a wide swing, and Monacy can't find the all-important shot. Stolen away there. NIP back on their feet. And with the saved M4, it looks like there'll be a force buy in response here as well.
Huge amount of focus for Rez in that moment to not lose track of what was going on.
That's the only way he can win the round. If he takes down the diffuser with a wide swing, delivers the goods here. He was fantastic on the first map, but Monacy, he'll find first blood
with
round
the
number 3.
on top from the bomb site. That's so sick.
Yeah, true. Good point.
Like, what a frustrating experience. You can't easily jiggle out of that position because you just got tagged by the grenade.
Yep. Great way to kick things off. Will be the T side to recover the fallen AK-47 though. Nico spots 1. That's Config, top and middle. Still got the majority of their utility on the T side. Molotov toward the double doors. Flashbang to try and gain some positional control of the position. The Molotov to dissuade Nico. The grenade does a ton of damage, but so does the Deagle. How does he get a double? I have no idea. 40 points of health, 2 players swinging with rifles, and somehow they both go down. That is wild.
They even got the grenade on him to begin with. He was already low on health. Oh, he's getting away with so much in that moment.
I can understand 1 kill, but the double? Yeah, that's going to sting. If Nexa can just delay now, allow these rotations to come through. Should be a bit of a walk in the park here. Turns out to be true. Double kill with the M4 in the end for Monacy. Gets himself a hat-trick in this particular round. He got that first frag toward the T-steps, courtesy of the alley-oop from the A-side grenade as well. And that's a nightmare after recovering a 2 versus 1. Rez will have to accept the defeat here once again. This is the moment. How does this go wrong for them? They hit the Molotov down, the preemptive grenade, and still he gets 2 kills from it. Rez can't close it out this time. And the 4 spies continue. The war of attrition is officially alive and well. Tech-9s and Deagles.
That round kind of betrays Rez 1 versus 2 to stop the bomb defuse in the previous round, right? Because they put in a lot of work on IP to pick up that round, and now there's a chance it's kind of all for nothing here. What a find. Okay. Whatever, man.
He's just like, I'm going to make you walk into my crosshair at this point. Here's an incendiary. Give me the sound cue, and I'll just take you down in a couple of seconds. Excellent work there from Hunter. 5-on-4. Full control for G2 here, up against 4 remaining pistols. Man advantage is theirs. And there's 0 grenades, Anders. How do you breach a bomb site with nothing to speak of? You're going to have to find some insane timing here. Comes down to luck more than anything. And that could be it. A chance, a dink. And it will be Nico, though, ready and waiting to get stuck in. Just 1 player remaining. This 4 spy has done nothing for them. Maybe Rez will get 1 for his trouble to close things out, but it's Nico with a classy finish there. The USP straight to the dome.
Yeah, that is the gentleman's weapon of choice, isn't
exactly.
it? Yeah, I think you're right, though. I mean, it had to be the timing against the guy that was throwing the grenade. That was maybe the only way to even have any kind of an influence on the round there. This is so well played. Hunter manufacturing that opportunity himself. And G2 picking up another round. 3-1 in their favor. And obviously no bomb plant. Even if there had been no real cash here for NIP to work with, they are just in an enormous amount of trouble. The money has really betrayed them here. Galil in the hands of Hooksy. No AWP yet on Modesty. That is something that NIP will have to try and deal with down the road.
For now, though, Anders, just one of those rounds where the most exciting prospect I can give you is try and bait out the grenades on the CT side. That is about it. You've got Glocks pretty much across the board here. No Kevlar, no grenade yourself. Oh, the incendiary is just perfect as well, just when they were getting ready to pounce. Flashbangs to enable a Nico swing that's being deployed right now. And he might get taken down here, yeah. Okay.
Good stuff.
Yeah, good.
All 5 players at the same time.
It's a good response from Modesty, though. He knows they're going to be trying to grab that rifle if possible. He throws the incendiary on it, and these Glocks are actually proving to be a little bit problematic here. They're burning each other in the camera room as well, trying to use the flames as cover. And now this round got a lot more interesting. They've managed to salvage a rifle. Still have no grenades or Kevlar, of course, but maybe a bomb plant. Maybe a round victory. You never know. It's Config is going to be left on the extremities while his teammates rotate round towards B main. If he can find the timing here, if his teammates can take all the aggro and he can drop down, yeah, this could actually work out quite nicely. But all right, well, Hunter's made very light work of it, to say at the very least. And just as it was looking interesting, it's completely shut down. Hunter with a lovely sequence in towards that darkroom position, triple spray down a main, and aware of Config's antics there towards the drop down.
Yeah, good mechanics for Hunter. And I mean, also the fact, like you said, they don't have any armor, so they're just getting chewed up so quickly here. But still, well played.
He's insane.
They're really excited for this game so far. It's making it a lot more enjoyable. I appreciate it.
Well, bear in mind, you've got Nexa in the squad now as well.
Yeah.
Certainly not a quiet individual.
True.
Loves to get Larry. Loves to rile up the opposition. Raise the morale of his teammates as well. You've got Taz behind you as well. So that definitely was an issue for G2, like keeping their head in the game before. I feel like that problem should be solved at this point. A scary prospect for anyone playing against this squad here.
Yeah, you get them rolling at the start of it, and who knows what can happen.
True.
Hunter and Nico and Monacy all playing a really good game at the start of Anubis. For NIP, I mean, it's early days, but still, if they want a chance to have a say and sort of shock the world, I think the desk we're talking about a little bit, you know, we don't have any real data on NIP playing this map, so if they want to cause a crazy upset, they had better win some of these early rounds, preferably this one right here. Or there's a good chance that G2 will run away with it. And look at this little adventure that Hooksy's on.
Yeah, this is prime. So much information. Dominating the map right now with this flank. They can actually, you can see they're rotating 2 players through CT Spawn right now. We're going to have 3 ready and waiting. Hooksy, how brave are you feeling right now? Takes the kill in the side of the head, funnels him in towards A, and guess what? G2 more than ready for this one, boys. You can execute all you like. They've got multiple players ready and waiting. It's Nexa dishing out the pain. Double kill to open things up. And a 5 versus 2. Bear in mind, if you are watching this, NIP have no recorded games on Anubis.
Yeah.
We've had a player break. They've had a month. Probably been working on it. It's not to say they don't play a full stop. It's got no official games. So playing against G2, who are considered to be one of the world's best teams. I think that's a timeout we just heard called as well. Yeah, it's going to be quite a scary prospect, especially if you're not watching the flanks. If Hooksy's able to get that much information, like he doesn't find any kills, but the fact he even gets outside of B, gets in towards top and middle, then he finds Config. It's absolutely massive. They've got no time left. They have to go in towards A. And as we saw, Nexa and 2 other players ready and waiting.
What an experience. Like, you're trying to execute onto a bomb site, and your sign to go is that one of your players, the only player you have in the middle, gets shot on the side of the head.
And when you know it's Config as well.
Yeah, and you know that it's, like, they know that it's coming. Like, they know the execute is coming. They're deep on the map. They've already rotated, so now you're just like, half-heartedly throwing your grenades into the bomb site, saying,
That's all you can do. Look,
try.
You've been absolutely rumbled here. Player like Config caught lurking on that side of the map, facing towards A. You know what's coming in next. And as you mentioned, sure, you can throw a few half-hearted grenades in there, but yeah, they were more than ready for it. Nexa double kill completely swarms them as they try and break through the initial choke point of the bomb site. Has to be a bit of a partial here. They've got maximum loss bonus, of course. AK-47 for Rez. Nico, bit of a strong defense in towards middle, currently 6 and 4. Everyone contributing on the G2 side. Can't really say the same for NIP. Let's have a look, though. Waiting for potential aggression here. The CTs, though, Anders, they've got 3 AK-47s. That makes like solo positions, like middle for Nico, just so much easier to manage. You can actually hold some one-tap potential angles, going for that mission of hunting for info once again, and it's Huxi leading the charge, and he can't believe his luck. No one there once more. Nico on high alert, realizing that middle could be under some scrutiny momentarily, and he'd be right in thinking so. Got himself nice little incendiary to segregate the T's. Config actually lucky to survive that long. Nico just wants to get out of there now. Ideally, he'll be dropped to this point. Surely, there it is. Trade finally comes through. It's up to Rez to try and do anything with this round. Ace split the finish.
He had 30 health after the first fight, Nico, and he kind of stuck around to look for it. Rez goes straight down. Nexa on point with the spray and will get the double kill of his own. So, hat trick. Yeah, faking the bomb once. He can win this round if he's quick with it. There's the one shot now. Monacy, if he misses the kill here, but he won't. Of course he won't. Gets it and wins the round. But that one got a lot closer than it really should have been.
All that really matters is they post around at the top of the scoreboard. Sure, comes down to the 1 versus 1. But as you said, it would require a Monacy miss for them to get that round. And
I can hear I was saying it like, what if he missed? Like, not going to miss, is it?
There's not been many of those today, let me tell you, as G2 continue to dominate the CT side of Anubis. Bear in mind, this is one of the most T-sided maps we have in the pool. Like, obviously, the meta is constantly adjusting. I'm not going to get into that just yet, but definitely the stats suggest that the T-side should be winning on this map. Deep smoke down towards T-Sept as well. Suggests some initiative here from the CT side, maybe hunting for information elsewhere, trying to keep them busy with that smoke, deny vision. You can see they're actually probing in towards A main. Monacy will join Nexa, baiting him in towards the baskets right now. And it's a B lean right now from NIP. The majority of their firepower on this side of the map. Smoke down towards the huts. And what can Config do with this? Trying to take matters into his own hands. S-Tag trying to flush out the CTs on the other side here. Nexa wanting to take the challenge. The smoke is deployed. And maybe a fortunate kill could come through. Lots of damage. Nexa under 5 points of health, but no frag found.
Yeah, some unconfirmed damage there, but, you know, maybe down the road it could have a bit of an impact on the game. 50 seconds on the clock, and NIP, I mean, they've been pretty good at getting the bomb plant over at the bomb site here with B, so maybe they just want to try that again. Bit of a grenade to blow open the smoke, but there's so many people on the other side. Huxi, more than he was asking for there. A bomb plant happening on the other side, and actually looking quite good here for NIP. This is not too bad. 4, 5.
This is save territory.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're going to have to go for. We've seen Huxi alone in this B bomb site time and time again. Normally good for 1 or 2 kills. This time unable to deliver. And it'll be NIP with 5 players surviving here. Finally breaking the streak. As, there's no choice but to save the weaponry. And rightly so. Sure, they have enough money to buy even if everyone went down. But the money's... it's there for a reason, and the CT economy can spiral out of control very quickly. Saving 4 weapons, giving up one of these rounds. Like I said, it's a T-sided map, not a big deal. Huxi goes down. That B-bomb site has been an interesting discussion, to be honest with you, because Huxi's found them so many rounds by going for these flanks towards top and middle, and this time NIP trying to shut down that prospect, and they certainly will. As maybe a timeout here, you can see Taz flipping down the mic. So he's got something to say, Anders.
Yeah, and I think he mentioned this in the pre-game interview, you know, like about getting up, you know, as soon as you fall, like trying to not let anything linger. So I'm sure he wants to have that presence right away.
How sick is it, by the way? We've got Taz coaching G2, Neo coaching FaZe, and Snacks playing for Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
Well, they're all here.
They're all...
Hash is watching from home, I'm sure. Bialy as well.
Yeah.
But in spirit, they're here. But this is kind of cool. All 3 players are in the building.
I think that was like, you know, this is a long time ago, but I think that was one of the big questions early on in CSGO, right? When it was like, you know, I think 13 through 15 or something.
Yeah.
Big question was, what happens to some of these players when they retire? It wasn't obvious that there was going to be a coaching job for anybody, really. Like, we just hadn't evolved to that point yet. But it's kind of great to see it that there is like a secondary career. Obviously, some people have made a lot out of it, right? Sonic's career was more in 1.6, but still, quite cool to see that it's doable. Exist was playing with Heroic for a long time, you know, coaching them to great success, so.
All right, Rez, we need some success from you as well, I'm afraid. That will do nicely. Monacy caught his pants down, didn't expect the push through the smoke. Speaking of which, Hunter with a double kill, pops it open himself. Nexus here at the scene of the crime as well. Bomb will be planted, but huge amount of damage output here from Nico as he delivers another stunning HE grenade. at.CET hasn't had the best series so far, and he's got a Molotov lineup for us at least, Anders. Won't matter, but there was an idea, a concept.
Yeah, I think they had smokes anyway, so probably wouldn't have worked out, but yeah, it kind of sucks to not get at least to try it. What a double kill for Hunter. That changed everything, right? Because the opening for Rez is so sick. The bomb plants will follow really quickly behind it. But the fact that he got the second spray down through the smoke, just instant headshot, that's devastating.
All by design as well. He pops the smoke open himself. You can see he gets that vision for a second, and that's all he needs. Truly hunting them from the dark room. A double kill is just what the doctor ordered. Next up, able to find the penultimate frag as well. Nothing could be done for S-Tag. 7-2, bomb planted, lost bonuses there. NIP still have a compelling buy. But time is of the essence. A 2-0 is looking incredibly likely here. Round number 10. Head trick, challenge towards the dark room, but that will be smoked off by the ninjas themselves.
Yeah, but another nade from inside of the bomb site. Look at how much damage that does. Lands on Alex and head trick, so they don't get the peak that they wanted, and they just get a grenade down to half health. That's devastating. Good one in return on Hunter. S-Tag not wanting to turn the corner. Honestly, does have the AWP out, so chance to see that put into play. We saw on Vertigo just what a menace it was. They never found a way to deal with Monacy on that opening map, and
certainly not. He absolutely dominated them. And I don't use that word lightly. Now, Rez had a great showing as well, but the way they got absolutely ran over on the first map, like it's kind of all for naught. He needed his teammates to join him.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, he got that ace in the pistol as well. And here we go. A chance. Looking for that mid-split, and Hooksy once again has found the timing here. They can start bolstering the defense. 30 seconds, Monacy in a prime position. As they smoke them out towards the camera room, he can focus his efforts here towards main entrance. First kill will be his, surely, and it's just an absolute massacre here. I'm not even gonna get that hyped about this one, Anders, because it just limped in towards the A side. They've shown nothing that suggests they're gonna find a single kill here. Hooksy had the same flank, the same information gathered. It was just a done deal before they even entered the bomb site.
And you know, from that camera position, they threw down the Molotov in front of the smoke. So they're pushing through the smoke into the Molotov.
Screen,
like, you can see them burning as they come out. And Monacy was on the other side. So either way, like they got completely outplayed. Like, it's so ridiculous. G2 more than a step ahead right now of NIP, I would say.
Mopping the floor with them. They're trying these defaults at the start, but they're giving nothing. And the moment they initiate some sort of execution or maneuver in towards the A bomb site, that's when Hooksy's backstabbing them and just gets all the... He wins the round every time he's doing that because he's getting all this information to allow 3 members of the G2 side and towards the A bomb site. It's just not working out. They're not applying enough pressure on these defaults to dissuade Hooksy. He needs to like cause some damage, bait out his grenades, keep him tucked away. But every time... And they've got a royal flush right now as well, Anders. 4 AK-47s and the AWP on the CT side. You don't see it too often, but it suggests the team's absolutely owning their opposition when this happens. Like, to have the AKs on the CT side is one thing, but to have nothing but AKs is quite special.
Yeah. It takes away that chance that you can win a fight on the T side by getting, you know, like, you get dinked, but you get the headshot in return, so you win anyway. Like, that's no longer an option. They're going to be quick with the kills. And they pretty much have been already anyway. S-Tag stepping right onto the grenade. Smoke in the middle, try and slow them down. But they are pushing through. They want to be quick with it here. Some spray coming in from Nico. He's not quite seen them. A little bit jump. He definitely saw that one. And he's going to be able to get rid of Config. So
Good smoke.
yeah.
Just when they thought there was some trade potential, he denies access towards the camera room. Running out of time and indeed space. NIP another 5-on-4. They've done significant damage towards Nico, but as we mentioned, he's denied them any sort of opportunity to take him down. HooXi's been spectacular this game. Like, sure, he's only got 4 kills, but the information he's garnered throughout these important rounds, like, has been second to none. You cannot take anything away from him in this game. As long as he posts a frag around like that, maybe a couple, he's done his job. As he guarantees the round by the looks of things here as well. 25 seconds, and there's 4-on-2. NIP looking at 6s and 7s. They've just got nothing left to do in this particular round. Someone, well, might have to be head trick considering he's got high HP. This has to go absolutely berserk here. And that is not the way to kick things off. But a whiffed Nexus spray gives him an opportunity. And Nico's low HP.
Yeah, but all he has to do is get one. Oh, the bomb instead. Yeah, it doesn't matter the health at that point in time. Nice flash setup for Nexa to get the kill, but he just couldn't get the spray down, unfortunately. But
yeah, it couldn't have been a better flash. Like a frag on a plate. But doesn't really matter. They deny the plant. It's the last round coming up next. This is already a done deal, courtesy of HooXi's antics toward the dark room. It's almost on for the triple there as well. As mentioned, Nico low HP, just had to deny the plant there, and they absolutely do so. Not the flashiest finish, but they'll take that all day long. Bear in mind, T-sided map, and you're finishing things off potentially 10-2 as you try and fight back with a Tech 9, a Galil, a Mac 10. They've opted some utility over the firepower here. And the flashbang over the top suggests we'll be pushing that B main position once again. NIP nowhere to be found, and that's fine. It just means the CTs can rotate once again in toward this A side of the map, and that's what they're doing right now. Oh, last chance here for NIP on the T side campaign.
yeah, it truly is. Round number 12 here.
Nice
Again,
name.
they're checking outside of the A bomb side, or B bomb side. Look at it. HooXi's kind of jiggling at the corner, kind of spotting it out. But they're a little bit faster this time in IP. Counter flash coming out, and the spray is so good. Nexa making up for the previous round. A big double for him, and a 4 versus 3 now, and they're committed to it. They know they have to try and get this bomb planted right away. It's not going to happen. It's an absolute lockdown, 10-2 at the end, Henry.
Unbelievable scenes here. It's G2 putting their best foot forward on the long road to London. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the glorious return to LAN Counter-Strike. It's day one of the Blast Premier Spring Groups 2024, and we find ourselves in the second map between G2 and NIP, the latter of which not looking too hot out there on Anubis, Anders.
That's putting it very politely, I must say, Henry.
That's all I had for you.
It's not great. It definitely isn't. A 10-2 deficit at the beginning of the second half here. NIP now going to be starting on the CT side, G2 on the T side. They are very, very close to doing this. And it's not surprising. The desk already mentioned to us, we don't really have any real data on NIP on this map. It's not a map that they play. G2, they're very good on it. So this is kind of how we would expect for the script to play out. We'll see if they can get anything done, but it's Monacy.
Oh, no.
Quick at the start, and Nico from the middle, saving his teammate. Config on a bit of a mission there.
The round's not done just yet, though. There's still an opportunity for the CTs here as they start to make their way back in towards the B bomb side. That's where two players reside, and it's HooXi that goes down first. Gives up the fact that there's a couple of players in towards Temple at least. So they get the information. Bomb to be planted. There is a kit available for Alex. He's 3 and 11 right now. If he defuses this bomb, there might be a slither of hope for NIP, but they're in a 4 versus 3 right now.
And they have the kit, but they do not have the smoke to block the bomb with.
Yes, it's a good point.
Very hard to see it, even for 5 seconds without anyone shooting you in the side of the head here. And already the battle is underway. Hunter to begin with. That's Alex with the kit, now dead. And they're just going to be relentlessly chasing the rest of the players down. S-Tag, the last to drop. And this pistol round almost confirming the victory on the map here for G2. There's really no way around it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Huge pistol victory. Didn't really come close whatsoever. Sure, they had the kit, but they'd already lost the manpower in the early stages of the round. There was a chance for Config to save the day. He was aggressive, of course.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, taken down by Nico's P250. Means the world to HooXi. A great start is just what the doctor ordered here at Spring Groups, and a great start they found. Couldn't get a much better scenario than what they have right now. You've already taken your opponent's map pick. You're playing against them on a map they don't play, and you're up 11-2. Like, in terms of the variables that could go in your favor, this is looking prime for a G2 victory.
It's hard to construct narrative in which you could believe that there's any kind of an NIP comeback happening here. Although still, even then, you would just love to see some more of the NIP individuals even show up. You know, it'd be great to see Config have a couple of sick rounds. He's got 2 kills right now. Alex got 3. I mean, S-Tag's got 3. Some of these people have just disappeared.
Yeah, it's true. They've got no choice but to force buy here. You can't recover a 12-2 match point deficit. You're going to have to hope and pray this round goes in your favor.
And they've been boot camping for a long time as far as we've heard, right? So they should be feeling a little bit more fresh than this.
I mean, it's the first game of the tournament, but as we mentioned, this new format at Blast, where we've gone from 12 teams to 16, there's no redundant games anymore. There's no 3 chances, and if you lose 2 games, that's it. You're out. You go to the lower bracket after losing this game, and I'll just check. I think it's between NAVI and Complexity. They will end up playing in Group C. Let me just double check. Yeah, so NAVI and Complexity, you'll play the loser of that game coming up soon. And still, that's NIP, the way they've played today, you'd probably put them as the... Not exactly as the favorites, but either way, we'll see if they can make anything of this particular round. Like a force buy, always difficult to deal with. They've got the CZs, Desert Eagles, and some decent positioning. They've got Alex in towards camera with a CZ. Could be difficult to flush him out. 4 players, a bit of a stack towards the A side of the map here. Flashbang's decent, but unable to capitalize upon it, really.
That stack is good, but the problem is when it's getting flanked like this, as soon as they're running up behind your defense, which is pretty much what's happening when they come out of the camera room there, it's just hard to do anything about it. Config going to go down last. A lot of damage on the 2 of the players there on the G2 side, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. They're laughing their way across the finish line here. They're having such a good time.
Yeah, this is what Counter-Strike here really is fun. When you're just winning every strategy you call in, even when you're running into the stacks. You've essentially made the wrong call there. Like, you've gone for the ace play, you've walked into the 4-man stack, but still, you barely give up a single kill. Everyone's just firing on all cylinders. And yeah, that was the force buy. And you're going to have to do the same again. Like, it's brutal right now. 10 rounds in a row for an IP just to take us to overtime on a map they don't play. It will be Scout, CZs, more the same really. S-Tag and Justifier for Mass. It's 4-13. He finished the first map 5-18 as well, so been a bit of a horror show for him to kick things off. A chance for Head Trick. He's decent with the Scout, we know that. He's had a couple of influential picks, but we need a lot more where that came from to start suggesting they can win this round and indeed this game. Behind the pillar, one player resides, that's Config. I think Hooksy potentially spotted him there. Speculative shots, trying to inflict some damage, and there he is, Config, mowed down by that MAC-10.
Another player now taking up that position. And there was a bit of a flank coming in. Yeah, there we go, long range. Hooksy not realizing they were coming up the river behind him, so 4 versus 3. A minute on the clock and a missed shot, and that's going to give them an opening just a bit. S-Tag are going to get traded right away, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 1 in favor of G2. They're going to get that kill, no problem, Henry. 13-2 as G2 just crush NIP in this best of 3.
Yeah, the new look G2, Taz at the helm, and it looks like a great performance all round. Everyone steps up as m0NESY dominating that first map. A great showing as we throw it over to the desk to break that one down.
What an absolute destruction that G2 just inflicted to NIP. Very one-sided, very clear victory. And if the first map was any indication of the differential between these two teams, any questions that was at the time open has now been closed. Holy macaroni, what a wrecked.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful performance coming out of G2. I think they were firing on all cylinders. We kind of painted the picture coming into Anubis. We didn't know what to expect from NIP. We haven't seen them play.
I preferred it at the time. I preferred what I didn't know.
Yes, exactly. And then we, of course, knew G2, one of the best teams in the world off the map of Anubis. And the way they were playing in this game, very loud, very passionate, with great focus as well. We're spending some rounds in here. You could hear the communication crystal clear, still very amped up despite leading 12-2. So in all fashion, right here, a very good performance coming out of G2 and a positive start to the year for them.
Definitely, we see the laughs in the G2 camp. The scoreboard is telling a very, very clear picture. We can very quickly mention Nexa once again having a very decent Anubis. It does feel like on that A side, on the CT side specifically, he knows how to handle a couple of these plays. But I just refuse to put too much credit into this game. I actually refuse because, and I'm going to change my tone just a little bit here, it was always clear to me that NIP was going to be the smallest and potentially most complicated team to handle here on that group. But this series gave me the feeling that it's just a matter of time until they end up being eliminated last. This is the feeling that I'm getting from this series. Now, you might tell me I'm exaggerating. You might tell me I'm getting too amped up on that win from G2. But this was a weak performance from NIP.
It's hard to find an argument against that, Matthew. I agree with you. It's so poor, it's so uninspiring that we're left with nothing positive to say when it comes to NIP. We tried, at least I tried coming into the game thinking, okay, you had a good break. We haven't seen you since the fall finals in Copenhagen. It's been a long off-season for NIP. You stuck with your lineup. You stuck with the 5-man roster we saw last time you played as well. So you must have been putting in hours, practice, and maybe trying to build that identity that we were lacking and we were questioning 3 months ago. It's just one game. It could be an off day, by all means, but it's more of the same, and it's been like this for 3 years. So yes, I lost faith 2 years ago, and I still haven't reassured that face at all.
It might just be an off day, and that's what Jacob looks like when he's on that copium. We have the bracket of the Group C, of course. That overview is coming right up. G2 is already ahead, but they are waiting for an opponent. They made minced meat out of NIP, but they're yet to find who will face them in that upper bracket final, and it is coming right after this break. NAVI versus Complexity. We'll be right back.
We're ready for a new season and we want to start this new season really well. Coming into the tournament, we have been focused on ourselves. A very good mentality right now because we just come off a very quick and easy close qualifier for the RMR. I think we can do well here. I think we have a bit of an advantage that we have been playing a few months now together as a team. Elish, the last few months, have been like top 3 player in the world. And I don't see that stopping right now. So I think he's just gonna keep going and keep steamrolling teams. At the end of last season, we dropped off a little bit, so we want to get back on the horse and show everyone what we're made of. I'm just excited to show our own team. I don't really care who we play. I think that if we are playing at the level we want to be, we can definitely win this group. But right now, I think we are very close to the best we can be.
I feel like we're more of a stable team. The chart of rising up was stable. I don't believe those teams have that. GT has been all over the place, going up and down. NIP hasn't found their footing yet. And about complexity, I feel like we could have the upper hand above them. Whatever team we face, we really feel like we could do serious damage. We'll have our unique traits. I think Bit is the most remarkable for his aim. Wonderful as well, he's been playing really well. He has been shining, he has been delivering, and not a single time have I seen him crumble under the pressure. The mood in the camp, I feel like it's going really good. Even being down 8-1, we're capable of still hyping each other up. We're becoming solidified, we're trusting ourselves, we're trusting the system, the game plan that we make. We're having better chemistry. I think the main reason why we're going to qualify is because we're better than the other teams. Not much more to say.
Welcome back to the Blast Spring Groups here in Copenhagen. This is another game opener of Group C, of course. We just witnessed G2 destroy NIP quite clearly. And our second game of the day is going to be NIP versus Complexity. We have, NAVI rather. I say NIP. They marked me for the wrong reasons.
They're going.
NAVI coming up here. We see them getting out of the van. And a team, honestly, that is quite interesting because there is a contrast between the jersey and how much experience and tenure there is behind that name, but also a whole lot of rookies under that jersey. We're talking about the likes of JL. We see Ime here on the camera shot. We have Wonderful. These are obviously players that we're hoping to see more and more over the next few months and years of Counter-Strike. They are going to be facing Complexity, which was a team on the up and up at the end of 2023. If you ask me, between Sydney and Copenhagen at the time, I think they made a case for being one of the 8th best team in the world. They'd be in the top 8. They'd be contenders for long playoffs, and they'd be making life really complicated for the best teams out there. But I will just put it out there, Jacob. The finish of the season left me wondering. The finish of the season left me wondering what the hell is going on. Why couldn't they capitalize on all of that improvement, that progression, show up, and Elisa have a great result, show up at the Challenger, which they should dominate? It's not what happened, and that left me with questions. Where is Complexity right now?
It was the inability to do well at events at a lower scale, because you're right, you said it so well. They made a case to maybe even be a top 5, top 6 team in the world. They were playing well against the best teams in the world, but when they got into the Atlanta, the Challenger, the smaller size tournament, they would also fall against teams below their own level. So is that Complexity being a team that is playing better when the opposition is better, or is that Complexity maybe running out of steam? Holzerg said it, he wasn't satisfied with it, Complexity weren't satisfied with it, but I'm not too worried because I think they played well enough for the vast majority of the past 6 months to me to be confident that this is a team that we can count on deliver good Counter-Strike.
We're looking for answers, and hopefully Elish had a couple with James.
The end of 2023 was an interesting one for you guys, right? We see early exits and events we expect you guys to do better in, and the momentum kind of fell apart. So I wanted to see, what did you guys discuss as a team going into this year?
I think the biggest thing for our team has just been raising our skill floor, because I think that everyone can see that we have a pretty decent skill ceiling, higher than a lot of people expected from our team, and that's why we got really far in the tournaments, but that's also why we've had low lows, and that's kind of like why we didn't play very well at Elisa or Atlanta, and it's also why we can bail ourselves out of unwinnable rounds, but it's also why we can lose unlosable rounds. Yeah. So I think just the gap between our skill floor and skill ceiling is just was really great, and we've just been focusing on minimizing that as much as we can.
Trying to minimize mistakes, of course. He talks about winning unwinnable situations. Their opponent, on the other hand, NAVI, just had a few of these moments in the RMR qualifiers. We're talking about crazy comebacks versus VP at the time, and I myself talked a little bit with Alexi in the gym. Actually, he told me this was hella intense, and he exchanged a few words with James about the very topic.
From a boot camp in Spain, then coming to the RMR, you go through pretty smoothly, I would say, right? The VP game was a bit back and forth, but I would say, how do you feel the preparation went to get you ready for Blast here?
We were definitely fully focused on the RMR, obviously here as well, but I think playing online after having not played online for a while, especially for Valerchik, he played, I think, 2021 maybe, the last online match.
Wow.
So we focused fully on that. I'm glad we played an amazing match against VP. But yeah, obviously we've been doing a lot of work and see how it goes here in Blast.
Now we'll look at past NAVI games that you've been in. We've seen you guys struggle when you maybe had a chance to win it, especially in maybe these closer games, but it didn't happen in that VP game you mentioned. Is this something you've worked on? Is it something that's changed?
I mean, I couldn't say that, yeah, we worked on us coming back or something like this. I just think it's the fact that we have a lot of repetitions under our belts. We trust some of the things we do with high confidence, even though the game might be trialing that we might be on the back foot. But to be honest, if you give that type of a lead to any team on RMR 12, we could easily lose those games, especially if we don't win the pistol on the other half. So obviously we focus now on a couple of days to try not to make the same mistakes and try to start the game a bit sooner rather than like 9-1 or 8-1.
That's definitely key for success. Now, I want to touch on the fact that you're playing Complexity here, and they were a team that you were massively upset about losing against when it came to the full finals. How much more do you feel improved as NAVI going into this match compared to when you faced them last?
I mean, to be honest, I think we improved quite a bit, but at the same time, it went all the way to the third map, and we ended up losing like a 2-on-5 that really haunted us. But regardless, they played pretty well. We played pretty well on that match, and it could have went either ways. I just think that right now, we just need to go out guns blazing into the first map, see how it goes, and go from there.
Hit the ground running is what Alexi is hoping to see for his team. And I'm going to come to you, Jacob, about what kind of improvements would you like to see from NAVI coming off of this break? Right? We knew they went through this incredible change going from being CIS International, and then Simple's announced he's going to take a step back. You have to bring in Wonderful. We had to give them time. There's been a little bit of time.
Sure.
What else better would you like to see from NAVI now?
I think the foundation they've built so far under Alexi and with the coach as well and Blade, I think it's been progressing well. I think after each tournament we've been positive. We've been talking about them trending upwards. The one question mark we always had is there enough skill within NAVI? Do they have this star player like they used to with Simple and Electronic who could carry them in games where the foundation perhaps weren't great enough in order to win the games? So I'm still yet to see the Emma from, the Paris Major. I'm still yet to see the Wonderful, completely banging through the server and being the difference maker. I need that star performance coming in from someone who can consistently deliver numbers on the server. And if they can find that player within the current lineup, I think the foundation of what NAVI have done so far has been steady but solid progress.
It's a twofold work, of course. You have to establish your philosophy of game, and we know Alexi can do that, but you also have to mentor and sort of tutor these future superstars of tomorrow. I agree with you, Jacob. And as I speak about superstars, it is only apt that I introduce my good old friends, Henry G and Anders. It's over to you, my friends. Have a good time.
Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Yes, indeed, Anders. Group C continues here. NAVI versus Complexity. Winner, of course, goes on to play G2. Loser will go down to the lower bracket to play NIP, where it's all on the line here. Who have you got as the favorites? Complexity had a great start at CS2, but certainly dropping off as the tournaments have evolved.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to call. I mean, I would have to go for NAVI on this one. I think the GGBet odds as well were kind of showing that the NAVI were slightly favorites in that sense. But I feel like they have a good, solid core here. But I share some of the concerns, obviously, with that were happening on the desk, right? People saying, well, where are the superstars at? Like we know Wonderful could be really sick.
Yeah.
Emma supposed to be there, but every once in a while it's lacking a little bit. But I mean, I trust the core of it, and I like what Alexi's been working on.
Yeah, well, they ran the gauntlet of the online qualifiers for the RMR, managed to get through that one, and that means their calendar is now stacked going forward. It all starts here, though, in 2024 on LAN at least. Difficult opponents in the face of Complexity. Bear in mind, it's Overpass kicked things off as well. Kind of a specialty map for Complexity over the years, but their form has not been fantastic. We heard from Alige that he feels that their floor is too low. They need to raise that because the ceiling's very high. Like when they're firing on all cylinders and they look like the team's working, it's players like JT, names you wouldn't necessarily rely on, that step up and go above and beyond for this squad. They're going to need everyone here to step up, especially the man in the screen there, Horzerk, up against Wonderful. I think that's going to be a tantalizing battle, to say the very least.
Yeah, for me, I feel like I'm just continuously underestimating this Complexity lineup. I don't know what it is, but every time I'm like, I don't know. And every time they actually play better than I was expecting. So hopefully that's going to be the case today. They have a bit of a task ahead of them.
Yeah, shout out to Floppy as well. When he's having a good performance, he can be one of the best riflers in the game. It's rare we see it, but when it comes online, it's a sight to behold. Ladies and gentlemen, your second match here at Spring Groups 2024. It's NAVI taking on Complexity. It will be the T-side start for the North Americans here. It's their map pick, and they've got a single smoke and a flashbang. You'd assume a P250, yes indeed, in the hands of Alige. And, well, he's made it known very early on that he's here at the frag.
Yeah, they hardly get out of spawn before he's found a headshot. That's the start that you were looking for. Emma knocked out cold at the beginning of this one. Double setup towards the connector, though, with the dualies as well. Could be very hard to fight. I mean, you have to get a little bit close in here. You could see Grim hiding in the corner. JL slowly but surely trying to get close, but he was in range of the Glock instead, and now he's going to be dead. So 3 versus 5, and a very, very measured approach. That's also the defuse kit, I think, down on the ground. So couple of mishaps here for Navi all around.
Round's not over just yet, though. Wonderful could provide some assistance, but it's Alige with his second frag, now down to bits. The Juli's a perfect weapon for the job, but unable to capitalize upon it. 5 versus 1, very clean start here for Complexity. Smoke goes down as well for good measure. They're not rushing anything here. Not going to take anything for granted, as they will complete the clean streak, as it is going to be all 5 players surviving there. It's Alige to open things up, get himself a couple of frags of that P250, and didn't even really have to execute a strategy. The kills just came towards them, and piece by piece, they win the round. It's how it all started, though. An ambitious Imma gets his clock cleaned very early on there, and it's Alige that continues to dominate with his P250, 3 in total, as it's Complexity running away with the T-side pistol. Not a single frag garnered on the CT side, leads them to a full eco in round number 2.
Yeah, but a good mix, I would say, for Complexity. Aggression when they needed to be aggressive. They slowed down the game when they needed to.
Yeah.
Just, everything that you'd really like to see.
That's a beautiful thing. Surely nothing to be said about this round, but in CS2, there is something about these full USP rounds that always makes it a little bit more problematic than we anticipate.
I like the setup. I wish they had a flashbang to kind of initiate this fight with on the CT side, but they are in a position where they could get, if the fight lasts a couple of seconds more, the flank could be coming in from long, although I think that's being held. Yeah, Horzerk ready. They know that JL is out here, so it's a question of time, and they didn't really do almost any damage at all. So, great work.
Very good work. Smiles all round. They are yet to drop a kill. That's another clean sweep, Anders. So 2 rounds in. No one dropped so far on the Complexity side, but that full eco suggests they'll be buying up in the 3rd round here. There'll be a basic buy with M4s, maybe an SMG in the mix for utility. Opting for the FAMAS instead. That'll be Bit and Alexi B. 3 M4A1Ss otherwise. So, important round here. Not really so much of a bonus situation, but there are Galils in the mix here for Complexity, and there's no helmets really in sight at all, so those Galils are extra potent. Very difficult round for Navi to try and pick up here.
Lige is already out hunting. He's already looking for something. Just walking the whole way. Finally a flashbang throwing, but he gets quite close to the action before anyone even knows that he was going to be there. I think he walked through the smoke as well, so could have been a deadly move if anyone had been on the other side ready to receive. The CT is quite far back. 3 of them at the B-bomb site, and 2 of them hanging out at A. No real control of the restrooms either for Navi. Oh, what a way to open up Grim. Headshot from the Galil to take down JL.
Yeah, a lack of helmet.
Yeah.
You can see it being a problem already. That one, not so much of an issue. That's just a clean headshot from Alige with the AK-47. 5 versus 3. Navi starting to shrink here.
They might just say
Yet
this.
to find a kill. And we're in round 3. Another clean sweep on the cards here. Complexity. Look like they've got this one all tied up. All 3 players for NAVI remain in the B bomb site. A save will have to be called as we'll see them enter towards A. The bomb's there on the back of JT, so I can't imagine a world where this one goes awry. They're still making sure they dot their I's, cross their T's. 100% confirmation the bomb site is clear, and indeed the round is theirs.
What a bizarre start to a game. These
Yeah,
guys
right?
Getting no kills whatsoever. See if they get one of the fading moments of this round at the very least. Just somebody do something.
Yeah, it's not the start they were looking for, that's for sure. Complexity known to be masters of overpass. I think their clean record might be up for debate here. Floppy trolls towards T-spawn, doesn't overstep the mark though. Oh, he hears a footstep, so he knows they're in this position. There will be the first CT kill here at the very least, Anders. He says, there it is.
There we go. All right. It's a slow start, but you know what? It's early days. Complexity, they will be celebrating though. Oh, there's no one more. All right, they're adding to it now. They're getting a little bit more.
There we go.
Still 3-0 for Complexity. Very solid to begin with here.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much more. It was that initial kill in the Galil, Elige out towards long, pixel perfect precision. Like we said, no helmet. Like, if he has one there, he certainly survives that duel. He'll get away with low HP, but nothing you can do about that engagement towards long.
I love the fact that Grim has adopted the Elige hairstyle. Who's the next to fall on that team? Someone has to.
I think they all do it. The bold buff,
yeah,
it's a real thing.
It'd be sick.
We all know it. Maybe not Horzuk though. His hair is it's iconic.
He's a fashion icon in that sense. That actually would be a shame.
That would be like his identity.
Yeah,
removed.
but he'll stand out even more if the rest of them do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
true.
You know, so. Okay, well, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, a couple of saved rifles, bear in mind. So not all is lost here in round number 4. NAVI certainly in the back foot though. Grenades deployed towards the barrels. Not too much damage, just tickling the toes there a bit. And maybe a little bit more utility deployed here. Oh, nice idea on the boost. Alexi B unable to convert the shots. Grim certainly is, though, as they continue their probe in towards the B bomb site. JL recovers the Galil at the very least. He's got Kevlar to go with it, but looking for his first kill of this CT outing on overpass.
When he splashed into it, it's a big opportunity. I can't believe he didn't get that one. Grim somehow survives, gets the headshot on JL instead. And it's 5 versus 3. And even in spite of the saved rifles here, I don't think NAVI can be able to do too much right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Bit to see it with the Deagle, but once he re-peeks, he was just checking for it, but he re-peeks into 3 people that are waiting for him. And it's Grim finding another one. 3 in this one. They're having such a great beginning.
On the T side as well. You couldn't really ask for much more than this. Another clean sweep, and it's all 5 players surviving. I'm getting bored of saying the word clean sweep. But it keeps happening, so what can I do?
Yeah. We're locked in here with NAVI. When are they going to play the game? That's the big question right now.
Well,
Will they at all?
They'll be saving the M4, but even that's up for debate right now. Horzuk looks like he had a guaranteed frag. Elige will find the trade at the very least. Wonderful. Yeah, nice work. Hold on to the M4 at the very least here. It means he can buy the AWP next round, especially if he saves his Kevlar. He's almost certainly going to be doing that. They need the AWP. The star player that replaced Simple, of course. Enormous boots to fill, but he might be the man for the job.
Yeah, he definitely has some really exceptional moments, but you're right. I mean, stepping into Simple shoes, I don't think anyone's really equipped to do that, so let it take a moment. Hopefully that's not something that's on his mind too much. Maybe it was right at the beginning, but
I think he even said in early interviews is like, don't compare me to Simple.
Yeah.
So we're going to, but it's nice to say. I understand where he's coming from, the different players, but he uses the same sensitivity. He's from Ukraine, and he's an AWPer as well, and you're in NAVI. You're going to get compared to Simple. It's going to happen.
JL almost throwing his mouse around there, which is actually my mouse.
Oh, is he still using the Anders edition?
Yeah, I think so. He stole it at one event.
At Abu Dhabi, right?
Yeah. So, still got it.
Hasn't worked out too well from this game, throwing the mouse around.
it worked in Abu Dhabi. I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna if they win, I'm gonna take the credit. You know, I feel like I'm invested into it in that sense. You know,
they still can win. Very early days here. Not the great start, of course, as the aforementioned Anders addition mouse there, which JL had to borrow from him after his didn't arrive in Abu Dhabi. But
hardware issues, you know. Gotta be careful.
AWP is mentioned in the hands of Wonderful, but the woes continue for Na'Vi. Floppy, a spam through the smoke leads him to the first kill. Bit 0 and 5, the B bomb site under a lot of scrutiny right now as their luck here continues to fall apart. What's the next maneuver on the CT side? Imma takes matters into his own hands, but leads into his own demise. Oh no, Wonderful.
If he would have pulled the trigger, I think he would have had it right away. But he was flashed and he decided to pull back instead of shooting the gun. And, you know, hard call to make it that one. It might just be another clean sweep, Henry. I know you don't want to say it, but...
Not again. We can't do it again.
Not again. This is absolutely ridiculous. They have 4 kills, 5 now in total on the Na'Vi side. And we're in the 5th round.
I mean, this retake's possible. Would you go for it, though? Probably not.
It's risking it.
It's a 4-on-2.
They can't even escape either. They're getting flanked down here from Floppy, so either way, you're probably not going to be doing a lot in this round.
Yeah, Floppy's on the hunt, that's for sure. Looks to have a solid understanding of the situation. Locking them in towards CT spawn. They're slowly but surely making their way in towards the Lion's Den. Grim to take the aggro, but they have no idea Floppy's on this side, and he gets the double kill. JL would have gone down to the bomb regardless. So yeah, great maneuvers from Complexity once again. Just running the defaults, finding the frags, get the advantage, or just spamming a player through the smoke at the start of the round is how the last one fell for Na'Vi. It was Bit that saw no one and met his early demise towards the monster tunnel. Yeah, this one now is... The alarm bells are going off at this stage. You've got maximum loss bonus, of course, but on the CT side only gets you so far. It's not like you can bring out Galils and some Kevlar and go for it. You're down to pistols. Bit of an M4 situation for JL. See if he can do anything with this one. They desperately need a round. This might not be the time they come online, though. Scout for Wonderful. On the flower beds here, an iconic position of years gone by.
There used to be a point in time where every single Guardian game, you could find him in this one.
True.
For me, that's how I associate it.
And they had to start boosting in this party position to try and lock him down, remember? They'd actually boost like a 3-man stack here in the corner and take him down for that position, yeah.
Yeah, it was sick. I can't believe, more than anything for Na'Vi, never mind the Complexity are having a great start, like more credit to them, it's sick what they're doing. But where are some of the individuals for Na'Vi? Like, surely one of these players has the strength to say, okay, you know what, at least I'm going to have a couple of good rounds here where we get like a double or a triple kill. Even if we don't win the round, just to show, you know?
And as they can still tie up the half. I'm going to give them some time. It's certainly not the way they wanted to kick things off here, but we've seen so many massive leads thrown away here. And Complexity are not exactly amazing form right now. They've had some really questionable performances, especially in North America, losing to teams they shouldn't have done. And JL, double kill, making that rifle work. Is this the first round for Na'Vi? Time will tell. Significant damage inflicted towards Floppy and Elige here. Orb shot slips by the wayside, and now there is an opportunity here.
Yeah, there is, though. Good shooting for Floppy, though. Catching player coming out of the smoke and Wonderful. And actually trying to get close, and actually he'll find a shot. He nearly gets a double, and it's a 1 versus 1. No bomb plant, 13 seconds. Holzerk, he's got the AWP out. It's risky. Imma right down there, and I think he's been spotted. Holzerk knows time is running low. 5 seconds. He has to get this kill right here.
No!
No! That's how Na'Vi get on the board.
Oh, so frustrating for Holzerk there. He gets all the information he needs with 5 seconds. He doesn't have time to work with there. Has to go for the high-risk maneuver of peeking the ramp itself. Go for the quick scope. If he nails it, he looks like a genius. It narrowly misses, and it's JL's contributions from short with the Hero M4 that actually saved the day here. A couple of kills on that Desert Eagle. Holzerk, 1 versus 1, knew exactly where the final player was, but Imma coming out on top of the Desert Eagle. It's the first round for Na'Vi. Holzerk knows that's a big moment. They can even win the half at this stage, Navi. They can come back and get a 7-5 scoreline. It's never done in CS2. Doesn't matter how large the scoreline is, things can fall apart very quickly. As we see the next interaction here towards the connector, it's Alexi B playing on the front foot. Floppy, same story as Grim. Spots one, Floppy goes down with nothing.
Yeah, Grim's taken a lot of damage for that little mission. Was close, but wasn't able to quite get the kill. Also,
oh my!
It's anything but perfect. He'll get taken down at range. That M4, a lot easier to control. Like you said, could still be a 1/2. What a surprise that would be. Navi wake up and manage to do it. Nice shot from Grim. That's so impressive. Takes down Imma. Still a long road ahead of the rest of Complexity here. Is there a man down? And down to about 50 seconds on top of that. Wonderful. He's got the AWP. No longer the scout on him. Oh, Elige.
Okay.
Jumping up to take down Alexi. My God.
Just when it looked like they were out of the round. A chance of momentum here for Navi. It's wonderful. Pinned in the bathroom position. He manages to get himself a double kill, maintaining that advantage. And it will be JR to close things out here. 2 in a row for Navi. After winning with a partial buy, the Hero M4, it's wonderful with his first decent sequence in this first map of the best of 3. It's the opening game of Group C, bear in mind. As we see Bit finally having a bit of impact there as well. Some nice shots coming in from Complexity, but it's wonderful. The steals the show. This second kill pretty much guaranteed the round. They had a chance at the quick scope on the third. Left the team in a 2 versus 1, which are able to convert here. Money really starting to be chipped away at this stage, and as we can see, Galil and a MAC-10 surrounded by 3 AK-47s. The reserves are low. Navi on their feet. This is the round that really gets them back into it. Decent Molotov, though. Dissuades wonderful from the pick towards Connector.
They're going to be careful as well, Navi, right? They did lose quite a few players in the previous round. They can't afford to actually lose a round already, so they kind of need to keep it up here, but yeah, the pressure is on all sides. Double stack down towards the B bomb site. Third player in Alexi's kind of close by. He can certainly flash and help out. Wonderful. Flashed off the corner, speaking of which. He's back for it. He really is close to getting that one. And sticks around to kill Grim.
He's very good at those sort of picks, knowing when he can be a little bit aggressive at this stage. Calculated aggression, though. And getting that first frag, he's still got a positional control to fall back, maintain the advantage they found. It's a 5-on-4 for now. Smoke's down as well. Lots of footsteps, though. Risky, as Elige might try and help himself to the next kill, pushing through this smoke. Thinks better of it, though. Takes the info. And with 40 seconds remaining, what is the final commitment here? We've got 3 players over towards B. Elige holding the extremities, is trying to hold these CTs in position. And it's Floppy to lead the charge, trying to crack open this B bomb site.
Yeah, Bit in a good position here. Headshot to take down Floppy, but the MAC-10 also doing a little bit of work. He needs one more, and he can't find it. Maybe they could have picked up the bomb after it. Elige, must have been very hard for him to fight. I think he wanted to go through, like you hear someone jumping on the other side, but
yeah,
didn't pull the trigger on it. So, Navi finding a 3rd round.
There certainly are. That's 3 in a row as well. 3 players surviving all the 3s, as Elige will have to hold on in towards that playground position. Navi, though, have arrived in this best of 3. Money will start to rack up. Not sure if they recovered the AWP, but time will tell. Certainly got some AK-47s in their arsenal now, and this is where wonderful. Like I said, it's nice position there. Doesn't quite overextend and gets himself out of there. Clean finish towards the speed bomb site. And bear in mind that we know the reserves were low for Complexity entering this round. They had a Galil and a MAC-10, 3 AKs otherwise. Should be a partial buy at this stage, because they are getting at least the loss bonus. They're going to go for the force buy, Anders. All right. Don't hate it. If it works out, job's a good one, but we'll see if they can at least get the bomb planted here. JL doesn't seem to think so. Great opening frag. Takes the aggro for Imma, who swings around in that connector position. Beautiful synergy there.
Yeah, it was. You could tell how distracted Grim was.
Yeah.
Second play, he's not quite sure what's going on.
Really nice comms. They blow open the door. JL's there ready for the players crossing up towards the steps and connector. Nails the first headshot, allowing Imma to swing around for a free kill. Now, the job's already been done. JL knows it as well. Gets a bit of info towards short. They just want to hold on to this 5-on-3. They're very healthy right now. Bleed that clock out. As you can see, Anders, there's barely any utility remaining. 1 smoke and a couple of flashes. You can't really flush them out. as there will be bits to pretty much confirm the round. I say pretty much with bated breath because there's always a chance you get a bit carried away, but it will be JL. That's a nice little spray down there. Blow for blow, leaves Hulzerk in a 3-on-1. Oh, God. That grenade stings. A very, very small chance he can do anything with this one. If he gets the bomb down, I'll be impressed. Yeah. There it is. Alexi B will find him 4 rounds in a row. Remember, there's a 5-0 deficit, and they are recovering. They can still win the half.
Yeah, and you even at 5-2, you did warn us, Henry. You did say, you know, don't take anything for granted here. It's CS2. There's a lot that can still go wrong.
Yeah. And it's starting to become very clear the complexity are not out of the woods just yet. They might need a tactical timeout at this stage. They seem... I'm not going to take it. That was the force mine in the previous round. So Deagles, P250s, Tech 9s. No Hero AK to be spotted here. And wonderful. Posts up in towards the bathrooms, looking towards that playground position. And hearing those Desert Eagles ring out early on, they're realizing now that we probably don't need to be on the very front lines.
Yeah.
That's
Put some distance.
Exactly.
You don't really do, and especially because one thing is that the pistols can run you down. Another thing is just you don't want to lose the rifle for them to pick it up. So either way, it's better to, if you are going to go down, to die a little bit further back on the map, making it hard for the T side. So yeah, everything lined up right now for Navi to win a 5th in a row. Starting to get some of the individuals into play. Yeah, what a slow start for them. I mean, incredibly slow for Navi. But not necessarily to the point where they can't recover it. I guess that's really worth thinking about.
Quick shot, rattles off. Wonderful's AWP doesn't connect this time, though. Just try to bleed out everything you can at this point. Make the CTs uncomfortable. They don't feel like they're operating with no grenades to defend an entire bomb site. You can see that coming to effect right now. Imma, desperate for a bit of info. Spots him towards the bathroom. The flashback doesn't quite catch him, but he does find JT. Good trade coming through, though, and the AWP can't commit to this one, Anders. There's a definite plan coming through, and a fighting chance they can win this round.
And especially with the recovered AK. What a disaster it would be for Navi if they ended up giving up this one of all the rounds. I mean, this would really sting for them. I have no question about it. Grim set up nicely towards the bank on the one side. If they walk right into it, they might get a free shot. There we go. JL goes down next. A 4 versus 3. Where's that retake coming from? Navi. Grim absolutely locking him out of it. The other one is an AWP trying to retake. It's not going to happen here. Wonderful. Will have to be sent packing. Good shot onto Elige, but the round has been lost. Complexity with 1 kill on the bomb plant. They steal the AK and they let loose Grim, and it's been absolutely amazing. He gets 3 kills at the end, Grim.
Yeah, great work there from Grim. Invaluable contributions after giving up 5 rounds in a row, potentially. They managed to pull their socks up and win with the Tech 9s, the P250s. All started this moment here. Imma commits to the spray. They're much closer. You can see that synergy we spoke of before, not really working in tandem. The AWP was falling back. AK was swinging. There was no backup to speak of whatsoever. They spotted the gap and they exploited it. Bomb goes down and Grim absolutely destroys them with the recovered AK-47. It's actually sabotaged the finances here of Na'Vi. They're going to have to take an eco. Imma with the M4. USP's pretty much otherwise, as we are boosting up. Looking over towards shorts. JL with an opportunity here. Floppy beneath him, but no visual cues just yet.
This would have definitely been the round to try the jumping MP9, you know. So personally, I find it an abhorrent tactic, but it is pretty effective.
Every time we commentated, Anders, it seems to work.
Yeah, it's disgusting, but, you know, might as well. You need a trick right now. Boost. Okay, Floppy did actually jump for the grenade throw, so there might have been a chance to find him. Yeah, the finances for Na'Vi. How did we get here? That's very wishful thinking.
Well, it works out in the end. JL will find him.
Come on.
Through the wooden boards as he was trying to retreat towards that connector position. This is the eco. They've still got the M4 in the hands of Imma. A 5-on-4 advantage. Wonderful in no man's land, though. And he will be punished. JT will find him. AK-47 shot to the dome. Another boost being established here. It's a very potent one. This position always seems to deliver multiple kills. There's the first. Still holds on to it. And there's the second as well.
huge, isn't it? Emma with the double. Oh! It's Jail. He was flashed as well. All right, Navi, bring it back a little bit in a round that he probably should have no business getting into at all, but that is a huge turnaround.
Yeah, so many boosts deployed there. You've got to bring out the novel ideas in those sort of scenarios. They boosted towards short, eventually took down Floppy with the wall bang through the wooden boards. This is where it all began. Once they got that kill, it funnels them in towards A. And like I said, this boost, it's always spectacular. You always seem to get a double kill out of it. Beautiful drive-by from JL as well to secure the round. And that is a really disappointing round for Complexity to give up here. We go into the final round of this first half. Back and forth we go with the finances, Anders. They were 5-0 up. We said 6-6 would still be possible, and it's a B rush to try and seal the deal here for Complexity.
Yeah, it is a classic, but unfortunately for them, Pit is standing guard on the bomb side. 2 big kills for him to begin with. And a Molotov on top to try and slow down any potential bomb plant here. Grim and Floppy, they've both been playing very well, so there is a chance. But the game has been slowed down. The smokes are going to be fading soon. Grim trying to fake it out to try and dodge the grenades, but almost getting shot at the back. I can't believe he's still alive. Grenade in the corner and an absolute nuclear bomb on top of Floppy. He's dead, and the game is tied 6-6.
And now Boomich.
Here comes the boom.
Come on.
Here goes the boom.
You got all the money you need.
Here comes the boom.
All in on black. Black and yellow. You'd have to clear this close corner. Oh, the player just slipped down the ladder, man. That's unfair. Does this actually make things better for him? He's got a kit and he has a smoke.
You just come back up after.
He has a kit and he has a smoke, and Olaf has to leave. Now he's going to make a bunch of noise. He's going to get that kill. He's going to put the smoke on top of bomb, and no, not like this. You are kidding me. Navi finish like this? Unbelievable.
Really can't do much about it. Too far away and in a 1 versus 3. Even if they have some money in the bank, this feels like it is not worth going for. You have a pretty good buffer. The one thing that could ruin this lead for Imperial is if they run out of money on the CT side. That's what's keeping this very winnable for them. And he's going to stick around just looking for exits, which is fine.
Yeah. Just trying to see if he's gifted anything here. Because inflicting damage is... Okay, wait a second.
No way.
No.
Flashing his way through the Molotov as well. Either way, he could do some real damage because the blast radius on this bomb is massive. So Cadian and Yappy probably want to leave as quick as they can. This is scary.
He has a kit.
He might run straight for it. The smoke is up. Vinny, has he found a way? Has he done the impossible? 1 more second left and Cadian can't get him. Oh my
No way! Yes! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's Counter-Strike.
Safe's gonna plant that bomb. Ooh.
Yes. Oh. Wait. Yes.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Yes,
Oh my
Swisher.
god. He doesn't have the kit.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're all gone.
They're so far away. Oh, just get on it.
Come on, brother.
Come on, just read it.
At the very least, Swisher, win this round.
Oh, he thinks there's got to be one
Look
close.
how far they are.
They're
Stick
so
it.
damn
Swisher, stick
far
it.
away. It's
Do
fine.
it.
Please.
Embarrass them.
Swisher, 10 seconds. Stick.
N-A.
He's on it.
Oh, he's
There's
got
no
it.
chance. Look at this map, baby.
Let's go.
Remember this round, Furia. Remember this round.
Swisher, a highlight of a lifetime.
B4.
Let's go.
Phelps with no kit. VSM doesn't have one either.
Yeah, the question for Phelps is how does he even get out? I mean, he slotted himself into quad. He has an opportunity to find some frags at the very least, assuming he's going to do that. Oh, there's a kit. No, no way.
Yes,
this
Maui.
is happening.
You're saying
no
no,
way.
but we want
this
it.
can't happen. They can't
No,
happen
we
like
want
this.
it.
This can't really be happening. No way. Oh no, it really just happened like that. It doesn't matter how many picks EG finds. They find a way to lose in this one. Phelps sneaking in. People have called that spot ninja for so long.
A highlight of blunders there, Anders. Some fond memories there of the ninja defuses. None of those antics in this game, but certainly some interesting moments. It was Complexity up 5-0 to kick things off here on Overpass. All of a sudden, though, Navi arrived in this best of 3 on their opponent's pick, and they actually do a great job, a significant comeback as they tie things up. We go 6-6. It's anyone's game. It's wide open here as now Complexity switch over to the CT side, and they've got double jeweler leads here. 7 guns on the pistol pistol. Doesn't seem fair. We'll see what they can make of it as Imap tries to do his best to lead impression towards middle.
A weird first half. Hard to really summarize, but whoever wins this pistol round could be on for a bit of a run. Elige moving forward. This is real dangerous on the other side. Wonderful was ready and waiting for him, but nobody goes down yet. Bomb dropped further back towards T-spawn, so suggesting Navi not quite made up their minds yet.
Yeah, just want to get some initial control of the map. It all starts here, and they've done very well. It's Bits with a stunning headshot there. Horza can't do anything with the dualies. He's alone in towards that connector, and it's an early 5-on-4. Like he said, the bomb was in T-spawn, but it's been scooped up now. It's on the back of Wonderful. They still have smoke, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. So they can smoke towards Graffiti. They can Molotov the barrels, double flashbang in Anders, but they do have to break past Floppy first. Grim waits behind the pillar, and slowly but surely, here comes that utility.
Oh, swinging wide with the dualies, but he's not hitting many shots at the moment, and he will be traded right away. Bit with the stolen dualies from the connector, hitting a strong headshot, and I think JT back here locked out. They know where he is. They're fighting him, but they don't really have to.
Sure.
Just maybe leave him alone for another 10 seconds, and everything is going to be absolutely fine here.
Yeah.
I think that's what they've called now. They've realized, yeah, it's not worth it.
Bear in mind as well, you can assume it's JT that dropped those dualies, so he's got no Kevlar to speak of as well. Gets himself a couple of frags, at least that's money. You get $300 per kill, of course, and he's got nothing to save. So even running away from the explosion does nothing for him. Might as well see if he can find another frag here, steal one away. Anything will do. He knows it as well, but there's no way to really do anything with this one. Oh, okay, that's another $300, Anders. They're going to force buy the next round. That might be important. Yeah. It might have significant knock-on effect if he can somehow bring out a FAMAS. If they're going to force buy, that is. Maybe there's something to be said. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think they necessarily will, but if today's anything to go by, when we saw G2 play NIP earlier on the CT side, they were force buying this second round each and every time. Maybe this will persuade them to give it a go, but it was Bits to open things up, and then the dualies of Floppy could only good for one. Bit recovers those, and there it is, the force buy, JT FAMAS. So those kills are going to have a knock-on effect. If they win this round, it's because he went for that third kill.
Well, they get this tag, heavy tag onto Alexi at the start.
You can see it's the exact money for Kevlar and the FAMAS.
Yeah.
You needed that third frag to even make this a possibility. So very interesting little nuanced detail there. Good damage to Alexi B. And a difficult round here. I would say it's pretty equal now, considering Alexi B's been tagged. If they can win this round, they're right back into it. 7-7. But back towards B we go for now. 4 players starting to edge their way over. Still got the majority of their smokes. Molotov for the barrels as well. It's such a difficult position to flush out these wooden boards.
Yeah, Navi don't really know what they're walking into. They don't have enough information on the map to realize that it could be a 4-man stack down here. They just don't know. Flash goes right over, and that's a great clear up. The MP7 to start with.
The Alexi B flash saves the day. Couldn't have been more effective if he tried. And it leads them to a pretty convincing round finish here. It was definitely up in the air at one point when the tag came through, but Alexi B holds his nerve, coordinates the troops. Back into the B side, the contact play of a single flashbang is a thing of beauty. That's Horzak and JT. No choice, I'm afraid. Hold on to the little you have, which is a scout. The aforementioned FAMAS, which didn't really have much impact, I'm afraid. And a smoke to boot as well.
Yeah, this is, I mean, for the second half, Navi are going to be celebrating this. Like we said, it was an unbelievably slow start for them to overpass, right? They lost the first 5 rounds in a row, got almost no kills whatsoever. I think in the 5th round, they had 5 kills as a team entirely. So not exactly what you'd want to see out of a Navi team, but yeah, they made up for it now. Starting to get in the groove of things, and now they're in the lead, 8-6. So starting to look a little bit more respectable at the moment. Blade towering over them, behind them. I'm sure that he is going to have some harsh words at some point about the beginning here, but right now, focus is on. Alexi's having a good time. All right.
It wasn't a great start, 0-5 down, but smiles all round now. 8-6. You know you're up against potential eco here, but bear in mind they did save a little. Maybe they can do a lot. Up against the SMGs, JL with the T-side MP7. Mac 10 for bit otherwise. As they wait for any initial CT pushes, and one is coming towards short. Elige at least probing the position, peeked out the smoke, didn't see anyone. And it's a bit of a beast stack here as well. JT with that famous boosted up and short. Thinks better of it. Silent dismounts, and back towards A they will head. Which seems to be the correct call, but not a certainty that NAVI will finish this side of the map. Bear in mind the bomb's still down in T-spawn. But the Scout and the FAMAS, both here on A. If a couple of tags can be found, it could set up these pistols. A bit of a spray down here. Like we said, this boost we saw in the first half always seems good for a couple of kills. Bomb has been recovered. 50 seconds remaining. Now, one decent flashbang can disrupt the boost. They know the Scouts on this side of the map. They're hoping a rotation back towards B will come through, but it's Complexity holding on to their strong positions here. Down to Halzak. Needs to find a couple of tags here. Ideally a headshot. First port of call will be wonderful towards long.
Oh, but this is getting very awkward, isn't it? Look at the time. 25 seconds, Henry. I'm starting to get a bit nervous. On behalf of NAVI, they could be walking into a real big issue, or simply running out of time here could be the thing, but they clear out the boost. It's a start at least, and Grim is up next. My God, they've cleared it out quickly. I was getting nervous, but still 10 seconds here. The Scout surely going to be knocked out. And look at it. I mean, there was a chance even right at the end. He could have landed that shot and won the round.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too excited there, because if Floppy somehow hits that headshot with 4 seconds on the clock there was a chance that bomb doesn't get planted. A slither of hope. Still a scary moment there for NAVI, but they managed to course correct and pick up the round. No problem. In the end there, certainly a little bit uncomfortable, but now starting to stretch their legs here. 9-6 on their opponent's pick. I'll say it one more time for the people at the back. Complexity were up 5-0. They picked up a single round since then. NAVI with a great start here in the second half. You can see this is a bonus round kind of personified as we see Galil's an MP7, a wonderful AWP. If they win this round, yeah, it's GG if you ask me, but it's Elige for that first frag. Just what they needed.
Oh, there we go. Just as Halzak picks up the second one onto Wonderful. 5-on-3. They absolutely need this one. Like you said, it could be game over for Complexity if they end up losing this one, but they're doing a fine job to begin with. JT unfortunately does get caught, so it isn't maybe quite done yet. Bomb headed or hanging around right outside of the restrooms. Plenty of time for NAVI to try and make up their minds, and obviously still could be a secondary goal of just trying to do a little bit more damage to the CT side economy. They have no cash to work with really on the Complexity side. Flashed out. Halzak unable to get the flick, the kind of flick that I would expect for him to hit. He is a really proficient AWPer.
Oh, absolutely true. 9 kills so far, but on the CT side is where he can do his best work. Alexi B not known to be a sniper. Narrowly misses out on that first interaction. Floppy certainly doesn't. That should be round guaranteed here. 30 seconds and a 4 versus 2. He does spot another one there, and yeah, really well played from Flop Dogger as managed to tie things up 7-7. Bear in mind though, Anders, this was the bonus round I illustrated before. They had MP7s, 3 Galils, and an AWP. So there will be a buy going forward here. But the Complexity needed to win that round, and they deliver on all fronts. Nice work from Elige, and especially Floppy to close things out there towards a connector. JL's not happy about it. And this is the double spray down to confirm the round in the end. So a timeout from Blade. Second one used for NAVI.
He really has such a commanding presence, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
You can just tell. Great stuff.
He's a no-nonsense man.
Yeah, he really is.
There'll be no hugs, there'll be no fist bumps until the job is done. No massages, that's for sure.
Absolutely not.
Zero massages.
That's a comfort of life that Blade just doesn't need, you know? Well, this is turning into a weird game now. Still a chance for Complexity to try and make good on the promise that they had in the first 5 rounds. Like, all right, this is it. This is sick. But that's it's kind of disappeared since.
And as we mentioned, economy strong for NAVI, but this will cost them the majority of their gold. Grenades exchange once again, this time towards the playground. No touchdown just yet, but a lot of positional control granted for the CTs here. It's Grim pushing out the way towards short, checking out the tunnel itself. And bit, you can see they've got nothing in terms of information this side of the map, as they have given up quite a lot of the star here, even anticipating CTs pushing in towards the playground. Molotov for the party position, flashbang to allow a peek. And it's Zimmer, tip of the spear right now. Looking towards long, but he's got a nasty surprise waiting from the other side. It's the Orb of Horzerk.
Yeah, be surprised if he peeks it alone right now. Doesn't seem like that is going to be worth it. They're grouping up outside of the B bomb side, but forward position here at the restrooms for Complexity means there could be a quicker rotation coming down there. Oh, Grim just barely getting away with it. JT on the other side, and now Floppy, they're all chiming in. And look at the timing, Elige to pick off Immer. Once the first thread was pulled here, it just all comes apart for Navi. One at a time, they go down. Not even a chance for, I think, retaliation, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is full control here for Complexity. It was Grim managing to take the water completely at the start of the round. Navi just didn't have any control of the map whatsoever. And yeah, with the time ticking away, trying to walk their way in towards Monster, but Grim mowing them down. And now a 5 versus 1. Wonderful. He would do very well to hold on to his AWP here. The first shot is his. Might be fine now at this stage. Looks like he's done enough to at least have the sniper into the next round. Drops himself defensive smoke. And we will have 2 rounds in a row for Complexity. 9-8, just 1 round separating these 2 teams. First map of our best of 3. It's Anubis up next as well. It's Navi. It looked like they were going to steal it away after going 0-5, tying things up in the first half, 6-6. But 2 rounds in a row, 2 very convincing rounds, I might add, for Complexity here. You can see they had them absolutely surrounded in every single choke point. They'll save the AWP, but don't have the resources to really justify any investment around it. So let's see if they can find some picks. Maybe a bomb plant.
First game of the day, we had a couple of people that really didn't show up for some of the games, but everyone here is playing pretty well. They're all on the scoreboard. There's no one who's like really letting their team down. Floppy is kind of pulling ahead right now. He's got 15 kills, so he's really woken up now.
Yeah, looking fantastic. Always such a great B bomb site anchor. Elige, just great in general. Every position you put him in, he seems to deliver. Up against these pistols. Does get himself 3 kills. Makes a bit of a meal of it, but the job is done. Did damage towards the 4th as well. And it will be wonderful with that AWP. Lets himself known. Does clip the wings of Grim, but unable to find the kill. Might want to try and get the AWP out of play here. And that's all he really can do.
Yeah. Throw it away so that they don't have a chance for any kind of a double up setup. That makes sense. Definitely looked like Elige was about to fumble the ball on.
Yeah, right?
Swing,
but still got like 3.5 kills, so no problem whatsoever. And it will be 9-9. Wonderful. Can't really justify saving here. He needs the resources, the cash to come through. So, as silly as it sounds, he does want to die here.
Yeah. And he's kind of, realizing, I'm running out of time to even do that. All right. Oh, my God. If he get a bomb plant, too, that actually would be really sick.
Okay.
Still, he's looking for an ace clutch, and he's so low on health already. They're double flanking him. There should be no way, but there should have been no way. He got the first 2 kills anyway.
Yeah, that was a disgusting sequence there. Just one of those scenarios you think, okay, it's wonderful with the rifle. 2 kills to find on the bomb side. There's no way he gets 2 beautiful headshots, but he's delivered on all fronts so far. Bomb's ticking at some pace here. They've got kits, still a massive advantage for the CTs, and that should be enough. That smoke makes things incredibly complicated, and yet gives the position up. Great effort, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Considering he had nothing really to speak of there, he managed to get 2 kills at $600. Gets the bomb planted, another $300 for himself. And with the bomb planted, his extra $800 per member of his team going into the next round. So he did an amazing amount of work there, considering they entered the round with, sure, an AWP, but they had 4 Glocks otherwise. And he brings it down to a 2 versus 1 with the bomb planted. Job done, if you ask me.
Yeah, that is super sick. I mean, you saw the bullet on that second player. It was right past Wonderful. If that would have caught him, he would have been dead right away. So can't believe that nobody managed to touch him. But still, a little bit of a bonus. We're all tied up, 9-9. Grenade flying right over, and oh, okay, it only does 1 damage to either player. Thought that was going to land right on top of them, but it didn't. Instead, it's also to begin with, and Floppy will be traded right away, but I do like this from Elige, this very tricky play. If they get this kill right here against Wonderful on the other side, and they will, I can't believe it. Now the bomb is lost. It's all the way back in those hallways.
I think the round's already over. 4-on-1. Alexi B, sure, he's got plenty of time, but there's nothing to do with it. Smoked off in every position. The bomb's down, as you mentioned. And a nice aggressive maneuver here from the CT side. They've been very good at that. Disrupting the offense.
Yeah, it's sick, isn't it? Just a little bit of spice in some of those rounds, making it quite difficult. Alexi electing to just hang out on the forklift for a long time.
It's going to be a hell of a time. 40 seconds, potentially. And it's Complexity to take the lead once again, Anders. This will be 10-9. Not much separating these two teams whatsoever, but since the gun rounds have already began here in the second half, you have to say Complexity have looked comfortable. It's their map pick, bit of a mainstay for the North Americans. So they really made a name for themselves over the last couple of years, having a very impressive T side, especially a solid B bomb side on the CT side. And we're seeing that ring true right here, right now. Complexity taking the lead, 10 seconds remaining. It's Lexi B that won't be challenged, no real reason to hunt him. Let him save the AK, diminish their resources once more, as of course he'll be getting no money going forward here. They've got around $3,200 per player. This kill from Elige was ridiculous. Wonderful knows that was his all day long. I don't think it changes the outcome of the round, but certainly a frustrating way to finish your own contributions.
Wow. Complexity in the lead, in spite of everything, in spite of the great Navi comeback that they were building. It started off a weird game, and it hasn't really got any saner since then. I just feel like it's up in the air. Floppy, though, 17 kills. He's still going, still having an impact on the game, and there's also taking down Bits. My God. If they can get their sniper put into play, that could really change this.
Yeah, it's a good point. He's got free roam on the map right now up against these pistols, and the saved Alexi B, AK-47. Opening pick has been found. Bit removed. And you can see there's nothing that suggests that Navi are going to do much with this round. They've got a couple of flashes. A man disadvantage. And Elige hitting an absolute showstopper and Wonderful in T-spawn.
And again, just that aggression. He's really letting them know right now. I'm not gonna just let you set up outside of the B-bomb side. I'm gonna be looking for you. That's something that's gonna be in the back of the minds of Navi going forward even. They have to think about the fact that there is a chance that Elige is gonna be sneaking up behind them. Now they're gonna lose one player there, but Elige not subject to getting flanked himself. Floppy will add another one to the scoreboard, and Complexity. My God, they're pulling it back right now. 11-9 in their favor. They just need 2 more rounds. I'm shocked.
Yeah, that's one word for it. Tactical timeout required once again by the sound of things. All kicked off here toward that connector. Horzek starting to feel himself. Elige has been great for outs. As we see him close down this round in towards T-spawn, the AK-47, making light work of Navi here. As they look to close out this first map. Second is Anubis, bear in mind. It's day 1 here of Spring Groups 2024. A new format, Anders. We started off with 12 teams in previous years. We're now up to the 16. Double elimination bracket. Winner of each group. We have 4 groups, of course. We'll go straight through towards the finals in London. 2 spots remaining, and that goes down to the second place of each group. So we'll have another bracket once the groups are concluded to work out who will take the 2 remaining spots there. And then if you don't make it you go to the feared showdown, Anders. No one wants to be there.
Nobody wants to be in there.
No one wants to be part of the showdown. You want to get the job done here.
Yeah, we all get to London, don't we?
Exactly. Old Blighty waiting. As you see, Complexity now on fire. That suggests they got 5 rounds in a row. God, that's a hell of a flashbang. So much damage being dished out, trying to finish off the job with the HE. It's misthrown, though.
I can't believe he's still alive.
Yeah,
it
right.
Looked like he should have been dead. But either way, I mean, on Immer as well, that's a lot of damage to begin with. Holzerk back here, easily flashed off. He almost got stopped by the light post there behind. That could have been deadly. But he's out. And if nothing else, it's wasted quite a bit of time off the Na'Vi clock.
You can see Complexity put the fear of God in towards Na'Vi here.
Yes.
They're waiting for that aggression at the start of each and every round. They know they've been getting absolutely pantsed on this offense. Thankfully, though, no one gone down thus far, but they have taken a boatload of damage en route. 50 seconds remaining. 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a single flashbang. That's all they've got to work for. Trying to negate map points here for Complexity if possible. JL lets himself known towards Monster, but that's not where the team's finishing things up. They'll be heading towards A here. Nice incendiary. This is an iconic position for the AWP. A bomb set of overpass is incredibly difficult to flash him out of position. And they don't have much utility, as mentioned. What's the final maneuver, Anders? The bomb's still on connector.
They don't have much time, Henry.
Yeah, this is they're gonna have to scramble.
I'm lost for work. I feel like they've lost a round already. I have no idea what's going on. Na'Vi!
You gotta save. You have to save.
Why?
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, back to the beer garden we go. There's nothing left.
Oh, that was ugly. That's not the finish they were looking for. Of course, once that first kill comes through, yeah, you have to say there's no point throwing the round away entirely, but they just got nothing done there. Like we said, stunned at the start of the round. Just so fearful of the aggressive CTs, and they've conditioned them so well, Complexity that is. To get them so scared at the start of the round, they deploy a defensive setup this time. They've got no utility, they waste all their time, and they've just got no chance to even attempt winning the round.
The Spectre of Elige they're fighting over there. Like, he was at the B-bomb side, he wasn't even there. And they're like, oh no.
Oh, that's rough. And that might be the beginning of the end here. One more round will do it for Complexity. 6 in a row now on the CT side. You can see where they picked this map. After going up 5-0, sure, Na'Vi got back into it, but this has been a commanding CT performance. The boss man himself, Elige, he'll pick up yet another opening frag. 18 and 12 so far, as he looks to close things out here on their map pick.
Bizarre day in the office so far for Na'Vi. I'm so curious what happened on the second map here. Holzerk hitting a strong shot, close range against JL, who's trying to sneak through them. We're getting close to the tunnel at any rate. 3 versus 5. And now they can afford to fall back. They can put some distance here. Second map is Anubis, but still, Na'Vi need to really wake up in the break here. There's been a weird beginning.
And it just feels like we're just going through the motions here.
Yeah.
You know, like this round feels like it's already done. You're in a 5-on-3. You've already had some very flat T-sided rounds here. Like, very uncharacteristic for a caller like Alexi B to be fumbling in towards a bomb site with 10 seconds remaining and then having to pull the ripcord, evacuate. It's not a good look. And with 25 seconds, it could be more of the same here. This will have to be one hell of a flash to take Holzerk out of position, but a missed shot gives him a lifeline.
Yes, it does. And a headshot from Bit. Maybe there is a chance. Going straight for the bomb plant. Whoa! Oh my God! Bit with the laser taking down JT. That is sick. And I mean, they had no business winning this round. They were just, I think they were so slow around the corner that the whole Holzerk just kind of shot into thin air. But that, I mean, otherwise he gets that kill and that's it.
A rare miss from the young Norwegian. If he hits that shot, it's done. But that's GG. All he had to do was get one. Even if he gets traded, it's over. A 5 versus 3 fumbled here at the worst possible time. When you're looking to close things out, their money is unbelievable. They'll be absolutely fine in that regard, but now Na'Vi need 2 rounds to take us to overtime. Certainly possible. They've had some pretty underwhelming rounds, to put it lightly here on the T side, but they can take us to overtime and convert. all will be forgiven here. But yeah, that's going to be a bit of a heartbreaking moment. Especially when Elige had to work so hard to find the initial couple of kills there. Gives them a 5 versus 3. And it all comes down to maybe an over-aggressive AWP. Like, you've got such a massive advantage. You've given them 3 1v1s there from the short position. Like, sure, he missed a shot. That's unlikely, but it happened. They didn't play the percentages, I would say, in that sort of scenario.
I think that's fair. That's reasonable. Now, Complexity, at least they have a lot of money, right? Even if they lose this round, there's still a lot to work with. Wonderful.
Damn, Elige.
Shot at Elige. Running and shooting at the same time, just absolutely out-dueling him in that fight.
Yeah, that's a real problem. He was lucky to survive that in the previous round, but this time no dice. Another opening couple of frags here for Complexity. Another 5 on 3. Now, do they tuck away and try and bring the round towards them, or do they fight to close this one out? It looks to be the latter. And Holzak with a big miss, but thankfully doesn't go down here. Can reposition and leave one of his rifles to patrol long. That's going to be Elige. This is a common position now. In CS2 especially, this seems to be quite a meta position. Normally good for at least 1 kill. That's if he's challenged.
And if he's not, we know that at any moment he could go aggressive, he could walk up behind them.
Which he's been doing time and time again, right? He's been a real thorn in their side. So the exact same scenario, and is what we had in the previous round. A 5 versus 3, time ticking away. Looks like it's a done deal. But is there a way Complexity potentially give this one up?
You give up one of these rounds, that's one thing. Another one, who knows what could happen. JL trying to swing for it, but he's down. Alexi and Imma, they get a bit in return. Grim trying to catch domestic cross. Not quite able to do so, but it has slowed them down once again. 20 seconds here. Imma, right position. I can't believe it. And now the Molotov on top trying to stop the bomb plant. Can he actually do that? No, not quite. The smoke is up there. Oh, that would have been a sick way to end it for Elige. Now he's on instead for the 1 versus 2. Hunting for the tunnel, looking for the kill, but look at who's fallen really far back. Imma just around the corner. He was missed by a second. And there's Alexi with a headshot. I can't believe it. NAVI able to bring it back and win another round.
Another 5 on 3. Flushed away. I can't believe it, Anders. It looked like it was a done deal. Floppy even got the initial kill. Then all of a sudden, it falls apart once again. Elige left in a 2 versus 1. Couldn't make anything of it, and it all started with that kill from Imma. Alexi B finds an opportunity to plant, and it all goes horribly wrong. Now 1 round required. 2 5 on 3s in a row, fumbled by Complexity. We said the money was strong. They should be fine for a nice full buy here. And it's Holzak once again, taking matters into his own hands, above the smoke. Looking for the opening frag once more. 2 5 on 3s given away.
Imagine
unbelievable.
It goes into overtime and they lose that overtime and they have to look back on those rounds.
It's possible.
It is possible.
And Elige said that's what they've been focusing on, like to stop fumbling the rounds that can't be lost. And that's 2 prime examples of where it's happened at the worst possible time here. Nightmarish scenes for Complexity.
See what they have, what it takes to bring this one home. They just need a little bit more. 1 more round will do it. Bomb drop quite far back. Remember, it's not like NAVI are playing flawless Counter-Strike either. They had their own mishaps. They keep running out of time. They're running the clock down very, very low. And again, they're out searching for Elige on the side of the map. They're making sure that he's not anywhere to stab them in the back. 50 seconds, and the bomb has been picked up by JL just now in the hallways. So this could be another round where the clock runs down quite low. At the corner, he's ready for it. Sneaking out, the timing is good for him. He's going to get that one just as Imma was thinking about jumping on the other side. He couldn't even fight back because I think he had his knife out.
Spotted. It's going to be Grim, and down he goes. Overtime is on the card. It's down to JT, in-game leader. He's been fantastic in CS2, unable to find one. Bit will help him out. 2 versus 2. Holzak trying to connect the dots here. The bomb yet to be planted. It's going to come down to the wire here. Can they get the C4 down? And Holzak, he swings wide down to Floppy, the clutch master. He can't do it. Complexity have fumbled. Map point 3 rounds in a row. Opening kills found each and every single time. Elige did it once again, Anders. He found them the opening frag, and they can't hold on. What an absolute disaster for the North American organization, as now we go to overtime, and NAVI in a prime position to steal this map away once again.
Oh, someone's gonna leave this opening map completely heartbroken, right? Complexity of all of this to look back on. I mean,
these are the moments as well. You think like Holzerk, we haven't seen one of his quick scopes or his fast clutches come through. When he's really tested, when he really has to deliver, it hasn't come through. He's had a struggle in the second half, it has to be said.
The stress.
It's a stressful environment out there right now. You've got to do everything you can if you're TEC to stop this team tilting off the face of the planet.
I don't know how you stop that from happening, but you're right. Like that is
because the problem is as well, it's Elige getting all these opening frags, and he's the guy who's going to be frustrated, right?
Yeah.
You're the guy you've got to contain, and he's just doing God's work out there, finding you 2 frags at the start of every bloody round, and you can't convert it. You choke it in the dying moments of those last 3 rounds. I can't believe we're saying this. We're going to overtime. Everything's reset now. And it's going to be complexity. Then he's picked themselves up, dust themselves down as we get into the first round here. Full reset.
Well, let's see if this is something that can really spark NAVI. They should be feeling a lot more alive right now because they just had a second chance at life. They should have been losing this map already. And instead, they force it. They will it into overtime. Grim getting spammed a little bit down. Not happy about it, I'm sure. A lot of damage onto Alexi and JL too, so a little bit of give and take across the map. Still worried about that Elige flank. You could tell they're very actively on the T side looking for it. And even that is something that's going to be annoying to them. There we go, another opening.
How? Okay, I'm going to bring the stats up. This is wild.
He's so good at it. Wonderful. Oh, and Elige able to best him. Wonderful's had some big slip-ups in some of these rounds.
Elige is 7-1 in opening duels right now. That's another double kill. Another 5-on-3. Single-handedly picked up by the star of complexity.
They ask of one man?
They can't. This round, stop being silly at this point. Let's win this round. Put this one to bed. Can't afford to lose this.
If they lose this one, Henry, you go to you run in there and yell at them.
Yeah, call the timeout myself. The lads, this is just unacceptable now. Elige can't do more than this. 22 kills, another double kill. This time in the first round of overtime. But there's always a chance. When there's a will, there's a way. Missed Molotov, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. That's going to make it a lot trickier. Only 10 seconds on the clock, and Floppy, that kills all you need. That's all you need in any one of the other rounds. This would have been enough, and they would have been winning the map already, but they'll win the first one in overtime. Elige with more openings.
Wow.
My God.
This one they actually convert. Well done to Elige. An absolute tour de force towards middle. Continues to find kill after kill. Another great position. How he gets a second, I will never know. It's wonderful that gets absolutely wrecked in the proceedings, and Floppy, like we said, an incredibly strong B anchor, generally speaking, manages to deliver the goods there as we find ourselves at 13-12 or 1-0 for complexity here in overtime.
Similar game plan for NAVI. See, they're stretching out, they're trying to clear out all the way towards the restrooms. Can't really blame them. And a new position, new look for Elige. He's now down in connector, so he's trying to keep it fresh himself. I mean, it can be very, very tricky to have to sort of reinvent your position over and over and over again, but he's done an amazing job so far. He is vulnerable to any kind of a flank coming through the middle, but he's probably counting on Grim to make sure that no one's going to be slipping through the net quite so easily. Goes back to check, and actually, I wonder if they're going to know. Footsteps falling back a little bit. Elige could still be put to the test. You could see right down below. It's going to be Holzerk instead. Picking off JL to begin with, but Bit missing his chance for a surprise attack against Elige. That's wonderful, shooting with the back instead. A 4-on-4. All right, so far so good for NAVI.
Here we go then. 4-4 technically favors the T side, but maybe Grim's got something to say about that. Imma beats him to the punch though. Nice headshot with the AK-47. They start to pick up the pace towards this A side of the map. Holzerk low HP as well. It's down to the AK-47 and JT. Currently at 12 kills. Listening up for rotations here. Rotations are coming through. Oh, you're right.
25 seconds. Holzerk's going to get the kill on Imma, but just the clock is going to be run down, so they just get the entry and just clear out the bomb site, but they can't really wait for the bomb.
If they somehow get Floppy with an insta-kill, maybe there's a chance. There's the first. They're going to pre-fire this position. Alexi B Oh my God, the head on a swivel. The bomb should be planted with seconds to spare here. It's JT now in the 2 versus 1. He knows exactly where they are, but it doesn't seem to matter. A beautiful hat trick from the in-game leader, Alexi B. Time was of the essence. Complexity had everything going in their favor, but a couple of quick kills and a scramble to plant the bomb. Alexi B leads the way as they tie things up at 1-1. Look at this.
The margin for error is so tiny. By the way, the flash that hits him is thrown down from the B-bomb side, on the CT side. There's actually a friendly flash that's thrown to Grim, but it just comes a second late. Unfortunately, otherwise a great idea for Grim to take that peek, so... I can't believe, like you said it, they had to get the instant kill on Floppy, and they did. Alexi himself picking up the mantle, just going for it. He's got 20 kills right now. But this round, third round of overtime, will start with Holzer getting the kill on Imma.
They've had so many opening frags on the CT side. It seems like Navi start on the back foot each and every round.
Yeah, it's true.
But can Complexity convert this one? Looking for a 2-1 finish on their CT campaign. Pretty par for the course. Taking out Imma early on. Wonderful still with his AWP in towards middle. Double stack in this bathroom position. XCP with long control. Waits towards the flower bed itself. But where do they finish up here? Ozark will be baiting in Elige, of course, as he patrols towards the divider.
Well, this time they're a little bit speedier, Navi. The clock running down so low. I mean, it's a scary way to play the game. 45 seconds. I like this double position, though. Elige in a position that's hard to clear out on the T side. You could see Bit feeling uncomfortable. Elige nearly with another double kill. Holzak missing a shot that he definitely should have hit there. And JL gets a lot of damage on the Grim on top of everything else. Still 28 seconds. Grim trying to set up himself, but he gets burned alive.
Oh, that's a disaster. I think the grenade hits as well, Anders. It's Navi with the man disadvantage at the start of the round, converting yet another round. 2-1. And it looked like the job was done there. Complexity with the opening frag. Another 5-on-4 in their favor, Anders, but it's never quite enough. This has been a disastrous close to Overpass. They give this map up now, they will be kicking themselves. They had everything going in their favor. Elige playing out of its mind.
Yes.
It's Floppy with a double kill here, but just didn't have enough to work with as it gets traded out. 2-1 Navi. Let's need one round. The series point, or map point, I should say. Apologies.
No, but it's true. I mean, like, this is the kind of game that you're going to remember when you're lying in bed at night, right? Isn't the kind of game you walk away from and say, oh, you know, it happened. You're going to think, oh, there's so many rounds that we should have won, like, easily.
And the fact you had the 5-0 start as well, right?
No. Oh, there's a lot here to make this a painful experience for Complexity, but they can also still win the map. We'll see. And second half coming up now of overtime.
It was the 5-0 start on the T side. Just really rub salt in the wound. But yeah, this is a game it felt like they had all tied up. Especially with those 5-on-3s at series map points. He says again, at map point they had, 3 opportunities to close this one out with the man advantage. Didn't happen. Good flash. Wonderful eat-sip. But still holds strong in his position.
Navi just need 2 more rounds here to finish the overtime, and Wonderful will set them off on a correct course, taking down Grim to begin with, trying to get flashed into that fight. And now it feels like they're getting maybe a little bit more almost funneled toward this bomb side here. Getting pushed into the B bomb side, our Complexity. They have 3 Molotovs, so they can burn out a lot of this bomb site, but they don't have enough smokes to really make it interesting. Oh, and what a counter grenade coming out from the CT side. That really slows them down.
It's going to be a difficult finish here for Complexity, Anders. Yeah. 5 versus 4. They are locked out of the bomb site. It's down to Elige here, who needs to try and get this first frag. Can't deliver on that promise. The flashes are good, but the shots and the spray down is better. 10 seconds remain. Horzerk has it all to do. A flashbang to the face. No chance of winning the round now. Only option is to try and save the AWP. A small consolation prize, as he won't even be finding that. It's map point for Navi. An absolute rug pull on the CT side here. It looked like they were in cruise control. Complexity, that is.
Yeah.
But now it's all fallen apart. They need to hold their nerve and post 2 rounds here to take us to double overtime.
and really a masterclass in defending the B bomb site. They had a double Molotov for the L bend when two of the Ts, including the bomb, were out here, and then they flashed. This is the last one. So they had 3 incredible grenades to just crush Complexity's attempt to get into the B bomb site. It was really, really sick from Navi. That's something you want to see, like that kind of defense. And a reason why you want the grenades at the end of the round. You don't want to use all of them right at the start.
So Blade looking for the haymaker knockout punch here.
Yes, he is.
Calls for the timeout. You get 1 extra in overtime, of course. And can it be done here? That's Complexity. They're in a world of trouble. 2 rounds needed just to keep their head above water on their map pick. A job that felt like it was done in regulation has spiraled out of control. Imma ready to get stuck in with his AK-47. Good flashbang over the top. Can hear footsteps heading towards that playground position. Does he have the audacity to go for the first pick? He certainly does. Objective now, try and survive. Retreat in towards the bathrooms, which he has done so successfully. NAVI with the man advantage here, looking to close things out on overpass.
How much does Grim trust himself? Does he want to keep going out on long? He might have had the timing. Yeah, there we go. You could see Imma. He's running up. No idea that anyone is there yet.
Great pre-fire from Grim.
Yeah.
Assertive. Oh, they're going to push Monster on the CT side, Anders. So information garnered, but difficult to rotate into a prime position with 2 players so heavily committed in towards Monster. Objective now for the A defenders, try and hold them off as long as possible. They have all the intel required. Grenades being exchanged. Is this where Navi close things out? It's wonderful. AWP on the bomb site, joined by Alexi B. He's got the incendiary as well, just to make sure it's a really complicated maneuver for them to make their way in towards A. Powerful smoke, flashbang to be deployed, but Wonderful can't hit the shots.
Well, Alexi, he's so flashed, he ends up going down. Wonderful trapped as well. Oh my god, they might have found a way through here. JL. They even had the rotation to try and get a 3rd man onto the bomb side, but it just wasn't in time. The grenades coming up from Complexity in this one looked really solid. Especially that flash, that whatever it was that hit Alexi. He just couldn't really put himself into the fight. I do like the idea from Alexi as well. He threw the Molotov out on long, and that means that it's a lot easier for Wonderful. He's kind of setting up his AWP player to have an easier time hitting the shots down towards the restrooms, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. But it's a good idea anyway. 14-15 could be going for double overtime, Henry.
Oh, it could be. That opening frag found by Imma towards middle. It was a thing of beauty. Couldn't quite escape the claws of Grim. He finds that beautiful shot towards long. Makes things uncomfortable there. The CTs were ready in position with 3 more players. This was that shot. Oh, nothing Imma could do. And then a great flashbang. Nice execution. And it's the in-game leader, JT, mowing them down with the AK-47. Blade cannot call the timeout now. This has already been expended. And this is where they close things out. Or is it going to be double overtime here? The AUG has been deployed by Bit. First time we're seeing in this tournament. Incendiaries down towards top of middle. Aggressive once again. Imma wants to get stuck in at the very start of the round. Very meta smoke towards the T steps. Flashbang towards the playground position, courtesy of Alexi B. Imma's going to swing off it. Good flash. Better follow-up. He gets the opening frag once again. If he can survive this time and maintain the 5-on-4 Anders, it could be enough, but still, he has not found his way out of dodge.
And it's Elige that he gets the kill on as well. JT probably wanted to fight him, but he has the bomb as well, so he can't really just extend into it and fight Imma. If he dies, the bomb is lost.
Oh, that nade.
My god, what hit them? That's so much damage.
Some sort of nuclear bomb. Good lord, and the incendiary makes things even more uncomfortable. A sound cue given over. And 1 minute remains. 5 versus 4. Floppy and Hulzerk incredibly wounded. They have lots of utility. They've got that going for them. Yeah, but time is of the essence, so 50 seconds and back towards A we go.
Because they lost the fight to Imma, they have no control over on this side of the map, so it's going to feel really awkward. You can see how Grim
you're right.
Everything, right?
Yeah,
you have no idea where they are.
You have literally no idea. He could be in playground, party, bathrooms. They'll stick together.
Look how far away the bomb is, Henry. There's 30 seconds left. I'm feeling another catastrophe coming here for Complexity. This is starting to look very, very difficult.
Nice work from Wonderful. Drops the incendiary to call for a rotation over. Bear in mind, they still have the 5-on-4 at their advantage. Wonderful hasn't really had one of his pop-off moments on this side of the map, and his woes will continue here. Imma waiting for a chance to strike, just wants to deny the plant, but JL beating him to the punch. It might be enough here. NAVI with a reverse sweep after going down 0 and 5. They complete the comeback after Complexity fumble round after round at map points. An absolute disaster for the North Americans, and it's NAVI on their opponent's map pick, bringing it all together on land for the first time. A great performance all around. It's Anubis up next.
I can barely believe my eyes, Jake, but I'll be great honest with you. I have no idea what the hell just transpired. This whole story changed and unfolded at each and every turn, every round, adding more disbelief to what I was looking at. What the hell happened at the end of the game? What the hell just went on?
What the hell happened in the beginning of the game, Matthew? It was a game from start to finish that had no rhythm, that had no sense made up for it, right? As you said, at the end of the game, it felt like Complexity were in full control. It felt like Complexity was supposed to win their own map pick. They were looking good, they were solid, they were in control. Out of nowhere, they lose a couple of rounds that I'm sure we're going to dive into. And going into overtime, it felt like a game that was completely open again, when neither of the two teams really played well or good or, you know, smooth Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, the least worst team ended up winning right here. Kudos to NAVI for finding a way back into the game. For Complexity, though, the way they lost this game, that's gonna sting for a long, long time. Well, I guess not, because they don't have a long time.
Let's be real. There were a couple of throws out there. There were actual throws, as we like to refer to it when it comes to Counter-Strike. Let's just roll them. Let's have a look at them, right? This is kind of clockwork right there. We're gonna have a look at some of the 5v3s that Complexity lost at the end of this game. We're talking about a 12-9 5v3. It starts here. 20 seconds on the clock as Alzerk misses this shot and everything crumbles around. Floppy's a little bit impatient. It allows Bit, who, by the way, up until this moment was very quiet in this game, 2 very clinical opening kills. And you think that's all right. Complexity, they've got time to work with. It's going to be 12-10. Everybody just relax. The problem is you roll back to the next round. 34 seconds left this time. 5v3, same situation.
It's even a 5v2. I don't know the refrag coming in right here, but again, at this point, Complexity, they shouldn't be in doubt. Grim even gets the information. Halswick, for some reason, is being caught off guard completely, misses another shot, and once again, it all falls apart for Complexity. Now, as you said, you shouldn't worry, because every single round, they got themselves into a 5v2, a 5v3, but when you can't convert on those rounds, when you leave a leash up in a 1v2 with a bomb planted after you're up in a 5v2, it's completely unacceptable for Complexity. Elish even said it coming into the game. The difference between their peak and their floor is too great, and we saw another example of this in this game.
I'm genuinely upset when I look at these rounds.
Should be.
I'm actually angry when I look at it. I think about the contribution that Elish was putting for Complexity, the amount of entry kills. It's a topic that was mentioned by the cast as well, very aptly. 7-1 in opening kills at some point. Always tip of the spear towards the party, towards the fountain area, putting Complexity in these positions. And, you know, I go to a physical therapist in there. They get my back cracked. They always tell me, if you have an issue, if one of your muscle is doing too much, eventually you're going to have pains overall in your body, right?
Okay.
That's what's happening in Complexity. They need a chiro. They need a chiropractor, because Elish is way too contracted. He's doing way too much. I mean, if you're Elish right now, aren't you freaked the F out?
Yeah, you should be a little bit mad, yeah.
You'd be more mad than you are with your viewers when you play FaceIt.
Yeah, that's hard to be
That's what you would be.
Yeah, exactly. Yes and no, right? Complexity, they played well up until that point, and I hate to do it, but we have to single out a player right here. Halswick had a couple of rounds where he single-handedly lost them rounds, you know, and he had moments in the game as well where he played well, so it's not like it was only his fault, but in the beginning of the game, it was 5-0 for Complexity. Halswick misses an easy 1v1. He can't win it. I think we have it on screen right here, where it's just looking solid for Complexity. The T side is good, the pacing is good, NAVI is nowhere to be found on the server. Unfortunately, they lose this round, and it spins out of control. For Halswick to lose the 1v1 we're gonna see right here is not too big of an issue, because it can happen to anyone, but he had 3 or 4 rounds where he single-handedly missed a shot that ended up in them losing rounds. So for him, personally, this was a very rough game.
I agree with you, and it's beyond just the miss. It's the context and the consequence of the miss. He had in this very moment, even if Complexity is already up 5-0, he's got 2 sitters, absolute sitters that he actually missed. And then I keep an eye on him. I keep an eye on his crosser placement and how he moves around the map. And you can see doubt is sort of starting to creep in. And it might not be very apparent when you look at the scoreboard, because he keeps up with the group, right? He keeps up with the average. It doesn't feel like he's lagging behind. But then you fast forward to moments where his right, or his click, rather, the left click, is going to be the difference between winning and losing the game. And this is where you pay the price. That goddamn interest rate on that invoice you haven't paid, it just comes a knocking, and he misses a few of these shots. And even though the scoreline is 18-18, so at first sight, you might look at this scoreboard thinking, you know, he was average.
Yeah.
No, the impact, the implications of some of these misses are horrible to bear. And there is no way in hell that you hold it right now and you don't feel like you lost the game. You might be exaggerating.
Sure.
You might not be right that you completely lost it, but you bear a whole lot of responsibility on your shoulders in these moments.
He's aware, right? He's well aware of how the game is structured. He's well aware around the positions he had, that he could have solved the game for them. He could have closed the game. The 12-9 round where he misses that shot, it all falls apart. So yeah, for Holzerg, it's a rough one. However, I do want to spin it into something positive, and that's for NAVI, for the sake of
Absolutely.
NAVI. I don't think NAVI played a great game of Counter-Strike. They struggled massively at the beginning of the game. Then they fought their way back into it. On their T side, in the beginning, it was looking all right, but then they hit a wall again where they had to win a couple of these, you know, unwinnable situations. So if you're NAVI, you're winning your opponent's map pick without playing well. Isn't that another sign of them getting better and trending upwards? That now you're at a point where even if you're not playing well, you can still be competitive. You can still win games. I'm positively surprised by NAVI once more, and I think it's a trend right now that they are slowly but surely getting better.
I don't think I have the right not to be happy for them, right?
Yeah.
I do believe that they ran pretty dry on their T side for a while, and you're talking about a 5v3 where NAVI can't find solution, but the truth is, as soon as they unlocked, as soon as they won some of these rounds, you're starting to have individuals that started popping off. You're starting to have Alexi being a little bit more on the money when it comes to the timing of the rounds, and I think Ime, for example, is a character that we can put under the spotlight just a little bit. I mean, he's obviously someone we talk a lot when it comes to NAVI. He's someone that they put a lot of trust and responsibility on as well. You think he took Bit's position on the CT side. He's the A anchor, A aggressive rifle. Bit is playing now B, which is a kind of a weird side for me. And if you keep track of NAVI coming back into this game once their backs was against the wall, I think Ime had a couple of these great moments. Shout out to him. I think it's one of these wins that feel really great.
It's a big point of conversation for us. How is Ime going to fare NAVI? How is he going to play? How much is going to be impactful within the lineup? We even said it coming into the game. You're looking at NAVI and you're looking at the foundation slowly but surely being built up. They're remaining competitive in certain games. Did well at the Armas as well, but they need that one player who can pop off on the server. We know Bit used to do it. He hasn't been the same young Bit that we saw come out and burst into the scene 3 years ago. Ime was supposed to be the next one. He's not blowing up the server per se, but I think he's getting more, you know, comfortable within NAVI. He's getting more space. He's getting more comfortable in the situation that he's being put in. And if that's a trend also going upwards for them, that could be what's unlocking the full potential of NAVI.
Well, that would be obviously a terrifying perspective. I don't really know where teams are psychologically speaking. Usually we have longer break here. The format makes it quite intense. So Complexity only have a few minutes to take a deep breath, while NAVI is probably going to ride that momentum wave as high as they can. We take a 3 minutes break. I have to calm down. I'm still enraged. I'm still upset. I'll see you after this.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
The spring final in London, of course, is what these teams are fighting for, what we are getting ourselves ready for. Of course, this is going to be in Wembley at the half of the year, but it is still a far cry for most of these teams. We are at the beginning of this long journey, and I'm immediately going to put it out there. The conversation around Complexity was, first of all, have a higher floor when things or shit hit the fan, pardon my French, and 2, being able to mentally reset between some of these hard moments. And I feel like we are exactly in this very moment, Jacob. I feel like with Complexity, the challenge now is to move on a second map, completely forgetting, ignoring the catastrophe that you just witnessed on Overpass, because objectively, Complexity is not a bad Anubis team.
No, not at all. I think Complexity is not a bad team on Anubis as well. And as said, there were moments in the game on Overpass where they played well, but a couple of deciding moments made them being thrown out of it. We've seen before with Complexity, though, that they struggle sometimes to bounce back of a hard loss or of a hard deficit. So I'm curious as well whether or not they have the capabilities of doing so. I think the way they speak about themselves, the way they present themselves in interviews, is portrayed as a team that is growing, that is maturing, that has gotten better at that very element. But it's a big task when you're going up against NAVI, who is a formidable Anubis team as well. And it's one of the few maps where NAVI actually have been playing consistently well against some of the best teams in the world.
It's one of the first maps where it felt like Alexibi kind of let his whole style shine through the way NAVI was playing, and it was great to see. You mentioned Complexity. I agree. I think they've had some very decent results on the map. The stats past 3 months are a little bit misleading because there's a loss to FaZe, there's a loss to Vitality. Those are very big clients. They played against NAVI in Copenhagen, and they, as Complexity, started by getting beaten down on their CT side. We're talking 3 rounds only against the lead of Alexibi. So what do you think should be the first adjustment? What do you think should be the trap not to fall into if you're Complexity and you want to put your best foot forward?
I mean, be proactive. We always say it, but Anubis is probably the map where it's the most important. You cannot sit back and wait for the game to come to you. You have to be proactive. You have to take charge of the map. I also remember that game where they come back into it, and it was Floppy with some insane clutches, insane plays on that CT side where he shut it down. So a lot of individual brilliance was needed for Complexity as well in order to make that competitive. I say you go out there, you play your own brand of Counter-Strike, and I hate saying that, but on a map like Anubis, it is essential, because if you're not proactive, if you're not attacking the map will do it for you.
That's a beautiful quote indeed, Jacob. If you're not proactive, the map will come to you. Henry, I know you have an ability to talk to people, to touch people in their emotions. If you were behind Complexity right now, what would you say to them so they can bring their best game?
I'm glad you said emotions, Maniac. I wasn't sure where you were going with that one. I'm not sure what you can say after that one, because everyone was just tilted off the face of the planet, ladies and gentlemen. There were 3 map points available for Complexity on their own pick as well. A 5-0 start. You've got a Liege going in God mode, but it still wasn't nearly enough to pick up Overpass here. We move on to Anubis now. That man in the screen, he has to hold it together. He has to rely on his teammates here to deliver the goods here, Anders, because that was thrown away. That was their game in the palm of their hands, and they squandered it.
You know, it's so much harder to hold together when you are right to be angry, right? When you kind of have that on your side. You're like, I actually should be mad at this point in time, but obviously that doesn't serve the team. Hopefully they can recover themselves and get into the second map here. We're on Anubis now, and it's Complexity versus NAVI, with Complexity starting on the T side, so they might have a chance here to you know, do a little bit of damage early on. That'd be nice.
It would be very nice indeed. They've gone for a pretty bare-bones setup, though. A single Molotov, relying on the Elite P250 that was oh so powerful in the T-side pistol of Overpass. He got 3 kills with it, Anders. So they've got some decent control already. Slight footstep towards middle. There's that Molotov deployed. So this is a set-piece strategy. Now, do they push in towards the temple or wait for the flames to extinguish? It looks like they're actually going to go through temple in towards B. Lots of sound cues here, though.
Yeah, but the sheer force of what's coming through might be hard to stop. Missed shots from JL, but
we'll take it. We'll take it.
Knock out Elige, steals the P250. Little adventure from Floppy, but he's going to get down as well. The bomb trying to be planted now, but a hard retake coming in here. Oh my god, Holzberg is hunting for them. This is actually a bit of a problem for NAVI.
Yeah, all of a sudden the wheels have fallen off and they're not going to find anything else. Finally, A bit of luck there for Complexity. A 5-on-3 going in their favor after losing the first couple of kills. It looked like another fumbled round with Floppy not able to connect the shots there from the Rugs position. But once the bomb was planted, Hulzerg went berserk as he starts dominating them with the Glock. It was a low HP Wonderful around the corner there. And then JT stepping up. It looked like the round was all said and done. And the fact they even got the plant down, we're like, at least they've got that. But there it is. It's Complexity bouncing back. JL. A little bit frustrated, and yeah, that for Floppy, he knows if they end up losing that round, he'd be kicking himself because those sort of frags, and they're not looking at you, and you kind of fumble it a little bit. That can be difficult to recover from. But for now, a guaranteed round, a full eco here. Elite has already got full mid control.
Yeah, he's just jumped right through. He's called their bluff, and no one's going to be defending this one. There's a USB on the other side, but there's nothing Bit really can do about it. It's just, it doesn't have the stopping power. It'd be different if they had no head armor, obviously, but they do. And they will clear out the bomb side and get the bomb planted. It's a pretty straightforward work coming out here for Complexity in this round. Grim cleaning it up in the middle. A little bit of assistance from Hulzerg, not that he really needed it. And Elige, well, you can find a headshot towards the end, so... Still say Elige did a lot of work to just to open up the map, even if he just got the one kill here. But either way, no casualties on the T side.
Well, we're back. We're cooking. Gun round for NAVI here after taking the full eco. Certainly some troubling signs after giving that pistol up, but they can recover this one. It's Complexity. Will have all the advantages you could ask for, though. They've got the Galils, the AKs, MAC-10. Helmet watch will have to be observed here. Two players with the helmets, and it might not matter. JT, he'll find his demise through the smoke quickly on into the round here. Early frag for JL as he patrols towards middle. Nice grenade, though. Doesn't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, could have definitely been a quick follow-up one, so could have been some damage onto JL, but he's going to be okay for the minute. Nobody outside of the B bomb side on the T side, so we'll see. I mean, we had a bit of a lesson earlier watching NIP play against G2, how effectively Hooksy was able to go outside of the B bomb side and shoot them in the back like it's a really, and you can see
his timings were impeccable.
Yeah, it was sick, wasn't it? It's like 2 or 3 rounds where he got the full rotation towards the other bomb side because of it.
All right then, nice smoke. Just dissecting the middle area. Bear in mind, it's still a 5 versus 4. JL playing a dangerous game here, Anders. And somehow the Molotov not really affecting him. The bullet certainly affecting Elige. Takes a face full of it. 5 on 2. And you're right, the bomb is there. So what's the play now from Complexity? To try and make the round as expensive as possible, I would have to say. As you can see the CTs making sure they tuck themselves in here. No one wants to overextend, give their life up. The money is incredibly brittle. I think it would be an apt word for it. Nice spray down from Wonderful. They can keep this one clean. That's just what they needed here. But bear in mind, bit of a bonus round from the T side here. They had the MAC-10 and 3 Galils. TC, he understands what that particular round means. They didn't find a single frag. That does not bode well on your opponent's map pick. But it does start with a bit of an unfortunate beginning. The fact that they lost a kill through the smoke, that's not sustainable for the CT side. Fortunate as Wonderful keeps it clean. 5 players survive for NAVI. Nice injection of cash and money. About the same as the previous round. 2 Galils, 3 AKs. See if they can bounce back here.
Yeah, it's not amazing at the moment, but they could get the job done, certainly. Complexity, I'm sure they'd love to swing back early on against NAVI and try and stop them before they really get rolling. But I mean, NAVI are going to be coming out of that first map with probably some extra passion, getting it into overtime after being that far behind, and then actually winning the overtime as well.
Then they actually win it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Sick stuff.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah.
Oh, jail. Good position. Smoke's landed, kind of segments Elige off from the rest of the team, and he gets shot right in the face, and no one can do anything. That smoke is stopping anyone else.
Oh, JL, relax. Get the hell out of there. That's the job done. Molotov, and please retreat. He's done very well there to get the drop on Elige. To be honest with you, that was looking rough. Elige actually best the smoke and had the advantage, and now 3 players creeping in towards the dark room. They have basic utility available to them. Hulzerk to lead the way. Got to get past Imma first. One of the key fraggers gets the first, but nice trade from Floppy. He's still fighting from the dark room here. They've done well to bring it back into a 3 versus 2. Bomb to be planted for sure. Dark's exposed, but Grim will cover it. And you can see now Complexity with a fighting chance. They can make something of this one. It's down to Floppy, though. Peeking first, using the incandescence of the flames to give himself a bit of an advantage, but Bit reads it like a book.
Gotta be careful that Wonderful doesn't die with the kit too far away here, because he's the only one that has one right now. But, oh, there we go. He does get shut down. They're gonna run straight on top. Kit or not, they're gonna have the defuse. But there was a world in which Wonderful dies so far away that they actually can't recover the kit, and there's just not enough time for it. So, a little bit of scary moment, but still, good defense overall from the CT side. They're gonna be able to pick this one up. It was a bit expensive at the end, but, you know, still, job done.
Hey, you take it all day long. Just winning these rounds on the CT side. As mentioned, Anubis considered to be one of the most T-sided affairs we have in the pool. Early days in CS2, I'm sure that will chop and change as the map evolves with these open skyboxes of Counter-Strike 2. But that's a significant round for Navi to win. You can see it's left Complexity in a pretty compromised position. Tech9's Deagle, they have got some Kevlar behind it. Hulzerk can't justify considering he's the sniper, of course. Perfect incendiary. JT, you madman. That's a double kill for Imma. Nice idea. You can see what they're trying to do there. Just overwhelm the CT in defense, and it works out. They managed to at least get a kill from it.
And you know what? That kind of Molotov that Imma throws, it's surprising how often people throw that kind of Molotov and then not even check it. They just assume that no one's coming through. So I guess good job on Imma for actually paying attention. That happens more than you'd want to see. But every once in a while you just throw it. You think, okay, that's it. It's a Molotov. No one's running through it, but they definitely can. 3 versus 4. Another kill here definitely be interesting. 2 more kills for Complexity, and we're celebrating. JL backtracking just as they turn the corner. Now they're all on top of him. There's one of them.
Okay. It's still a little bit interesting here. It's the AWP in a very compromised position. Alone on an island, and Grim's already gonna get him. I take it all back. That is crazy from Wonderful to hold his nerve there. If he goes down, the bomb's planted and potentially the round's given up. But hits the shot with the USP, of course. Holds on to his sniper. And it's close, but no cigar for Grim, who has had a great series so far. Individually, him and Elige have looked fantastic. But things, once again, starting to get a little bit problematic here on the T side of Anubis. If you are just joining us, it's day 1 here, Spring Groups 2024. This is Group C. We already had one game from this group. That was G2 versus NIP. G2 coming out on top. And bear in mind, the loser of this game will go on to play NIP in the lower bracket. Lose that next series, and you are out of groups to go into the showdown.
Yeah. NIP definitely needs some recovery time.
There's no last chance anymore, or even a last chance like we used to have in the old format. It's 2 losses, you're done.
I prefer this.
I think everyone does. I've got more teams. Everything's best of 3 the way through. 4 games a day throughout the entire week. Lots of Counter-Strike, lots of heartbreak, lots of drama. As Imma looks to twist the knife. It's JT, though, beats him to the punch. The Galil strikes first.
That's a really important kill for Floppy, right? The grenade on top. I don't know how he's meant to win that fight. Wonderful the one to take him down, but it could have just as well been the rifle on top of the plateau there. 4 versus 4 now. And under a minute, another Molotov to really push them back and slow them down. Alexi through the smoke takes down Grim. What a kill.
That's wild from Alexi B. Pushing the smoke of his own flashbang, but Wonderful is there to pick up the pieces. 1 player remains, but what a player it is. Elige with 40 seconds remaining, 100 HP, no grenades, and an idea of where Wonderful is. Flicks it around, and he's got a fighting chance. They're down to 4 points of health. You'd think Bill will take care of him. If he gets the quick kill on Wonderful, you'd never know. The 180 flick around, though. Beautiful from Elige, but still the round will slip away from their grasp. And you can see that might be the tactical timeout here, as this one is starting to spiral now. They got the opening frag there, but it's Wonderful to steal it back. Alexi B with the fancy footwork at the back of the B bomb site. Wonderful, double kill. And Elige, he's giving it absolutely everything he's got out there, Anders, but still not quite enough. 4-2 in favor of Navi as they hunt for a 2-0 scoreline.
I really thought that if he found that kill on Wonderful, maybe there was a chance for Elige. It looked like he was in the zone right there, but 4 rounds already for Na'Vi. They're trying to see if they can break through towards the B bomb site. They actually run right through the smoke. This is pretty dangerous. The Tech-9 will take down Imma. Yeah, Alexi, you might not want to give her the bomb plant here, but you have to stay alive. This has suddenly got a lot more dangerous. JT, he steals the M4, takes down Alexi B. Now it's a 3 versus 5. And that bomb is already planted. This is very tricky. JT just keeps it up. A double kill for him. I don't know what happened. Na'Vi, they've lost the round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely true. This was the partial buy with the Tech-9s. They breached the bomb site. A whiff spray has led them to their demise here. The money's not exactly amazing. They're trying to make this as expensive as possible on the retreat there. Nice little spam coming through from JL. Doesn't find the frag, but his opposition does. JT with the double kill. You can always rely on JT when you're down and desperate. He always seems to be the player that kind of digs them out of these sort of scenarios. So great stuff from the in-game leader, as that's a much-needed round. Breaks the streak. That would have been 5 rounds in a row if Na'Vi found that one. So just what the doctor ordered. Imma goes down first, and then recovering that M4 finds Alexi B at the back towards CT as well. Great stuff. You can see they're not exactly fired up just yet. This is a recovery mission now for Complexity.
Yeah, it is. You're right. They're not really celebrating it. And even after that round, Blade was saying, you know what? Let's just talk this through. You could see a little bit of frustration as well on Alexi when they lost that round. He wasn't feeling very happy. So maybe there's a good chance for Blade to have a bit of an input into the team here. It's surprising how often this happens at the B bomb side, though, on Anubis, where, you know, just one T player slips by and the whole defense just crumbles.
Can happen. Na'Vi still with okay cash. Say they were bated breath. We are seeing the first SMG deployed here on the CT side. It's going to be the MP9 for Alexi B, and looks to be a bit of a set piece potentially. Running with conviction towards the A side of the map, Anders. First spawn can go down the steps and challenge towards A main. Has to be the best spawn available though. And Elige, good God, that's some pace behind the mid push. Doesn't work out for him. That's been a key duel we've seen time and time again. Elige versus JL. This time, it's Na'Vi coming out on top. Another opening frag here.
Once again, JL sticking around after winning the fight, being low on health. I know he wanted to pick up the AK instead of the M4, but he almost died trying to do that. So quite tricky for him. And now he's a little bit further back, which is where you want to be. What did Complexity do to get back into this round? They have some time, but...
Oh, it's so much damage for Floppy. And that might be his round nullified here. That's kind of his role in the T side of Anubis. He'll be lurking towards A main, trying to find a pick, trying to be a nuisance. But when you take that much damage at the start, difficult to imagine a world where he had the confidence to just walk in by himself and find a quick headshot. 45 seconds, has to be the B split here, Anders. You've got Grim outside B main. They've got a couple of smokes, one of which has been deployed already. You assume towards the B side itself. Oh, the Incendiary is going to be brutal to deal with. As soon as that smoke dissipates, Incendiary will be deployed. And then at that point, it's going to be very difficult. They're going to have to challenge. They have to, and it's Horzerk. Great reaction. Great kill. 20 seconds. The smoke is stifling for Wonderful.
Yes, it is. There's a little grenade falling down right on top, but they're still through. They actually will get the bomb planted. Great understanding on Complexity. You're right. They had to run for the Molotov. Otherwise, they don't have any time to try and win the round. 3 versus 4. Somehow Complexity turning this in their favor. I can't believe it. They really look like they were locked out of this round. And you can tell already, Na'Vi, they're starting to fall back. They're saying, we're not going to try and go for this. We're giving up the round in favor of keeping the guns alive. So, what a turnaround. From losing Elige, it's a 4-on-5. That Molotov in connect down towards Dark, that was everything. That could have been the round right then and there.
Well, there we have it. Couple of rounds of Complexity. One stolen away with those Tech-9s and P250s. And now, a nice assertive gun round here, Anders. Just when it looked like they were locked out of the bomb side, the Incendiary deployed towards Dark. Horzerk knew they couldn't just wait 7 seconds and then go through with nothing. He had to try and make that pick work. Delivers the shot this time. And then the B bomb side defense collapses. All courtesy of this moment.
Yeah.
Imma leaves 1 player remaining, and you can see the rotations coming through. Floppy, as we said, the anchor towards the A side of the map on the T side. Waiting for that reaction to come through. He was half health. He couldn't probe himself, but waiting for the CTs to rotate in towards his crosshair. There will be a couple of weapons saved, though. Wonderful. The AWP currently at 8-3. Well, we're taking his sniper towards A main. Good flashbang at the start. Doesn't dissuade him from his efforts, though. A key round here. Don't discount NAVI in this sort of scenario. Players like Wonderful can win these rounds single-handedly. And you got JL on the AK-47 as well, and he's been winning majority of his battles in towards middle.
Yeah, he's been playing well. Wonderful missed a couple of shots on overpass that were unexpected from him, but I mean, so far on this map, 8-3 on him right now. I'm a bit worried. I feel like ever since Simple departed the team, it feels like Bits never really looked himself again. Like, I don't know what's...
That's fair.
I mean, it is obviously a huge teammate to lose, but it just something with his roles or the way that his confidence in the game, but it doesn't seem quite the same. Nice shot from Holzerk. Actually beats Wonderful to the punch, and Bit will get taken down. They didn't have much to fight with in this round, so not really his fault necessarily, but a 3 versus 5 and a bomb plant to follow at the A-bomb side.
Yeah,
great.
Not really much to say about that one, Anders. It was the 2 saved weapons. They managed to leave with an AK-47 at the very least, but will not be recovering that AWP that was taken out of the hands of Wonderful there, and the hunt is on. They want to make sure, at the very least, they patrol the AWP and make sure it can't be given into enemy hands here. You won't be taking a double AWP setup on the T side, obviously, but just making sure it can't be recovered is imperative here.
Yeah, they're sticking around. Absolutely are. JT, just making sure there are no ninja diffusers happening. Either they are rare, but, you know, every once in a while it can happen. Here's the pitch to try and see if they can recover one more weapon. Might not be the AWP, but I think Imma should be able to run in there.
There's a chance. What is he, at least an AK maybe?
Yeah, hopefully.
Time will tell. We'll have a look at Imma in the next round there. There's definitely an AK. I think the AWP was probably thrown away. I don't think they just leave it out in the open. The bomb blast would have made it difficult to recover as well. But here we are. Complexity starting to look like their usual selves after a very, very difficult overpass. Not only to watch, I'm sure to play as well, as they had multiple map points and 5-on-3s to close it out in their favor. They fumbled those rounds and then went on to lose in overtime. But now we have 3 rounds in a row for Complexity on the T side. This is more like it.
Yeah, and they did recover the other AK.
Yes, the AK, not the AWP. Okay, good to know. All right, JT. He's made a quick call out of spawn here, Anders.
I love it. He's actually beaten them to it. You can tell, Bit, when he peeks it, he's not ready. He might mentally be thinking about it, but you can tell definitely not on point. JT, what a headshot to bring down JL. I can't believe it. That was crisp and clean. Floppy's going to be taking care of Wonderful. It is still a 2-on-3, but this is going to be a very swift bomb plant. And JT, he just absolutely strong-armed his way into the bomb site.
That's what we're saying with this guy. Just when you think Complexity are down and out, like he always seems to find this sort of form. He was influential in finding that Tech 9 round as well. He was the one that slipped the net, got himself through a double kill, recovers that M4, and he does it once again on a very important gun round here as well. It's going to be 6-4, at least 50% of the rounds in the half collected by Complexity here. So it's up to Alexi B and Imma to save the rifles once more. Loss bonus will be getting there now, maximum, I think, after this round. So they'll get $3,400 per player. With 2 weapons saved, and Lexi B can drop one, you might be tempted into a force buy here. Might be the operative word. I think it's a tactical timeout, regardless, as they need to patch the holes here. JT helping himself to 2. Beautiful kills at the start. Both headshots as well, Anders. He gets in front of the smoke. They have no idea he's on the other side. Great entry. Second one was even better. And bomb down, job done. JT reigns supreme.
I think this first one really exemplifying what a difference timing makes. Like, just being 2 seconds further up than the opponent thinks is enough, plenty enough to catch somebody off guard. 6-4. Now, in truth, 4 rounds for NAVI is still pretty decent, so they should be feeling okay mentally on this front, but Complexity really coming alive.
Just to note, they didn't go for the force buy. Partial around this, both options certainly viable. This one probably the more preferred. Lucky to be alive is that Desert Eagle at the back of the bomb site. And it looks like commitment from the T side here might be coming in sooner rather than later. Imma thought he could find a gap there, but Horzerk 1 step ahead of him.
I think Imma wanted the spray through as well. I think they both had the same idea, just the AWP is a little bit more stopping power in that sense. And you know what? Fair play to Complexity. Waiting it out. Why would you want to push through the smoke? Then you know that they're not going to have that much to work with on the CT side anyway, so just keep it cool. And the bomb still not really committed to this one. A minute on the clock. You don't have to run through any Molotovs or anything. They have one more grenade left on Alexi.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Looking comfortable for Complexity here. But JL has to be dealt with. Significant damage inflicted. I think that's enough. They now know where he is. He won't be able to get a surprise couple of kills, but Alexi B swinging out from Temple, trying to inflict as much damage as possible, but the round is already secure. We'll be 7-4 here. Complexity, no problem. Closing out number 11. And JL is giving his position up as well. They're not going to let him save that AK-47. No way, Jose. As there it is. They're officially on fire. Complexity, 5 rounds in a row. Great stuff here, and bouncing back from their nightmarish finish on Overpass.
Yeah, a really, really good bounce back. Again, we're talking about sort of the potential to tilt when you lose that many 3-on-5s like they did at some point on Overpass there towards the end. But they look pretty structured at the moment. Look like they've recovered nicely. 7-4 the scoreline now, heading into the last round of the half, round number 12 here. JT, head of the pack with 11 kills. Also, a quick jump down the smoke. Surely he wouldn't be crazy enough. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it's fine to take the no-scope shot through, but you wouldn't be running through that one. That's too much. I still like it. I like the attempt. Nobody really taking any big risks in this round for Navi either to try and manufacture something. Been a couple of rounds where JL's been winning this fight in the middle, but usually it's when they come to him and not the other way around.
Well, it's 5 rounds in a row for Complexity. Can they close things out with 6 in a row and an 8-4 scoreline? The B split is being set up. Same flashbang, same utility to push. Wonderful back from the angle. JT, another stunning headshot, Anders. How does he keep getting away with it?
I have absolutely no idea, but JL with a little bit of trickery on his own. He could do some magic too from back there. A lot of pressure is put on once again, and it's JT one more time, Henry. He's taking down Imma now. He's relentlessly pushing his way onto the map. 3 versus 4 and a bomb plant. My God.
It's looking very good. I can't imagine a world where Navi are able to successfully retake this one. Alexi B, he has a defuse kit. 4 versus 3, they have incendiaries, flashes, but JL taking a ton of damage here as he enters the bomb site here. The bomb, speaking of which, is ticking at some pace as well. Grim with a freebie, make it a double. Alexi B on the flank, and Grim's got his number. He doesn't want to take the peak. He wants to make sure he guarantees this round, and it looks like he's done absolutely enough here. It's going to be 8-4 in favor of Complexity. A great showing as they bounce back in the second map of this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the show. You join us for day one, Anders, of Spring Groups 2024, live and direct from Copenhagen, the cobbled streets of London beckon as we try and find players who will be making their way towards the World Finals happening in June. Right now, you're watching the second map between Complexity and indeed NAVI. Complexity put their best foot forward in that first half, though, and post an 8-4 scoreline. It was looking grim at one point, but still, they stepped up and now looking to take us to a third, which would be Nuke. You see the odds there provided by GG Bets. It's still NAVI as a favorite. That would be for a series victory, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it usually is, and I don't know if that's too unreasonable. I mean, 4 rounds on the CT side, still not a bad T side, though. They don't have a lot of time to catch up. They need a strong beginning, preferably a pistol round win here for NAVI. Otherwise, it could get a little bit tricky. JT leading from the front, that's always really cool to see. 13 kills in the first half for him.
Well. Aggression for the CTs here. Him up. There to put up a blockade. Make sure they can't get valuable information.
He doesn't know how many. If he'd known that there were 3 people there, they would have executed into the A-bomb side immediately, right? But he didn't see that many. He has no real clue, I think. Still, they're trying to sneak through. Floppy on the other side in a good position. Up close, though. I can't believe it. Bit. I was criticizing him earlier, but that's a really important shot, and he's going to get one on JT as well. A double for him to open with.
Still on the knife's edge here. That's a great kill. Nice awareness from Emma. Waiting for the reaction coming out of Darkroom there. Gets himself a freebie. Jumps down and upgrades to the dual elites here as well. We said they needed the pistol, and they're in good stead to do so. Through the Darkroom, they swarm, trying to capitalize on the man advantage they have. The USP of Grim. He's been fantastic in this series. As an individual, he's looked great. Bomb planted, though, they might be out of luck this time.
Absolutely no reason why anyone on the T side should face the USP at this range. There's nothing really to gain. Just wait until they get closer. Also, no defuse kit in play. Bit keeps it going. That's 3 kills in the round for Bit. That doubles his score from the first half, right? He had 3 kills, I think, in total in the first half, and now he's up to 6.
Yeah, good point. Certainly was quiet, but a resounding success here in the second half. Pistol, brutal headshots delivered in towards A. They funnel back in towards the B bomb site, and then had such a man advantage. There was no chance of a retake there. A nice shot from Elige, but that's all they found as they made their way back in towards the B bomb site. Emma watching the extremities as well, and a clean finish for NAVI. Yeah, they can feel this one slipping out of their grasp. So that's a much-needed pistol victory. No force buy. You wouldn't expect one here with such a nice lead on the CT side. You don't need the force here. You can buy up in the third. Should be a convincing finish here for NAVI. Maybe a couple of frags at the top end. As we see some more novel ideas potentially being presented here, Anders. 3 players in towards the heaven position of A.
Yeah, looked like they wanted to go for a boost. I was getting excited, you know. Maybe see something brand new, but they've kind of let go of that idea for the minute. The stack will have to do. And now be doing everything that you want to see here. Using the MAC-10, JL probably somewhere as well. Yeah, he's in dark, hanging around with the MP7. So just use the SMGs, push out the map, and they're going to find an empty bomb site over the B side. Obelisk definitely going to get blown up on this one. And that will make it an 8-6 scoreline. So, yeah, NAVI, this is the kind of start that you want to see for them to have a bit of a comeback. This map is definitely not over yet.
Oh, certainly not. Can they keep this one clean, though? No real reason to hunt, but the SMGs can farm some cash. Oh, it's getting a bit messy out there. So the SMG is short. Okay, that's kind of sick, actually, from JL.
Yeah. Pretty clean.
Gets himself $2,400 for his troubles there. And now, Floppy. So like we said, top end of this one was probably a couple of kills. They've at least managed to do that. He saves the Galil as well. That actually is pretty significant, but let's see if he can hold on to it. Apparently not. Bits. Not sure if he survived the blast. I think he was okay, but either way, they will have everything they need going forward. The same story, though, for Complexity. Took the full eco there. Looking to bring out those rifles nice and early in round number 3. An important round here. It was looking a little bit messy, but then JL with this beautiful sequence. 4 kills with that MP7. Steals one away on the form of lead just to close it out there. And as mentioned, here come the rifles. No orb for Hulzuk. 8-6. A very important round here. Helmets have been sacrificed, Anders. And that means the Galils in the hands of Alexibi and Imma become all that much more potent.
Yeah, that's always worth keeping in mind. It really, really can impact the game quite a bit. Limited grenades on some of those players as well on the complexity side. This early round absolutely could dictate, could be a vector for how this game is going to be going now, because it's really close to being tied. NAVI don't need that much at the start of it here. JL sneaking through the smoke. I don't know if JT's realized his gun barrel was showing, and he walks right into the shot there. JL coming out on top of that one.
Oh, he's done so well to actually bait out that smoke as well, just making things even weaker on the B side of the map. You've got a frag, you've applied a little bit more pressure with those speculative shots, baited out the smoke. The CTs now need to react. They need to push elsewhere on the map. They cannot be the sitting ducks in this B bomb site. What's the reaction play? Liege is starting to maneuver in towards middle, hunting for a bit of information. His next frag is massive, and it will be a double kill from Complexity, but not out of the woods just yet. Here's Imma. He'll get one frag and maintain the advantage here. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of the North Americans. Floppy is alone in the A site. They know it. Molotov down, and they're going to challenge him. Now, does he want to fight? He doesn't have to, but he's in a position to get a couple of kills, Anders. He absolutely fluffs his lines, though. The fact he doesn't get one or really inflict any sort of damage is a nightmare for Complexity. He just had to stay alive there. At the very least, get one single kill. We enter a 2-on-2 scenario now. Great kill from Liege. Down to wonderful in the clutch.
Yeah, I think Alexi was baited up by the fact that he saw the shadow, but just couldn't quite find the shot.
No kit.
Slightly elevated, you're right, no kit either, so 10 seconds around the cake here, wonderful. Just has to stay alive, just bait him out slowly. There's the shot. Oh, and Liege, it's a painful loss in that 1 versus 1, but truth be told, I mean, it's a shocking that Complexity fought their way back out of that round to begin with.
Yeah, they can't be too mad at that one. They felt like the round was already over for them, but they managed to make it work, trading out kills effectively, especially in towards Dark. That's where Grim and Horzerg did some serious damage here, but ultimately they got the information. 2 players are towards A, and Floppy, he had to find one. A compromised position, but still had more than enough time to get at least one frag there, and it's by his standards. You'd expect a kind of snappy headshot at that point, but doesn't get delivered, and it's another eco. And to see Liege operating with a Nova shotgun. First Nova of the tournament.
Let's go, Henry. The year of the shotgun. You know,
it might be.
We're bringing it back. It's been out of the game for too long. It sends a message, you know. It makes people happy. I'm not going to argue it's the best weapon.
No, it'd be a difficult argument to make.
It brings a smile to your face, you know. And
oh, that one doesn't, though. I get it. You're trying to get positional control, but if anything, you've offered up a trade, and now the AK-47 that cannot be recovered. So, next move required here. So Lexi B trying to govern control in towards middle. Bear in mind that Nova shotgun, though, in a prime position, but unable to land any of the shots. Desert Eagle rattles off from Floppy. Once again, segregated in towards A. They know where he is. A chance of the double kill. Not a bad effort, but there it is. NAVI convert the 3-0 start here. As the lead starts to diminish on the Complexity side. Bear in mind, we mentioned it a few times, it's a very T-sided map traditionally. Doesn't mean this is a open shut case for NAVI whatsoever. This makes things all that much more difficult for Complexity. As they will have a full buy now.
They still have the mental baggage of having lost that first map in overtime, right? So now that we're tied up here, like all the bad memories start to come back. You start to think, oh my God, like what's happening right now?
Yeah, blink and you miss it there. The 8-4 lead and just a few rounds and it's 8-8. We really haven't got going in the second half just yet. That's the kind of CS2 in a nutshell for you. Nothing is secure, nothing is for free. JT, though, he's been great. A rock on this outing of Anubis. Another opening frag for him. This time takes down JL.
And that was, instead of the HE from the A bomb site, it was a Molotov on top. That forces the Ts to run around, and so the CT, JT just crouches in, sprays right through the smoke, and gets the kill. Good little combination there. Bits.
Damn. Floppy's having a rough time at A, Anders.
Yes, he is. Well, he was amazing on the first map, right? Anchoring the B bomb site, he was playing so well, but...
That's round, surely.
Yeah, this might just be it. Horzerg. He is good with the ult, but they were at every corner. You could see he's got no real estate to stand on. It's bit with one more headshot. He's really come alive.
Yeah, really punishing smoke towards camera as well. They were even considering the chance of retaking this one. This smoke decides it for them, I would say. Floppy Call his pants down once again in towards A main. Horzok was there, to be fair. He gets one, but as you mentioned, it's on an absolute island, surrounded from every possible corner. And I'll have to save their weapons as Na'Vi recover the deficit. Bear in mind, 8-4.5, and now 9-8 in their favor. 3 players surviving. Loss bonus is a maximum now of complexity with 2 weapons surviving this one. They can buy in the next round. Whether they want to go for a full buy is yet to be seen, but it's certainly tactical timeout territory. Na'Vi on their map pick. Recovering the difficult start. Looking for the 2-0 here in Group C. Our Blast Premier Spring Groups 2024. Good to be back, Anders. It's only been a month since our last outing in Abu Dhabi, but it felt like a long month, you know.
Well, I think it's because there's so much stuff that's happened in general, right? Like so many of these teams still huge unknown quantities. And also now, you know, you got the looming major on the horizon, like where we're building into all of it. Like
Katowice next week.
Yeah.
Right? So much going on. We've got like 3 months solid right now of Counter-Strike, like top tier events. Yeah, this is going to be a great season. So many storylines, so many new rosters. And bear in mind as well, like a new look for the groups here. At Blast Premier, we've got 16 teams now instead of 12. A new format.
It's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. From a spectator point of view, every game has significant weight attached to it. So does this round and bit. And as you said, he was quiet, but now he is loud and proud. Floppy will pull one back.
That is sick. Now, Floppy, very, very important kill to hold on to the bomb side. Otherwise, they probably lose the round almost instantly. You can see Jail is gunning for him. He's hunting for Floppy back here. They can sense a bit of weakness, although some backup is being called for. Imma checking out the bomb side. He might have been able to get that kill on JT. I'm surprised he doesn't.
It's a really rough spray by Imma's standards there. He held on to it a little tighter. Would have been absolutely fine, but there's wonderful. My God, living up to his name. A couple of frags in towards A. Job's not done yet. We have got a CT sneaking through, and what a player it is. Grim, if he gets a double kill, maybe there's something for JT to do, but he's down to 7 points of health. Double digits looms as he's got the M4, sure, and a diffuse kit, but there's nothing to work with in terms of health. I don't think you can even consider going for this one. You have to save. Hoping for a mistake, hoping for a curious T to make their way towards camera, but it's not going to happen.
Great fundamentals on Na'Vi as well. When they actually go to fight Grim, they're all peeking at the same time. Like 1, 2, 3, let's all go. It's a triple swing. I don't think Grim could have done. Like you said, maybe he gets a double kill, but it's so hard to do. Wow, Na'Vi up to 10 now, and it's at the hands of Wonderful. 3 kills on him. The 2 big ones with the 2 AK kills at the start of the round there. That is going to be painful. Complexity left in the dirt for quite a while now, from an 8-4 lead now being down 8-10. That's pretty devastating.
Great stuff from Wonderful. Not just a one-trick pony, the AWP. That's excellent work with the rifle. Grim, chance of that double kill. His teammate on 7 points of health, though he needed it for them to stand a chance there in the clutch. But this is starting to unravel at the seams here. This is Group C. We already had the opening game for this group. It was G2 versus NIP. Bit of a stomping as well. G2 looked incredible. They're in the upper bracket. And if this continues, it'll be Na'Vi meeting them there. And Complexity down to the lower bracket to play against NIP. That's if it continues in this sort of trend. Now, bear in mind, with the new format, as mentioned, there's no last chance. There's no last chance. If you go down to the lower bracket, you lose that game. That's it. It's done.
Yeah, nobody wants that. For Na'Vi, I mean, it was such a slow start to the day. They fumbled their way in many ways through Overpass right up until the end. But then they really came alive, and you can tell it's kind of carrying on over into this match.
So they've got 3 rifles, 2 players with pistols. Like, it's enough to win a round. But can they make it work? First shots fired off. JL spamming the smoke. All the advantages you could ask for on the T side here. Getting closer and closer to victory. Hunting for that 2-0. Complexity gave it up on their map pick. They had a 12-9 lead, Anders. That was unfortunately squandered. JL, I don't know if I love the approach, but he makes it work. Here's the maneuver in towards the darkroom here. He gets dinked in the process. He knows bullets will be coming his way as he scrambles into the corner. Finds the all-in pick on JT. And they've got the man advantage.
He's been so aggressive at fighting.
Yeah, really.
Like round after round.
Those rounds where he's got no one to trade him, that's kind of why I'm saying this is questionable. If you give up an AK-47 to that pistol player and it's a 5-on-4, you've essentially boosted their chances of winning the round, but he gets the kill and gets out. Perfectly done.
You can also see that he's playing the mirror of what he did last time. Last time when that smoke faded, he'd walk through it. This time he's waiting on the other side, right? And they actually go to check him, and he's not there. Bit with another double opening, and that's pretty much the round here. 2 versus 5 instead, and they're just getting completely wrecked. Elige, the last one left alive. Seconds away from death. Immer, do you want to make the heroic jump down? Yes, he does. Hunted Elige. This is so good for Navi. They're on fire now.
Certainly. More ways than one. Blades just wants to see the job done. It's been an up and down roller coaster ride here. Felt like they were done for an overpass multiple times. Managed to get it over the line in overtime. And bear in mind, they were 8-4 down, Anders. And now it's 11-8 in their favor.
Yeah.
I think that says it all. Yeah, use that timeout complexity.
And part of the issue here, right? On overpass, we were crediting, and for good reason, Elige with how aggressive he was being on the CT side and pushing forward. That's a lot harder to do on this map. Now, a couple of teams have figured out how to do it. We talked about, going outside of the B bomb site. And there are, I think, very few teams have figured out how to do it at A, but there are teams that will triple push the A bomb site early on and try and take control outside of it. So it can be done, but I feel like right now Complexity are left really passive, right? They're holding angles. They're just hoping to win those early fights. And when JL shows up in dark and takes one of them down, I mean, they keep starting these rounds and, being a man down is not great.
It's not great at all. Tactical timeout. Complexity with their backs to the wall now. Map down. Huge deficit here in the second map. Yet to post a round in the second half. All for Hulzerk. Grim with 15 kills. JT with 15. Players are turning up. And wonderful. What the hell is this, Anders? Runs straight into dark.
It's kind of sick because it's been JL playing there alone so much. So if somebody comes to challenge now, expecting JL, instead, wonderful AWP. And Emma on the other side. They've opened up the bomb side. It's wonderful. One more great shot. He takes down Elige. And it's over.
Yeah.
It's a minute and 20 seconds. It's done with.
Before it even began. So they're changing their approach. Instead of smoking dark this time, this is a set piece off the bat and spawn. Like we said before, that haymaker, knockout punch. They use the timeout against Complexity there. They know they're probably changing their stance, arranging their setups, and they just completely throw the book at them. Fast-paced, AWP, gunning in towards the dark room. Wonderful gets himself a couple of kills, bomb down. Job done. And that's going to be map point. Complexity still yet to post a single round on the second half. I should say series point as well.
Yes.
As Navi look for the 2-0. It's looking very comfortable right now. Oh, if Hulzerk goes down, yeah, okay. They might be done for here.
Oh, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah, that's rough. That's beyond rough.
And again, we have to reiterate the manner in which they lost the first map. That's the kind of stuff that really sticks with you, right? Like
haunting.
Yeah, it is haunting. It really is. Oh, no.
Look at this from Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, that says it all.
I really think he's expecting for JL's AK to be down
exactly
there.
Right.
Like, that's it. Like, I'm facing JL. And that's a fight that he's had many times, Grim. So he's, probably happy to try and do that again, but...
All right, JL. Oh, no, Floppy, not again. I won't say it once more, but that's happened a few times, but... It's another 5-on-4. Could be the death sentence here for Complexity. They might be going down to the lower bracket with NIP here in Group C. This maneuver from JT takes a brave swing towards entrance of the A bomb site. Oh, the grenade, though, couldn't be more powerful if they tried. 50 damage inflicted. Huge flashbang, even better. Follow-up spray from Alexi B. 3 kills away now from guaranteeing the series. Locking themselves in the upper bracket against G2. What a matchup that will be. Molotov deployed. Oh, no. They don't even get to see anyone, Anders. And bear in mind, JC got naded at the start as well. Even if he gets one, it won't be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance that is from NAVI. It was a rough first half. They go down 8-4, but they don't give up a single round in the second half there. A clean sweep as they find the 2-0. Once again, NAVI start to dominate on the server. They kick off 2024 in true style here. It's Complexity that needs to go back to the drawing board.
Smooth, flawless, in control, choose whatever word you see fit. This NAVI had absolute control over the second half of Anubis. A masterclass from Alexibi, as we like to coin the term. Complexity just literally out of answers.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful T-side display coming out of NAVI, clinching that game. It was very competitive in the first half. I thought Complexity had bounced back for a rough loss on overpass, but in that second half, NAVI showed us, showed themselves, showed Complexity that tonight they were by far the better team. As you said, beautiful calling coming in from Alexibi and beautiful execution from all the NAVI players.
I mean, they had such control and dominance over the key parts of the map. The maps were the part rather where there would be a couple of duels. How many times did we see JL find opening kills?
Yes.
He was 9-2 in opening kills in that cave position, time and time again, beating the timing of the smoke, getting the opening kill. On the A side, we talked about Floppy needing to be aggressive. Complexity tried to set the defense aggressively. They tried to send him to find opening kills, and he fell short time and time again, trying to make the difference. NAVI was so ready for these moves, always putting themselves ahead of the opponent.
It was the very last thing I said coming into the game, that on Anubis, you gotta be proactive, you gotta go out there and you gotta take charge of the map. However, if you do it single-handedly like we saw Floppy do time and time again, it's very, very difficult. There's many ways NAVI were able to punish Complexity. It wasn't like Complexity weren't trying, as you said. They were trying to be aggressive, but it felt like it was disjointed and it was just one player at a time trying by himself to do it. Sure, sometimes he was set up with a flash. Sure, sometimes there was a player close to him that could have gone for the refrag, but more often than not, NAVI got a free B, got a free way into the round, and then they were very, very good at controlling the pace and controlling the round and doing exactly what Complexity couldn't do on Overpatch, which is converting the 5v3s and 5v4s.
Yeah, I'm glad that you put some nuance to it, because I did think that Complexity tried to put together a little bit of teamwork in these moves, a couple of flashes here and there, but NAVI seemed to be completely ahead of not only the move, but what was going to be the response coming out of Complexity. And this is why you look at the scoreboard right here. Overall, aggregate, Wonderful is relatively calm, but this second map was stellar from Wonderful. And there were so many iterations, so many times where halfway through the round, you had these skirmishes happening in mid-round, and he had the AWP, and it felt like he was always zoned in. He knew how to position himself, how to follow his entry fragger, to be in that trading position. We saw him time and time again, 18-7. I can't make this up. This was very strong from Wonderful.
Yeah, and sometimes it goes a bit underrated when you see a player only dying 7 times. But if you're the AWP player on a map like Anubis and you stay alive for that many rounds, even if you're losing rounds, you keep the AWP in play. You give yourself more opportunities to find impact. You give yourself more opportunities to help your team. And that's exactly what Wonderful did. He knew exactly when to go for it and when to hone back and be a little bit more defensive and maybe save the AWP or not going for the clutch or play a bit more passive. So I agree with you. Scoreboard-wise, ADR-wise, not the best performance we've seen from Wonderful, but in terms of how he approached the game, clinical.
Overall, as a team, of course, NAVI with the tremendous start here in Copenhagen. And we have one of the victors, JL, in fact, talking to James.
NAVI start off a strong victory here, but, well, it was close once again. And there's one thing I need to talk to you about, JL. You're down 5-0, and then Blade gives you new papers, like, midway through the match. What was it?
The printer was jammed, so we didn't have our game plan. We had no tactics, no strats, so we had to go off...
memory?
Yeah, off of memory, but... Yeah, and when we got the papers, we started winning.
It was very much like that happened, but your memory not remembering what you should have done, is that really good enough an excuse?
No, of course, we knew what we were doing, but we were just failing some parts.
Okay. So the magic papers do certainly work, but this was what's showing me with this NAVI right now. We saw it in the games against VP as well. We're seeing close games, we're seeing overtime games, but you're pulling it through and the mood still seems good. Explain to me how it feels inside.
It feels really nice to play right now. No matter the score we're down, no matter the opponent we're playing, it's always 100%. You give it your 100%, and you know that you've done your best to win, even though you might have failed at some point, but you still are trying the next round and the next couple of rounds, and this is how we get our games won.
And these games definitely do seem to be going your way at the moment, but okay, looking at where you're at as a team right now, do you feel like a team that should be grabbing that spring final spot?
I think so, yes, for sure. I mean, we have G2 or NIP next. We have G2 probably because we won. And I mean, we do have a really very clean record against G2. Not to stir anything up, but still unbeaten with the NAVI roster. And we'll see how it goes next. I saw Manis had a lovely game.
Yes, he did. He did play very well, but we'll have to see how it goes when he goes next time. Thank you very much, Sal.
You shall never forget your strategies. Very important point, and we have to give thumbs up to Blade, of course, giving away the magic papers, as James was referring to. God knows what he means by that. Anyway, moving on swiftly, a couple of words from JL as well. Best way to start a campaign here in Copenhagen?
I would say so. Individually, he played a great game as well on Anubis, as you said, found a lot of impact, had a great showing, so did Navi. And again, I think it's the same theme, and it's getting a bit boring in a way, but they're trending upwards. Every time I see them, I'm left with a not necessarily only positive feeling, you know, because they have been losing games, then there has been a couple of red flags, but overall, when I look at the trajectory, it's still trending upwards, and for Navi, that's good.
Always trending upwards. That's what they told me when they told me to buy crypto. They lied to me. Anyway, moving on to the bracket, we've had a couple of games already played on here in the Group C, and we are lined up with G2 versus Navi as an upper bracket final, of course, and at the lower bracket, survival is going to be the term between NIP and Complexity. Do you have any favorite down there? You think Complexity is going to make easy task of NIP?
I mean, we did see them play somewhat decent at times against Navi today, whereas for NIP, that was the most lackluster performance I've seen in a while. So yeah, I hope NIP is going to show up better, and I think it's going to be a close game between the two.
Hopefully a good game of Counter-Strike. As I look at my watch, that is enough airtime for me. It's in my contract. I cannot work more than 6 hours. Just kidding. We have Teggerd and Bubsky. I see them from here. They're getting ready to welcome you guys. After a short break, it's time for game 3 and 4 right after this.
Well, coming to this event, I think it's important to look at ourselves, to see where we are. We finished really well last year, but we don't know right now. A lot of things have changed. We had a break. Maybe we're not as good as before individually as a team. A lot of things can happen. Obviously, when you think about Vitality and you think about someone to look for, it's Zayu. 3 times the best player in the world the last 5 years. Amazing year for him last year, like first place without even like second one close. So yeah, he's like way ahead of everyone. We have a strong team, we have strong individuals, Flimsy and Messi. I think they can do even more damage than they did last year. That's what matters the most for me. Our expectation for the groups is to go through. It's to be qualified for London straight away. We have 4 players that have been playing together for a long time. When I see Astralis and Falcons, they just changed. OG just changed the players' world. But my 4 guys are really good, so it's good to see them try.
OG 2024, going a little bit more into the talent route. For this Blast Spring groups, our main focus is on ourselves. In our group, the competition is quite high. Like, we have some of the best teams in our group. Obviously, when you play the big teams, it's not that easy. So we're gonna try and come out and manipulate the games in our way, in whatever way we can. So everyone knows their job, everyone knows what to do. So it's just about coming out swinging and maybe catch some of the big teams in our group off guard and run with it. On OG, the player to watch for Blast Spring groups is Heavy God. I think he has the full package and has kind of been a sleeper in Tier 2 for quite some time. And I think already now he's shown a lot of his qualities, that he like single-handedly can take over games, win unwinnable clutches, and basically is, you know, a hype monster as well that gets the team rolling. We're gonna come out and try to show the OG we want to show.
We're moving on to a whole new group here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. It is Group A, and starting us off, OG taking on Vitality. My name is Tekko. I'm going to be keeping you company for the rest of the day, and joining me is Bubsky. We get to talk about this epic matchup, and we get to see the best team in the world on the server.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about today, and a lot of new faces as well on this side of OG, so really interested to look at that.
I like the fact that this is our first time here for Blast Premier, and we get the best matchup. I would argue one of the best matchups of the day.
I'm really looking forward to the Astralis Falcons, but I might be a little bit biased as well.
You are a little bit biased. We'll talk about that when that game starts, but let's get into this now. Vitality on your screens, arriving here. I'm curious because best player in the world, best team. They've had this incredible run in 2023. Do you think that there's a lot of pressure on them purely because we all know how the fans are? We like to rise these teams up so that we can just knock them down and watch them fall.
Yeah, I mean, we had that conversation when Magic left the team, right? People were like, oh, this is not going to be the same, but they instantly picked up Messi and Flames, and it's almost looked like it's better than before. So it's really interesting to see a team being able to pick it up.
Do you think that they're not too bothered? I mean, have you had a chance to chat to them?
I mean, if you have Saiwu, I don't think you're too bothered with too many changes. I think the duo of him and Apex is sublime.
Let's talk about Zawu, because best player in the world, ranked #1, and we get to see him today. Does he keep that form? Does he keep flying?
I hope so. He is, for me, the best player in the last 5 years. I think it's a controversy to say, because I think people also have Simple up there, but for me, he's the perfect teammate. He's such a great comrade outside the server, but also inside the server. He delivers on a level that is hard to be seen. We also see the stats here of 1 and 2nd place. There's never been a bigger difference set by Hail TV, so it kind of clarifies how well he played last year compared to what we've seen on the other years as well.
But a lot of people are, I mean, a lot of the fans, right, and a lot of the people on Twitter who are obviously experts in the game, as we know. That was sarcasm, by the way. They'll say, oh, but I don't know, sometimes Zawu doesn't pitch up. Do you agree with them?
I don't think the stats is there to claim that fact that people are trying to say that he isn't able to deliver, but I think he's shown this year that he's able to consistently build on his game, while we had other people like Simple. Obviously, there's other stuff going on in his life, but Saiwu took full advantage of that.
This team is absolutely fantastic. They've had a great run in 2023. Everyone is hoping for much of the same in 2024. So I'm curious to find out, because Banks had a chance to chat to Apex, how he's feeling coming into the new season.
So Dan, I wanted to start off with the fact that you were looking good on and off the server. I see your physical health and what you've been doing as well with that. But how much is that helping you? Because we know about your leadership, we know what you're doing in the game, but how is this out of the game working for you?
Well, a few months ago, I just had like a goal for myself to just get in shape. Like my first goal was to get the best body possible in the end of June. Okay. But I see now that it's a big help also for Counter-Strike, just in my daily routine and everything, and I just enjoy that. So I feel, thanks to that, maybe I will people will see me for maybe a couple more years. So let's see how it goes.
The longevity of Apex. We're here for it. We like the sound of that. When it comes to starting this year off, though, what did it look like for Vitality? How did you come back into the year? Was there a boot camp? How much practice have you had?
Well, we had decent practice for once coming to Blast groups. It's always like 3-4 days. I think we had eight days of practice, which is pretty decent. We had time to practice. The only HLTV awards between that was a bit rough, but other than that, we had everything good. So it was a pretty decent preparation for us.
Now, in terms of preparation and getting Mezzi into the team, yes, you won the 2 events. He played with you guys. It looks great, but you were also saying in interviews that he wasn't quite there, as in how you wanted to see him into the team. Is that now in a better spot? Where are you at?
Well, obviously in the World Finals, he was much better, and I really liked what he did for us at that event. So I think we're getting closer and closer from what we expect from him. But yeah, we're growing again. I mean, we're still a new team. We have like 2-3 months, even though we perform, we're still a new team. So we still have a lot to show, and we need to show also that it wasn't only the honeymoon period and that we're working hard behind that.
You always are working hard. That's at least what I've been seeing. But do you feel like you guys at the moment, because of your success, have a big target on your back?
Of course. There is always a big target on the back of the best team in the world. So yeah, there is a huge target, but I told my guys for for a few weeks that it's going to happen, and we need to fight hard for that in every game. So yeah, people want to fight us. They want to beat us. But if we all know that if we show our A game, it's going to be really rough for any opponent.
And no taking your foot off the gas when it comes to OG, no underestimating them?
No, never. I mean, for me, we had that sentence back then with Lars and the team that won the major. We have this Nadal approach that Nadal reached 13, I think, Roland Garros finals. He won most of them, but why he arrived there? It's because he won all the game before. So it's important that you take every opponent like any other one, like the best of them, and you just give your best.
Should we make that like a little quote and we can tweet it out, you know, the Apex approach
the Nadal effect?
The Nadal effect.
Yeah, I mean, they won so much that you could potentially argue that it's a real thing.
What do you think of Mezzi in this lineup?
I think I saw the first game at the 4 finals, and he really almost cost him that final. So I was really disappointed seeing him first, but I knew he had the level from Fnatic, and he instantly jumped into the World Finals and performed in the better way of what a Matches probably would have done. So I'm really impressed to see a guy stepping into such a huge organization and role from the get-go.
Vitality goes up against OG, and here's the thing. I mean, as we have an opportunity now to focus on OG, in what world do they beat Vitality, Babski?
Yeah, I mean, they need to get another guy than me on the desk and for me to argue why they would win, because the lineup isn't that interesting if we compare it to the likes of Saiwu. But I think a player that they found interesting is the Heavy God. One more from the Endpoint Talent Factory. There's so many names coming out of this organization, and I think he brings something to the table. I think a guy like him with the likes of Dexter, which we had on OG beforehand, would have been more interesting, but now we have Regali, so it's kind of just the same for me.
Do you think that he's able to cross over to the big leagues, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because he has the level shown in Endpoint, and I also think they have gone out of their way to actually acquire him. He's not an easy target to get, because there's probably other players or other teams for that that wanted his contract.
It's a new lineup, relatively inexperienced. The first team you go against is the best in the world. That's not easy.
No, but nothing to lose. I think it's a very easy way to go into a game, potentially knowing that, okay, the worst we can do is do what people expect and lose 2-0, but there is room to build, and also as we see that the coach is also not there.
That's just like a knock after a knock after a knock. Now you don't have your coach. You do have Vladdy though, standing behind them, her birthday, so happy birthday, Vladdy. We'll call that out now. But again, now you don't have your coach. You're going up against the best in the world. I mean, you've seen this lineup. What is the potential that OG offers?
They have to hope that Keto involves into this IGL role where he can really build a story with these guys, kind of Acadian type of approach. We saw it with Heroic. None of these players were star players, quote unquote, but now they have a lot of talent on the team. We've also seen him in other rosters where he was kind of perceived as the guy you sent in first. He was never really seen as a smart player, but he's really evolved over his career, but it's now time for him to step up to that challenge.
Do you think as a team, I mean, come on, you played professionally, you know. Do they come in, I mean, every team wants to win, but realistically, are they not coming in going, okay, this is going to be tough?
I mean, you're saying the classic things like, okay, let's just take one round at a time. Let's just try to win the pistol. You're obviously not going into the game and feeling the pressure. That's going to be on Vitality's side. They're going to go into this game thinking, okay, anything else than a 2-0 is going to be quote-unquote a waste of time. So it does help them in that matter.
Does it also help that we don't really know what to expect from OG in terms of their gameplay and their style?
Yeah, exactly. We know that it's a very tactical team on Vitality's side. I know XCast wants to do a lot of anti-strat, but it's not really possible when you have a fully new roster. There's a lot of new names on the squad, and we also see him with the the ruler lining up his gear.
You got to check all of that stuff, right? Do you think that's a bit of a mental thing there? Because I've always wondered.
I did it. I had my notepad
well?
like on my phone. I had my notes on how tall
Was it just for your mental?
Yeah, I think so, but it's so hard to replicate that feeling of sitting home. You know, your mom's cooking food, like you have the Coke, you have everything, and then you go here, and then you have the water, and you have to set up yourself. It's a hard life.
Okay, I'm going to forgive you now that you've mentioned you did that. I was going to be a little bit rough and talk about how ridiculous it was, but you know what, Babsky, you can have that. It's our first day on the job, but I want to upset you. We're taking a look now at OG again. Everything's changed, so it's completely different for this team. Could they potentially in the future, let's look towards the future, because we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. Do you think that if they have a bit of time together, this could be a good mix?
I hope so. I think Regali was actually a pretty decent Danish player. He's half Romanian, half Danish, so I hope that he would have stayed in the Danish scene, but actually went to OG. There is names on this list that I think is interesting. We also saw Nexius, who played IM Sydney with Mao, so they have a couple of interesting pieces, but it's just so hard when we see other teams, what they are bringing to the table. It's so hard to justify that this team is potentially going to be a playoff runner.
Do they have the individual skill, the firing power to compete with the best in the world?
I actually think their firepower is actually pretty decent. I think Figo Stiegel and Kito Stiegel is actually really, really good, so it's not often the aim that is lacking. I just think that they don't have the same teamwork and level of understanding that other teams are bringing.
On the plus, we know what to expect from Vitality, right? There's more than enough tape on them. So, I mean, OG can do a lot of preparation.
Exactly. So they have obviously an advantage of being the smaller team here. They can look at all the demos, they can see where Saiwu goes, but I think other teams have had that logic before and be like, okay, we know where Saiwu plays, but all of a sudden he still kills 4 people, right? So it's so hard to prepare for teams that are so well.
We have a pretty good head-to-head that we can compare now, and you've been bringing up these names. Regali and Dexter coming up now, so walk me through what you're thinking here.
I mean, I think Regali has played decently. I don't think he's done anything majorly wrong, but if we look at the qualifiers, I think a guy like Dexter, he would have gone into those RMR qualifiers, and he would have probably gone through at the first game or the first qualifier. But with Regali and OG, it took them so long to get through it. What's the 3rd or 4th that they've managed to get to the close? So I just expect a little bit more from Regali, and hopefully he can push into that category of being the new Dexter.
Let's talk now about their overall matchup. I'm going to say it, and it's Vitality 2-0.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that. Going to be easy for Vitality, I believe, but I think OG has nothing to lose, so I hope to see them coming up with a lot of interesting stuff that they can use for tomorrow.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like you said, they don't have anything to lose. They're going up against the best in the world. Their coach is not here. It's a new lineup, so technically they can kind of come in and just play and get a feel for one another.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone through that journey myself before, so it's really lovely to actually have this way of playing, that you're going to a tournament and you're being like, and then you see all of a sudden in the snack room, oh my god, that's Saiwu, and like you have nothing to lose, you just enjoy the experience. Obviously, some of these players have tried it before, but for the likes of Nexius, Heavy God, some of those names have not been used to sitting on a stage like this.
Look how nice we're being for our first game. This is not who we are.
I'm not normally nice. I'm actually
neither
pretty
am I.
toxic.
So I'm really impressed with how we're very well behaved. We're being so cheerleady for OG. Of course, though, Vitality, this is the team everyone's going to be keeping an eye on. 2024, is this their year? Do they carry on?
I think they are the team to watch, the team to beat, and I think other teams are looking at them and how can we evolve our playbook, because the guy in the picture, Apex, has really stepped up his level. I always thought he was a little bit of a gimmick IGL in the start.
What?
Wait,
Gimmick IGL?
In the start of his career, when he played with the full French lineup, I didn't really understand how they played. I think it was just the guy to the right who was really doing a lot of stuff. But then when he got in with the international roster, I really got a lot of respect for what he achieved with those guys, because it isn't an easy task to get the likes of Magisk. I've tried it myself, Sonic. Those are guys you have to make room for in the setup and also make it work, and he did it to an A+.
Apex, for me, I feel like is a little bit undervalued sometimes and not spoken about enough, because I do think that what he's been able to do is incredible.
He finished off the year with I think a 111 rating, which is unheard of in terms of IGLs. He's always been perceived as this IGL in the same category as a Carrigan, kind of not killing too many people, but he's really put that statement to the side and really shown that he can also join the server and really kill a lot of people.
I think that he also creates the space that Saiwu needs to pop off. So Apex, one to keep an eye on. Right, we have a little bit of a technical issue, which means we're going to be crossing to a break, but don't go anywhere, because the moment we get it all sorted, we're coming back for Apex and his Vitality team to take on OG.
welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? No! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. It's Launders and Scrawny to take you guys through the second half
I thought you were
of day
gonna
one.
say Scrawny. I thought you were just
No. I usually start with myself, but I figured I'd put you on that podium today. We're back, baby. Blast Premier halfway through. 4 best of 3s today, which means we've changed over shifts. Congratulations, Tech Girl, on your first segment here in the Premier Series. Welcome to the family, gang.
Sorry about complexity.
Yeah, really sucked. Yeah, definitely a South African problem, not a North American.
No longer North American is JT.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, he wasn't the problem.
Nope.
That's the other sad part for him. He actually played pretty damn well.
And what do we expect OG to do today, Launders? Can they play well enough to really take a chunk out of the Titans that is Vitality, the team that finished 2023 at the very tippity top?
Well, if you want to talk about a chunk, we got to talk about Heavy God. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll be definitely taking a chunk here. He's been really good.
He has been 1 of 5. OG obviously currently at the moment, like Bubsky was talking about in this pregame, like, you know, they didn't fly through the RMR qualifiers. It's been a little shaky. It's been a little rocky. But I do think that obviously OG have been just sort of wading through the waters of this identity crisis. No Flamesy on OG any longer. He will have a chance to batter and bruise his previous team tonight. And so in we go, with Vitality on the CT side of Mirage and OG poising themselves for the A-site hit. We get a smoke over the top and a few shots out from Ticket. Beautiful from Mezzi. Disgusting second frag to boot. He gets 3 kills with that P2K in the pistol. Apex the Berettas to clean up. And that is the Mezzi that we got to see at World Finals. Because when Fall Finals Mezzi hit the stage, well, he barely deserved to touch that trophy. He wasn't contributing quite like he did at World Finals. He was almost the first player to take a Vitality MVP out of the hands of ZywOo. That's where we ended last year. He kicks this one off clean. Look at this. 4 bullets out of the pistol, 3 frags to his name.
Just had a F1 pit stop for my headphones.
Yep.
So I think it's good now.
Got new tires, you're all good?
I think so.
Gassed up. Change that rear wing. Box, 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 box.
Box, 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 box.
Welcome back.
All right. Switching to medium tires.
Mm-hmm. In these weather conditions? Well, you missed a nice Mezzi 3K, I'm telling you that.
I saw it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to talk, but I took my voice box away.
What do you? Okay, let's play a game.
Sure.
How many rounds can OG post throughout this best of 3? What are you expecting? With no disrespect, of course. What are you actually expecting from OG this evening?
I think they're going to win on Vladdy's birthday.
For Vladdy.
Yeah. People are going to ask why the Pick'em show that we picked Vitality. But that's because you do the Pick'ems for us.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say officially right now that OG will win because it's Vladdy's birthday.
Okay, but what do you actually think?
What do I actually think?
Mm-hmm.
Heavy God.
Heavy God.
Heavy God! Already lost?
And so it starts.
What did he say?
He said, Heavy God already last.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a sign of respect. He knows Heavy God's good.
Gun round. That was a gun round.
Jesus, okay.
They had rifles, they had grenades, and they got nothing to show it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough, man. Vitality at the last couple events of the last year, the fall final, the world final, they started to like put FaZe down, you know? Like it wasn't even like FaZe had a chance, and that
stomped them.
It was getting real ugly there for a second. Somehow Vitality could get even better than the first half of the year. I mean, maybe they're not better than the first half of the year. They won Paris, but there was no major in the second half of the year. The recovery, though, was actually a spectacle. It was the 8th wonder of the world what Vitality did. in 2023. And they just don't have any flaws right now. They're the best team in the world. In a game where it's hard to say someone is the best or these players are going to be the best, it still feels like, for the most part, not much has changed for Vitality.
Quick and easy rebound in CS2. You know, they just let FaZe get off to a better start for the sake of excitement. But oh, how they have shaped the narrative. And one of the reasons has to be noted, Apex is having, on an individual level, an excellent 3 months. Posts, I believe, like a 1.1 at World Finals, 1.04 back at Fall Finals. You know, we talk about in-game leaders getting better in CS2, those that take space. Oh, but Heavy God's got himself a deagle, and that's all he's gonna get. The single kill into the A site before Apex, again, just continues to farm up with the A4. Nexius will find something towards top middle, but it ain't enough. Spinx survives the damage, and Fiku all alone.
And Nexius has actually been, stats-wise, pretty good as well here for OG, but they haven't played any quality competition, nothing as tough as Vitality. But it is about time, I think, for a step up in competition because, yeah, his numbers have been pretty decent. I think Mao's NXT have been something of a money tree in terms of young talents, right? So I think OG were like, all right, well, let's see if there's one more player that we can scoop from them to take advantage of their great talent scouting.
I think, unfortunately, despite that great trend that NXT did have, right, we're now talking about a pool of Mao's NXT players that didn't get the We Play Academy experience. They didn't get Cyclone and Shuhei molding them as JDC, Shane, Exertion, that lot did. You know, I feel like Jimpat really was kind of the last piece that went through that nurturing period in NXT. So, yeah, Nexius is on the list. And Fiku,
this is possible,
making a list of victims. Too deep, 12 seconds to spare. He could plant, and he's covered from Palace, but it's Zywoo, whose position is now known. Fiku, if he wins this, and we know Fiku can hit a headshot, well, we would have been on for something spectacular, but he can still be proud. 2 frags and a bomb plant. Ain't nothing to scoff at.
That was really nice. Yeah, good try, Fiku. He's still calling for OG, right? As long as nothing's changed in the last...
Don't know.
Don't know, actually. But yeah, okay, he was at 1 point, so I'm going to assume nothing. If everything else is the same. So much has changed for so many teams. This break has been crazy. Talking to Heroic following the RMR qualification, seeing Astralis after like Bet Boom, where they had an early exit get better. There are so many narratives that have been forming. A lot of them have been forming online.
It's all we've had, Launders. The online realm. It is today that is the first day of LAN CS2 in 2024, and we get an ace in the first round of competition. Shout out Rez one time.
Shout out Zelsis.
Shout out Honda.
Big ups Honda.
Yes, sir. The Pistol Ace Gods.
I read on HLTV that this is Heavy God's tryout for Vitality.
Shouldn't be reading that website. There's lots of things you can do there, but reading, it's a dangerous game. Creeping up through connector. They've done a good job of keeping the pack tight. Zywoo will shave off the front runner. Easy second kill for Zywoo. Clean change of position. Little verticality goes a long way. Regali, 6 snap back to Cat. But the nade almost gets there. 3 health.
3 health.
And as he falls himself into the cover of the corner of connector, it is time that ticks quick. And that's a bait from Tetris to keep 3 alive for Vitality and the winning ways rolling.
Just lovely. So you asked me what I really think. Did you already say what you really thought?
I don't answer the questions. I ask. And you still haven't answered.
I did. You just didn't believe me.
Oh.
It's 2 different things. So I've answered honestly. You haven't answered because you asked the question.
We're at a crossroads.
It's up to the viewers to decide what to listen to and what to believe.
You at home can fill in the blanks.
Do your own research. New coach here for OG, Vladi. Everybody go on Twitter and wish her a happy birthday because it is Vladislava's birthday.
Imagine that. It's your birthday, and you get told, hey, by the way, we need a coach. Good luck.
You are now Rugga without a beard.
By the way, you're playing Vitality. Have fun. There's one thing I know about Vladi, it's that when things go well for OG, she's the most hyped person in the room.
Yeah.
So I would love to see him win a few rounds, get us that Vladi land pop-off. Very quick round this time. Tempo, nasty up connector, and Flames hits the ground with nothing to show for it. Apex sprays clean. Third, not his for the taking. ZywOo from Ticket will turn the attention of Keto. And Fiku, with a bit of cover along the wall, just can't manage to bring anybody else with him. So the pace definitely catches them out, but Apex does enough to hold the line and give his teammates a comfortable amount of space.
But they're already thinking about the second half of the round. Keto has the site to himself. Lurk Smoke comes out. But Keto, he doesn't have much to lose, so he's going to take some kind of risk here. And, well, ZywOo's playing back off the cusp of his smoke. Saw a discussion about Plume versus Bloom recently on Twitter about smokes.
What about Anders?
It was it was Vu talking about whether or not smokes should be named after the great Anders Bloom or the great Anders Plume. I mean, smokes plume, right? That's what we've always said. But smokes also bloom. But when I actually think about bloom in FPS games, I think about how
I think of
in
inaccuracy.
Fortnite's not first-person shooter, but in Fortnite they say bloom for spread.
Yes.
Which also sort of makes sense.
When I hear bloom, I think of onions.
Onions.
Bloomin' onions. Plume. Bloom. Bloom's got more. I like bloom. But mechanically.
They bloom, they bloom.
Big peak.
You guys got to decide.
Flamesy gets away with one, but he's pressured by the Molotov, so luckily for him, Mezzi's got a piece of the action, a double off of Catwalk. It's a gun round that finally looked to go the way of OG out the gate, and they get shut down in an instant. 2 up between Regali and Heavy God, highest rated players for OG throughout their RMR qualifier run. Emphasis on the Heavy God, but shut down this time around by Britain's best. Mezzi's sitting pretty on the 3-piece. Regali's got 45 seconds to try and cook up something special.
Well, he's going to need a cast iron, a gas stove, and Ramsey's pedigree, okay? To be able to make a dish out of this.
Dude, Apex is 14-3.
He's just walking through the front door right now. Nobody's home to stop him.
He's been in a good space lately, in the server, out of the server. Apex stocks at an all-time high. Clean flick out of Mezzi. Where's that third one? Oh, jump spot, got him what he needed.
Mezzi hasn't lost an event yet, right?
No, sir.
So he's been given so much time to get comfortable and get better.
Yep.
Like, we don't even know how much better he's going to get. We know how good he can be. On Vitality, though, his first event, he wasn't that good. His second event, he was really good. Where's the ceiling?
I don't think he's lost a match yet since Mezzi joined.
Whoa, well, I'll just double check that real quick.
That's
That'd
a
be
big claim.
insane, yeah.
That's a big claim, but if I'm not mistaken, if my gray matter serves me right.
Man, how come we didn't talk about that?
We're about to.
Yeah, no match. Well, they've lost maps. No matches lost. Jesus, that is 8 series straight. We were talking about some pretty good teams.
And to be honest, this would be the perfect event to eat your first loss, because then you got it out of the way. There's no trophy here.
That attitude is why you're not playing on Vitality.
You got to lose eventually. Wouldn't it be better to happen at groups?
Sounding like a real Norman right now.
Let's see what Larry's cooking. Mezzi 2 to the left. clean as can be. 8 in a row for Vitality.
Vitality, yeah. I had made my top 20 lists for this year, and for a while I had Rops over Spinks, and that was the big thing for me, is that I ended up putting Spinks over Rops. And the main reason was because at the World Final and the Fall Final, I thought that Spinks was directly better than Rops in those two tournaments.
Of course, yeah.
And I think that actually, that's where it flipped. Before that, I had Rops for sure, number 3.
Yeah, yep.
I just think that one, you know, the games we watched, Spinks was that guy.
You're absolutely right. I believe it was Hawka who tweeted out a great graphic in terms of like that rating head-to-head between Spinks and Rops. And the evidence is damning.
I didn't actually see that. What was the...
It was just the Spinks' rating versus FaZe throughout the year and Rops' rating versus Vitality throughout the year. Very one-sided. Like the trade train that has been Vitality's defense. ZywOo, if I'm not mistaken, was burned out there. But Fiku throws caution to the wind.
So slippery, that one. Can't find him. Can't find Flamesy either. Keto, you can smell him, though. The milk was still sweating. It's just that. And now he's gone in the completely wrong direction. Bomb is unrecoverable. With that one kill, maybe he could walk into that 1v2, but I think this is slowly just turned into... I'm not going to say safe because it doesn't seem like he's going to, but I was going to, I got to admit.
Keto doesn't know about that word. Keto believes, and so should Vitality. 9 rounds straight.
9 rounds straight.
Vladdy on the mic.
Vladdy on the mic. Let's go. Vladdy on the mic on the tack pause.
Oh no, what if Vladdy gets 13-0'd?
I want to hear her swearing at them. That's what I want to hear. I don't even want the motivational speech.
We know her as being so like bubbly and always in a good mood.
Yeah.
She gets on that tech pause.
Guys, it's literally my birthday.
What is happening?
She was talking about taking it easy today, watching her team play. Pretty excited to do that.
Yeah.
Hope everything's cool with Rugga, though. That's obviously,
of course, yes,
extenuating circumstances we don't know too much about.
He's a family man. Said he had to take care of the wife and kids today.
Yeah.
As a great man would. And in his case, does. But yeah, I thought so. Fiku definitely heard ZywOo get tagged by that Molotov on Van. Definitely heard it. And you can see his confusion when he jumps out the window and gets shot in the back of the head. You're not the first, Fiku. Won't be the last. Again, we're going to get pace. OG got close to this bomb site once in a similar buy with a similar round, and they've got ZywOo dead. Off in hand for Fiku, trying to catch the rotate as bomb is down. A curious situation here. Spinks starts to reclaim control as he does get picked by Regali.
Now the
op has fallen into the hands of the right player, and Heavy God's Deagle out of ramp yet again. But Flames gets the back turned, and we're gonna have to lean on Heavy God. We wanted to see him put something forth tonight. A 1v2 would look real good. Molly's over top. A little bit of damage. Can he find him in the smoke? No, sir. Cover from Flamesy. 10 for Vitality.
Their communication is just so sharp. All the nades come down at the right moment. No over peeking. They re-aggress and then re-aggress again inside of the window to flank Regali. Him getting the op was a chance for OG to win that round, but Vitality's protocols did all the legwork here. Just really beautiful retake from them from the perspective of time and utility. We won't be jinxing anything today.
Whoop. Keto on his own here, under pressure from the utility and barely standing. Down he goes.
Oh, man.
ZywOo hits the dunk from downtown.
Bomb still back in spawn, which means their mid player, well, I don't know who was supposed to go back and get that. But they're really pressing up against choke points right now. I think they're just more concerned about get this first kill and then organize. But they'll eventually need to go back and get that bomb. It's getting farther away from them in some way.
Oh, Apex. Clean one. Second player in middle has been found out, and Apex is barely alive. But with the wide swing, he gets over. Good chase from Fiku, but he can't find Apex. And as the Oppers duel down in mid, Apex is going to have a chance at something off that flashbang, nearly set up from the cat flash, but still bomb in spawn. Mezzi continues to tear them up. And as Regali swaps over to the AK, at least the frags are both here for the taking, and ZywOo denies him.
That was
at the final line.
That was their closest chance right there. The kills were there. I mean, they gave him the respect of saying, okay, you probably have the bomb, but there was actually no way to go back and get it. So, well, small chance for OG, but right now we're looking at 11-0. I've been finished my rewatch of The Sopranos, by the way.
Okay.
I've spent a year rewatching it.
Still good?
Just still a great show. But one of the funniest parts about it is every time, you know, every time Anthony Jr. does something, gets in trouble, it's always connected to somebody's like birthday or, you know, something like that. Oh, wait, hold on. We got 1 round left in the half, and it's starting off fast. Heavy God goes down. ZywOo inside a ladder with a op by himself, and they're just walking out of smokes now.
Dude, Apex has barrel stuffed countless players in this first half. 16 and 5 and still going. Fiku slipped the net on catwalk. Clean headshot to Mezzi, but ZywOo then trade frag +1 deep on Nexia.
16 and 3, man.
Yeah. Wow. Right up there alongside Apex. The Frenchman fragging at the start of 2024. Regali put down into a 1v4 to try and stop the painful reality that is indeed a 12-0 half.
Indeed.
I thought he was going to go around the corner
on
and die.
Vladdy's birthday. We can't let that happen.
Yep, that it is.
OG better win this pistol.
It's a lot of pressure to bring back this map. At least it's the opening game of the year. It's all uphill from here. Good luck.
Are you going to get better chances than this one to try and do anything later on? Probably not. Nico's deep on the site. Actually, again, probably should be dead already. He's going to get the 1 kill there. Good little double for Bieri, and might as well have been a triple there. And Bonacy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, takes down Woody, and now he's on the hunt, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick! He doesn't have the time for the block. No, he can't do it, I think. Oh! Yes! How is that possible? What an absolutely godlike sequence from Bonacy. He doesn't have to move so much. Now, there is a Molotov on Turtle. He's going to throw it. It's not deep enough. Bonacy still could have the shot. Oh, and there it is. One of the best clutches we've seen in a long, long time.
That is something special.
Flames and Dexter. And this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
But Apex, as quickly as he peeks from hell, goes right down into the open floor of the B site. Hears this coming, knows, and raises the alarm. But they're going to double back so that they can split from Decon. No rush, but as that nade's being thrown, ZywOo missed chance. Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed, and a 4th could be had. Ooh. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes dupreeh, quietly creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5! An absolute beast!
It feels like he gets clutch of the century every week.
Lamef, gotta be careful. Walks into the shot.
Farlig and Glaive to defend. Early damage. They still haven't seen the position of Glaive, and actually coming up the vents might prevent anything from working out. Config is not letting them have an escape route. It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we've said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Clave is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
Well, it's a tough reality here for OG, but they are indeed down 0-12 in the opening map of their 2024. It can only get better from here.
Yeah, so you have to set the bar super low. It's like the opposite of, what's that called? Not the Macarena. What's the one where you go
the
under
limbo.
the bar? The limbo, yeah, exactly. Limbo gets harder the lower you set the bar, but it's the opposite here in CS at the Blast Groups 2024 spring.
That's a fair
season start.
Map 1, match 3, day 1, year 2024.
Let's kick it off.
A CT pistol is all that is in between OG and embarrassment.
Oh no, on Vladdy's birthday, come on guys.
But luckily Heavy God is in the server, and where there's a Heavy God, there's a chance. 3 kills, just like that. From inside Sandwich, he keeps the hopes alive. But a 2v2 right back after, and smoked off. They could cross, they don't know it, and they won't. They'll hold. Oh, but you know the worst part about this is now that uncertainty is going to start creeping into the back of Fiku's mind. He's going to leave for the B site, and this whole entire time, Vitality is just going to have sat in the corners.
They're planting the seeds.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh, okay. They get one spotted. No bomb spotted on the ramp, actually. Oh, and second player inside Palace. All info is known between both parties.
Who's swinging, baby? CS2, swing or be swung?
Oh, they're so uncomfortable. CT's looking up here from triple and default 45 seconds, but Fiku wins his.
Nice headshot, and Spinks now has to recover just like that into the 1v1. Oh! Just like that. 13-0.
On Vladdy's birthday.
On Vladdy's birthday. 13-0 like it's nothing. Because Vitality were indeed the best team of 2023, and they start this one as hot as possible.
I think Scorny said this a few times, so I'm just going to say it again. I mean, it can only get better for OG from here, right?
I mean, we tried to talk a story for OG before the game. Heavy got an interesting player. We also saw it in the pistol round, but it never even got close.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's tough for the mental part for OG. Obviously, they also lack their coach. I think that would be a part of why it goes so wrong. There's nobody to take that time out and be like, hey guys, calm down. Like, we need to take it one step at a time, and it just snowballs.
I think Vladdy will be pretty good at that. I've known her for a while, and I think she'll be good at getting the motivation up. But it is a tall ask, because to go 13-0 on your map pick, on your first game here at Blast Premier Spring Groups, what? How do you even deal? And now you're going to go face Vitality on their map pick. It's impossible for them.
Yeah, and the seeding didn't really help them either. They're in a group with Vitality, which is the best team. Then they have the Astralis and Falcons potentially facing off after this game. So it's not really going to be an easy ride for these guys, so they need to find their way extremely quickly.
What did Vitality, I mean, I was going to say, what did Vitality do right?
Everything.
Okay, but I mean, from an OG standpoint, let's talk about that, because it felt like even when there was an opportunity for them to do something, they just didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, we have a couple of rounds in the game, and I think there is actually potential in some of these rounds. I think 13-0, you think, okay, they didn't even get a kill, but it was actually interesting in some of the rounds, and I think I want to bring one up. They get a good default here. They get the 1-for-1 trade, and then we actually see OG in an interesting position. You would be like, okay, 4v4, the guy in short room is going to go for the trade here and get them in an advantage. But look at the individual quality from Messi. Like, he gets that kill, and it's just so demotivating for OG. Like, they're in good positions, and they still manage to lose the round.
I don't want to put more salt in the wound for OG. So let's just have a general conversation specifically around the team that is Vitality and why they are the best in the world.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at Apex, right? He enjoys these types of games where there's only anything to win and the momentum just keeps going his way. He's such a unique character. He like laughs and screams, even though he's in front 10-0. I think the guys on OG side is also feeling that, why is this guy screaming at me? Like, he's obviously just winning so easily. But it's nice to see that he's continuing the trend from late 23.
I like that the positivity that you see from him. Obviously, it's in the server, but it's also on his face, and that celebrations. And the thing is, he's going to get in your head when you're not doing that well, right?
Yeah, he's a 50-50 kind of guy, right? If things go wrong on his team, we've also seen him like sitting with his face in his hands and all these sorts of things. But when things goes the way of Apex, we see this guy, and he is the one who wins a lot of games.
How annoying is that when you're sitting on the other side?
I think you don't hear it too much. Obviously, it's a little bit worse in these arena events, but it's kind of more that you see the guys standing up when they start standing up. I remember so many games between Apex and KDM where they would constantly just stand up after each round. So I think it brings a lot of atmosphere to the viewer and us.
Pretty scary though if you're OG. A lot of those players knew Heavy God as well. I mean, this is his first sort of, I want to say like introduction to the big leagues. And then you got to deal not only with a bad scoreline, but you got to deal with that guy on the other side celebrating.
Yeah, I guess it reminds me a little bit of myself. Obviously, I didn't have that rough a start. I think I won my first game, but getting into a stage like this, it hurts your ego a little because you're used to playing against worse people, like tier 2, tier 3, and you're dominating those type of games. And then you actually get the feeling of what is it to play against the likes of Simple, Saiwu, and you just don't get that amount of space.
It's like a little bit of baptism by fire, right?
For sure.
And like we said, there is absolutely nothing more that can go wrong now. It's only up from here. We're going to be moving to map 2 right after this.
to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? No! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it.
Damn, that's the thing, right? London is calling. That's what's up for grabs right now. You want to win this group. You're going to guarantee your spot there. How sick is it going to be heading over to the UK?
It looks like Vitality is very close to already being there, right? I think they want to get over this tournament as fast as possible and just secure their place in London, really.
I think London's going to be epic. I think there's a lot of... I'm actually a British citizen. I only like to throw that out every so often when something good happens in the UK, which isn't often. But this, for me, is pretty exciting. And I know that there's a lot of UK fans that are going to love having CS there.
Yeah, I mean, back in the days, I remember Blast was also in London for their first couple of events. Maybe it was Leicester, London, somewhere between there. But it was a great event, and I think there's not been a lot of English culture in terms of Counter-Strike. We've not seen that many teams, so I think it's interesting to try to build that up.
We're trying to be really nice because it's our first day on the job here together. So we're trying to talk about other things because we don't really want to talk about what just happened. Obviously, OG going down 13-0 on their map pick to Vitality. And now we move on to Inferno. What do you think about Vitality on Inferno?
I think it's going to be the ZywOo show again. I think it's the easy one to say, but I think he's going to be obviously the rotation between the sides, and he's really the one who's going to dictate the pace of the game. If he's able to go on B and already set them to be scared to take the banana control early on in the game, and he's going to play A at some rounds as well, I think it's going to be really hard for OG to build their defaults.
There's so many questions I have, but the problem is we can't answer them because we don't really know this OG lineup all that well. Because I want to say, like, well, how do they shut this down? How is this going to happen? But
Yeah,
the truth is we just don't know.
Exactly. We don't have the demos to watch. We don't have anything on their CV to potentially justify that they could make it an interesting game against Vitality. We have to hope for Heavy God. I think he had a nice pistol on the CT round, which was the most important thing that they couldn't close out.
How do they make sure that they get around on the board this time?
I hope that we're going to see a little bit more structure. I think it was a little bit messy on the T side beforehand. Now they're going to get another shot on the T side. A little bit easier map for me personally to get the defaults rolling. You at least get the control if you use your util well. We're going to have to look at that.
It's going to be super interesting because obviously they're coming now as well. Not only do they have to fight it out in the server, there's a mental battle that's taking place. We can see them huddling, getting ready, but it is difficult. You mentioned overcoming this is going to be the real test for OG.
Yeah, obviously when you go out to take a break afterwards, it's not an easy conversation to have, to be like that guy, hey, let's just have fun, but you know, it's not fun. That you lost 13-0, you prepared many months or weeks for this particular tournament because it's important for OG, and they just got absolutely annihilated.
Do you think it's difficult when it's like a younger roster like this, where it starts becoming a little bit more of the blame game when you go for that break and less about trying to just move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why the disadvantage is even there for them as well. There's no coach. Obviously, you talked about the manager being the coach, but she cannot help on the right rounds that went wrong. If Rugger was here, he was able to say, hey guys, round 8, it was just a small thing we had to change and we would have won. And it's a little bit easier to move on. But here they kind of have frustrations from the last game that potentially could walk into Inferno.
Obviously, to be clear, we have absolutely no idea what happened in the conversations outside. We weren't there, we're just spitballing. Yeah, we're just kind of talking because we didn't want to talk more about how they played. And this was something that we can talk about, though, is just the team spirit amongst Vitality.
But I like to see that from Vitality right here, that they're still doing the huddle, they're doing all the rituals, even though they just completely destroyed a lesser opponent. They're not slacking on the good things, and they have brought a lot of... Okay, I don't know what that dance was. They didn't have that last year, but maybe they practiced that.
Maybe they practiced it. I mean, they did say that they had some practice. They then had the HLTV Awards, and then they had a bit more practice. So obviously Apex decided that dance was important to add to the mix.
He's a character. He for sure could make a dance and make it work.
They're feeling pretty confident. Job's done for them. Do you think that they're probably thinking that already?
I mean, psychologically, they are probably already at the hotel preparing for tomorrow, but obviously they still need to win this second map if they want to make it easy for themselves, so let's have a look at it.
This group is pretty, I think it's pretty stacked when you've got Vitality, Astralis, and I do think that the Falcons lineup is super interesting. For Vitality, that's obviously going to be playing in the back of their mind. It's all well and good that it's easy today, but it's not going to be easy tomorrow.
No, but there's so many storylines in this bracket. We have Vitality, Astralis, and Falcons. There's so many former teammates on each roster. I think Falcons against Astralis has been kind of unique because Magisk has always been the favorite, talking about Vitality as well, has always been the favorite against Astralis because they've had like lackluster rosters, but now I would actually say the tables have kind of turned. It's a very 50-50 matchup, and it's going to be a very different dynamic.
It's an interesting group, but when I say interesting for OG, they may not think interesting, more like super tough.
No, they're not going to get that easy game. They are the easy game, right? And they realize that they're in a big pond with big fish, and they're the small one, and somehow have to survive this.
I've seen little fish survive before, and I've seen little fish cause some irritating bites on the bigger fish. So maybe what OG needed today was that horrible first map to wake them up? Like you said, there is potential here. There's firing power on the lineup.
It is a reality check, right? When you go into the game and you kind of expect, okay, it's Vitality, it's going to be hard, but you don't expect 13-0, right? So it's now or never, because tomorrow is probably going to be equally hard.
It actually is going to be tough when you think about it. OG is really just going to have to forge it together, come together. It's great for a new lineup. For Vitality, like you said, heading to the hotel as well. It is interesting for me, though. Do you think that this helps starting out with an easy game as a player, or would you prefer to have a little bit of a tough matchup to get you into the swing of things?
I mean, if I'm the #1 team in the world, I've not tried it, so I don't really have the knowledge, but I would assume that you would like to have an easy game in the start, because then it kind of goes slowly into the routine, the normal thing, and then we see, yes, last year actually, Heroic playing against EG, and we were like, okay, Heroic potentially world's best team, and then they fumbled the bag. So I think it's great to see that Vitality are ready from the get-go.
It's so interesting. I don't play professionally. I'm definitely not good enough, but I would want a harder game to start. Just saying. I feel like it wakes you up, warms you up.
Yeah, I mean,
probably why I don't play
think
professionally.
That's a very much a viewer's point of view, right? If you're the best team in the world, you just want to get as far into the tournament as quickly as possible.
It's fair enough. The pro player just put me in my place. It's fine. And you know who else put me in my place a little bit earlier on was Scrawny and Launders, throwing South Africa under the bus. And I realized that the worst part about this is I can never respond because you've already forgotten what they said. So hopefully they'll be nice to me this time.
Yes, that's right, Sam. As casters, we do get to set the narrative, all right? You guys do your job, and then we'll throw you under the bus as much as we need to. At least you have a UFC champion. That's something going for South Africa.
True.
You know?
Yeah, you got that donated by Mr. Strickland.
Look at these odds here, Mohan. Our new betting sponsor, GG Bets, has put forth a 17.42 to 1.
Higher number better, maybe?
I don't think that's how that works. And getting to work is what OG have to do here in the second map of this series, because Vitality have hit the ground running. Off of the back of what was domination from Apex at the start of the CT side. I saw this tweet from Yanko. He timed it. The first gun round of OG on Mirage, 15 seconds.
Oh, because of that run out at mid.
The top mid domination. You go 5 rifles top mid because you want to shut down your mid players, and instead you are dead in 15 seconds. That is not a record that OG wanted to break.
Not on Vladdy's birthday.
They got broke. Busted up. And we'll see if their Inferno has anything better in store for us. Oof. Ziwu gushed down mid. I like that they're confident. They're going for the gunfights. They kicked it off with a gush, and now they could be paying the price. Flamesy and Mezzy looking to get themselves up into the apartments as Regali and Nexius do maintain mid.
They had such good protocol to deal with this. They're late up alt, plus they have Hall's control, and the CTs they know have to reroute through the B side. So Regali's still here in mid. Oh, good cover. Good cover. They take care of him. But now we're in a brand new situation. 2v2, A side is the tease, and the wrap takes place.
Mezzy's got that bomb tucked. Fiku kills Flamesy. No support here for the Brit. Nose one's coming in from Moto. Easy turnaround here for Mezzy. Can he nail it? A single bullet gets the job done. And full Fiku almost dodges until Mezzy says enough's enough.
Wow.
And that is now 14 rounds straight.
That was a well-handled situation right there. Another taste of the English. The full English, by the way, the food.
Big beans on this one. Mezzy crouches under the shot. Oof, just in between the eyes. Poor Fiku. Poor, unfortunate Fiku.
14 rounds in a row, Connor. 14 rounds in a row. I saw someone say it doesn't hit the same as CSGO 60-0. But guess what? It's still possible.
Can they pull it off? This could be a golden flashbang from Keto. Nope. He uses the roof to dodge the flash.
Yeah.
That little overhang completely denies the flashbang. Apex had vision the entire time, and they get torn apart.
That's actually why they shouldn't do that anymore, because that's now the default. Yeah. I don't know who kind of who did it first, but it was so I'm honestly doing that in the G2 defaults. But
I can guarantee you
it's
that
so nice now.
I can guarantee you the map designer never thought that underhang would be used. And yet,
you never know what people are going to do with your work.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing when you're backside on B. Dodge flashes in the same way.
Dodge the nades. 15 rounds in a row. .26 is the limit. Nope. At least this first gun round lasted more than 15 seconds.
Progress is progress.
CT's down to 2 more smokes. ZywOo just looking for that clean entry. Small gap on the smoke. Was inviting him for a second. Very little cover for Fiku as well. He puts the next piece of util down. ZywOo turns his back. Great chance at a double kill for k1to, but he pulls away and he loses his sight anchor. His nade could end flames.
Yes. There have been some weird bounces on these nades right now. Oh, it's second oranges. It's second oranges on the plant. Very wise.
And Spinks on the lurk. Heavy God, alert. 10 health left for him, only 4 sitting on k1to. We've got Apex, 67 health, and Flames a little bit to work with.
Such a great molly timing. They can peek behind it.
They're gonna try to press. 2 CTs line up, and Flames not able to get that third one, but it puts Apex in a great position to clutch. Little bits of health, all that Heavy God had left, and Apex playing it down. As that bomb ticks, he's got this in the bag. A 2v4 post plant.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I mean, they have the smoke timing. And the smoke's coming up. They throw the molly behind it. So unless the CTs have already passed, then there's no way that the CTs can do anything about it. And they peek behind it and take control together. That is some forward thinking from Vitality and very nice execution to boot. So clean with it.
Bomb second oranges, dodges the frag grenade.
Yeah, that too.
Flame sitting on default, could have died to it. But alas, Vitality go 3-0 and pistols back in the hands of OG. When does the beating end?
At 16-0, by the way, so there it is.
Through the smoke goes the MAC-10. Fiku looking to get that Deagle back online. The numbers are here. CT's trying to get into that execute, but 2 already pulled off the play. And the AKs swarm in.
It's hard to even.
Oh, he was looking to get cheeky over Coffin. He will still get a kill on just the vanilla pistol.
Heavy God. Oh.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall.
I thought I could create some energy for him.
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah.
Heavy go.
Heavy go.
I think his round's coming. Seen some great rounds. Israeli, born in Ukraine, I believe.
Yeah, we were talking to Vladi about him yesterday.
Yeah.
Born in Ukraine.
I noticed he had
Israel.
Yeah, because his last name, I was like. So, yeah. I didn't know a whole lot about him before he joined, but there's something about these Israeli talents. There's so many of them.
Maui Snake has been singing his praise.
Heavy gout. Oh yeah, shout out to Maui Snake for the great co-streams.
Oh, no second one from Nexius. Tries his damnedest to hang on to that. ZywOo's going hunting. 17 round wins in a row from the #1 ranked team in the world. Smoke grenade top, Banana. Gonna leave the anchor. Fiku again, not on top, but this time behind first orange. Vitality are gonna have some weight behind this commitment. If they commit in, despite the smoke, they'll go. Fiku, again, single kill. And the frag of Keto doesn't catch the next two on the cross. So Bomb will get over. Can he stop it? Will he?
Nades. Regali, one molly coming in late.
Keto gets pegged by the smoke. There's no support here for Apex. His teammates,
they heard him though.
They regain vision just in time. However, Apex dying in the back of the bomb site could get this retake rolling. You've got ZywOo on 5 HP. Spinx sits on 50. And both the counter-terrorists in from Coffin, smoking off the bomb. Molly spreads onto ZywOo. That's an easy kill for him. The first round of the series for OG, maybe. Spinx starts to peak. Diffuser down to the 2 seconds. They've done it. 17-round streak comes to an end.
They lock it up with that carpet fire right there on Banana. That was beautiful, connecting those two mollies. The first one, I was like, oh no, they can just peek behind it. But the second coming in, netted them a kill and actually took some time off the clock. So, well done. It's a first round one here for Vitality. 2 maps in.
You know what they say, man. First one's the hardest.
First one's the hardest. If you're going through hell, keep going.
Let's go! The first one, boys. Woo!
Ooh, is that ZywOo getting in a little? ZywOo getting in a little trash talk.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And back to reality.
What did he say?
He said, "Yeah, first one, boys. Woo!"
Oh, wow.
You know, I think it's incredibly healthy that the face of any esport, which is at this point now unarguably ZywOo, has a bit of attitude. You know, you don't want him to be. I'm not asking for toxicity.
Yeah.
But
I talked about this with Thor a couple weeks ago, but it's like Simple and ZywOo wake up every day and they know they're mortal enemies. It's just that ZywOo won't acknowledge it publicly. But everybody knows. Obviously, you want to be better. You don't get to #1 with that without that energy.
And
so if you don't show it, you're just hiding it.
You're just hiding it.
Come on.
And he's done a good job of hiding it. You know, he wanted there to be an argument. Now it's but we saw it at the HLTV award show. We saw the character coming to the forefront.
One thing will never change. He's a truly humble person.
He's a humble person.
And we know that behind the scenes, talking to him, he's a nice guy. Okay, he's not being fake. But, you know, to believe that he's not trying, come on. You got to be kidding yourself. Versus all these other people who wake up every day, they literally they shower in energy drinks. They play in dimly lit rooms 12, 13 hours a day. They sever the relationships with their family members and their friends in order to grind, face it, day in and day out. And ZywOo is the best of all of them, and you think he's not trying? Don't fall for that.
No. Can't fool me.
Think he doesn't care? Come on. That just means you got tricked twice.
You know, I'm going to say it, man. When he started CS2 a little slowly in the first 10 maps.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Okay. No, I mean, statistically, in the first 10 maps, he wasn't amazing.
I'm going to say, some of us really weren't worried because that was the anomaly.
Yeah, but statistically, it wasn't the hardest start. And then Maui Snake lit a fire under his ass, and now he's got attitude.
Yeah.
The impact don't stop. Oh. Regali, in the meanwhile, trying to be the counter-opper, and instead his brain is splattered in apartments. Heavy God tries to slide into that gap and will deter Flamesy from following through. Flashbang setup, but he doesn't go for the swing. Just slides one step forward, and Spinx is going to catch him right then and there. Double man advantage as Vitality look to hard reset OG. 7 rounds into this game.
Yeah, they got Spinks right under their doormat right now. My God. And he is no longer dormant. Here he is inside the halls. Nexius coming in on the flank. Spinks hasn't moved a muscle. And oh, this poor man.
5-7 gets that kill.
You know.
Ain't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
An MP9 gets that 100%. MP7, I don't know. Yeah. How are you going to admit to that? I was supposed to be banter. You're Simple retired. You're the only one left here who can go to bat for the MP7.
No, we still have Nerds. Nerds.
Okay.
We got JL and me.
Nerds, JL.
And Moses.
Those are pretty good ambassadors. Those are pretty good brand ambassadors.
Why didn't you say yeah when I said Moses?
What do you mean?
Moses also plays MP7.
That's cool.
I need you to recognize Moses' talents. Look at this. Oh. I mean, the 5-7 literally gets that kill in one bullet.
I know. That's the sad part.
But the A1S?
$500 pistols. One-shotting, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Not okay. Never was.
CZ ain't walking through that door.
The Deagle needs to be the cheapest gun that can one-shot.
So I will off the opening kills again. Apex has Fiku 5v3 with just some upgraded Desert Eagles, and as Keto throws out utility, peeking back around the coffins, he'll find himself in a similar state. Despair. Oop, or not. Has the time come for Keto's Desert Eagle to turn? No, never mind. I feel like poor Keto has got a giant magnet on his chest when it comes to frag grenades. We saw it top mid on Mirage. This time just hiding backside B. All he's asking for is a little map control. Hey, you guys mind if I sit in this dark corner? Too much to ask for. Regali and Heavy God. Stuck inside of the church with nowhere to go. So let's see what they can take down with them. There it is.
Knock, knock.
Quick headshot to Mezzi. Who's up next? They both swing, and that is clean.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That is clean indeed. Flamesy, with one burst, drops two, and Apex is having a field day.
What will it take to rock Vitality's structure that just this last year they got Flamesy in, and that was not even a guaranteed
like integration.
Exactly. Like replacing Dupree, you know, I think Zonic had brought up the age thing, which makes sense. Like, okay, Dupree's not getting worse right now, but he did play extremely well for about a 3-month period and had a couple years that were worse.
Yep.
Probably not going to play as long as Flamesy is. That's fair to say. Okay, but it's still not guaranteed that Flamesy is going to be comfortable in those big games really fast. But how quickly have we moved from Vitality integrating Flamesy no problem to Vitality integrating Flamesy and Mezzi no problem, having almost no weaknesses at all?
Yeah, I mean, Flamesy had a huge event at Gamers 8 last year.
At the HLTV confirmed, HLTV confirmed to work. HLTV Awards, Apex said that players like us don't get enough credit sometimes when he was, I think it was another IGL he was referencing.
He's talking about, no, he was talking about, oh my God.
Kerrigan.
No, brain fart. G2, Hooksy.
Hooksy, oh yeah, that's right. So, and it's true, right? You can almost never give an IGL enough credit because we all know how much they do. But you only really rate them based on the team's wins and losses.
Oh, come on, boys. One more for the road, perhaps? Yeah, Fiku extending around.
This is nice.
The bomb down in the bottom of T-spawn.
All that's to say, I think it's just amazing what Apex has done.
Leave it to Apex.
And he's also survived the coach change where a lot of people were preying on his downfall, saying, well, he got his ass carried to this point by Zonic.
This is winnable. This is a winnable round.
Oh, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Did they not see the bomb?
They never saw it. It's that bottom T-spawn.
Okay. And they're not worried about the B side at all right now. Well, now they are.
Ooh. But when you're all coming in from the same direction, I mean, this has got spray down written all over it.
You can hear him. Charging
23 bullets in the magazine, takes into the corner. And they, I mean, they could tether nicely, but they come in at separate timings. And the third player's low health. Oh,
that was
God. 10 HP between the last two standing. Mr. Merryman almost clutched that.
Yeah, they were over on the A site playing with Mega Blocks. They thought the round was over.
Whew.
Mezzi was playing with Lego. They were playing with Mega Blocks. Okay.
I was never allowed Lego growing up.
Because you kept eating them.
No, that's why I wasn't allowed Play-Doh. So, little brackets control starts the round off nicely for the M4s. Ooh, that is down to the wire. That sly wink from Flamesy. He's a troublemaker, and I know it.
Yeah, he is.
Sitting pretty at 10 and 5 at the moment. Going back in for the bracket control. And not concerning themselves with short side where they had 2 CTs stacked up last round, so a little variation from both teams. And who comes out on top of this? Heavy God in the pit, Molly by his feet. Luckily the smoke is there ahead of time. Moto players won't see him moving. Backside player goes down empty-handed. Now
Clean
suddenly,
clear.
Yeah, Heavy God has all of the pressure on his shoulders. Keto's gonna come over to try to bail him out, but then ZywOo picks him off as he peeks out through library. Sight cleared. Fiku near, but not able to stop that bomb plant. Mezzi comfortably backside plants it.
Flames does everything.
They're already on for the save, huh?
Yeah. 2 most important kills right there. That slide out clear from Flamesy. Ends losing 22 HP after refragging in pit as well. Vitality right back to winning. ZywOo with an expected awesome start to the year.
Good. Because I remember last year when Evil Geniuses beat Heroic in their opening game.
Yeah.
When Heroic
I thought you were
being
gonna
touted.
I thought you were gonna do a Kassad tweet, right?
Oh, no.
I was watching last year. You could say it actually. You could. Yeah. Fold it in.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to take any swings at Kassad. He completely missed the major.
That is tough. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We were watching.
Yeah. I'd say he's already bleeding.
So, sorry. I kind of
What was I
ruined your
saying?
flow right there. You were talking about Heroic versus EG.
Yeah, you know, we started the year like, Heroic, best team in the world. This is their year. And then they lose to EG, and there was that whole thing. And then, you know, it just amounted to nothing. So I looked at Vitality versus OG today as like that, you know, there's that just voice in the back of your head, that scarred tissue. That's like, oh, what if they start cold? What if all of a sudden the 2 LAN wins at the end of the year mean nothing because Vitality lose to OG? Their first loss with Mezzi.
But Outsiders were the best team in 2022, not Heroic.
That's true.
Yeah.
James doesn't lose in Brazil. Mezzi just gonna drop the 1. Everybody else has gone towards the A site. It's Nexius and Heavy got a long short. Ooh, 3 players apartments. This is going to unravel your holds. Oh, Flamesy clears the truck. Spinks clears Nexius, but Heavy God gets spotted. And at least he holds on to the boiler control. So they've lost sight and they've pushed it all down to ZywOo. This is what we're all waiting for, though. Give me a ZywOo 1v3 clutch attempt in a post plant.
You call it an attempt now.
What, are you gonna call this a surefire thing? He's dodged the bullets as he crosses over to pit. First one, a miss, but he gets away, and a second shot off the mark. How uninspiring.
Calling it an attempt now as well.
There we go, OG. 3 on the board.
Yeah. 1 last round to play in this half.
Yep, any other analysis you'd like to offer? Yep.
I was thinking, I try to put myself in like a positive mental mindset, you know, to come up with something nice to say.
Yeah.
End on a high note for both teams.
It is Monday.
There's that TED talk of a guy who says absolutely nothing for 15 minutes just to show up. Like, doesn't matter what you say, it's how you say it.
Okay.
But I couldn't really channel that right now for OG. T-side's fun on Inferno, say that much.
There you go, silver linings. You're doing better than you did on Mirage. Nexius playing counter flash. Again, this is the setup that held back the T's once. Ooh, but first player, nothing. Boosted member. He'll shave off a single frag. Bomb is still sitting at the bottom of T ramp, and the entirety of what's left of OG comes scrambling over to the A site as if it's a foregone conclusion.
It's kind of awkward for Mezzi. They're comfortable right now, but Mezzi doesn't know if they're going to push down for some time, and there could be someone who walks, and he needs to get the bomb. So they need to hold control of A site while he recollects it. 2 players spot. Now they can actually go B, and Flamesy's just doing everything all by himself, man. They don't even have to worry about this anymore. They can come to A if they want to.
He's on for the ace.
Wow.
Looking for an ace in the 12th. Now, bomb's going to go down at B. If I'm Regali, I'm just trying to catch Flamesy before I leave, because you could turn your back, but then he's a problem for the rest of this round. And there's nothing you can do about it. Flamesy's out of there. Bomb on the B site. Regali 45 health to try and get OG's 4th. Even the rounds that start to go south for Vitality, like, oh, bomb's in a weird place. It's just been recovered, reclaimed, and held on to. Regali approaching loudly, shot in the side of the head. It is 9 to the T side of the #1 ranked team in the world, clearly. Well, they got the 13-0 out of the way so that they could come back into map 2 with a bit of a better chance. Problem is, ZywOo's still nuts, and as is Flamesy. A near ace to close out the first half of the second map. It's looking like a quick day in the office for Vitality.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I'll say it. I think it was such sort of like Sonic's last gift to Vitality to like make that last move. And then for Mezzy to come in as well, and just for both those things to work. Just very promising to add to the longevity of a team who were the best team in 2023 with so much more potentially to show. So, well, in the modern era of CS and now CS2, we'll have to see if a team can show a long period of dominance, because FaZe got close to it, but I mean, it was in reality only 2 or 3 events.
Damage off the nade. ZywOo's Berettas sing. 2 kills, however, for OG means bomb plant there for the taking. What's the retake like? A flash on Mezzy. Kevlar on 2. No kit. And a deep position from not 1, but 2 of OG's remaining members. Nexius. Ooh, still doesn't know. Spinks is coming in blind. Oh, no, never mind. Heavy God looking for the follow-up, but no kills barring the first. Regali sits behind Nubox with a hope and a dream of keeping this one alive. A tap on bomb, and it is nothing but headshots from the last 2 players of Vitality with a defuse on top. That's 10.
It's good coverage. I mean, it's in the back of your mind. Someone could be close right in that inside of con, and then of course that someone could be in quad. But it's one thing to like clear everything else, keep an inventory of those players, but then also hit the shots. And that's when you got Spinks. He's got such good awareness, such good aim as well. The full package.
Luckily, Nexius was already so close to death. Little shoulder shot gets the job done. But yeah, OG gonna have to off the bomb plant force buy. Galil's Mac 10. It ain't pretty.
Looking like one of these games that never truly starts. Contrast is the name of the game here versus Vitality and its opponents. Okay.
Nice headshot from Fiku as well to deny ZywOo the mid-line lurk. Bomb still T-ramp. Things could still get weird. Is he a little off the mark with that one? All right, so the force buy works out towards Bananas. And Vitality, 2-man save. Because Spinks got a 4K in the second half of Mirage, the 1-round half with 4 kills. Do you know what his rating was?
So, sorry, say that again. You got 1 4K?
The second half of Mirage was 1 round of Counter-Strike.
Okay, and you got a 4K, okay. So that means that's a lot of RWS right there. I would say his rating was 3.26.
His rating on the CT side of Mirage was 6.66.
It's not just high, it's evil.
You gotta dance with the devil.
It's demonically high, okay? Spinks and Satanists both start with S.
That's true, yep.
So.
That's true. That's the highest rating I think I have ever seen in a half of Counter-Strike.
You haven't watched me play.
Nexius didn't get both, but luckily Keto's there for the trade frag. So OG got a little life left in them in this opening game here at Blast. They're in a group as well where I think, you know, their difficulties could continue. We've got OG Vitality, Falcons, and Astralis in Group A. The Falcons debut up next. Oh. A bountiful amount of grenades here for Vitality. Even if it is a weird force buy back, still 2 rifles on the board as well, so I think when they are winning a series this dominantly, can't put it past them to win a round like this.
No flashes, and they'll just swing out to try to scare him. NEXIUS doesn't hit a shot. He'll spot 2. Probably knows there's 3 in total. And oh my God. They kept his full attention.
The 1 M4 on the field is exactly where they need it. 2 kills, 3 and 4! Spinks shuts the door, and OG hit the ground.
Wow. That's full control, man.
Oh, 6.66. I can't believe it. He 1 mags, 4 players coming through that smoke.
God damn.
Like it's nothing. Last bullet.
You gotta give it up to him.
I love Counter-Strike.
How to win back a few A1S users with clips like that.
A little tempo coming out of the T side back in. Because you got nothing to lose. So play like it. 3 frags. And Vitality gets shut up. Temporarily. Because to be honest, that round was going well for OG up until that Spinks 4K. Yeah.
So are you on the A1S or the A4 right now?
Right now I'm on the A1S.
Yeah.
Yep. But I have both equipped, of course.
Yeah.
As you should.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're sort of unable to make up your mind.
Yeah.
If you're like flaky, sort of like lacking a little bit of self-confidence.
It's
you know, not sure of yourself.
It's getting oddly specific.
In life?
I think...
Don't know what you want? Commitment issues?
No, I
Says a lot about you, Connor.
I kind of just like both of them.
You can't even pick a gun in a virtual game.
I think it's based on positioning. I like options.
Yeah, so you can get out.
OG got out. Got out top mid last round with no contest. Look at that. 3 frags, no answer. Vitality, what you doing? Playing with their food, perhaps. As they will come back into this one. ZywOo on a scout. I love a round where ZywOo plays like he's got nothing to lose. But he's already down 4v5 as Flames gets dropped towards top banana.
The same default here, and NEXIUS goes down 4-1. They could read this slightly. Let's see if the CTs slow down a bit. Looks like they're swapping positions out at the moment.
Yeah, bad timing on that.
In this reorganization of grenades, it comes down to Mezzi, the anchor for Vitality, inside of the pit. Oh,
gets away from him.
That was a little bit of a new way to play it. And we know that people aren't playing big pit as much in CS2 because normally the way you would smoke yourself out, it could just be blown open. So the cover's not nearly as strong as it used to be. Bike peaks are happening less, but doesn't mean you can't get creative with it. And,
do you think balcony not having a railing anymore also affects that?
Oh yeah, it's huge. You mean, is it good for the CTs, or do you mean does it affect big pit in general?
Playing big pit?
Yeah, I think the smoke is the biggest reason why you would not play there as much anymore. Like, it was so strong in CSGO, basically. It was just undeniably strong. If you have a smoke, there was no counter to it.
Yeah.
But
I think, like, this is a great example of that railing being gone. Look at Mezzi there, holding an angle, and a head just slowly walks into your screen.
Yeah.
If there's still a railing, that head jumps into your screen.
Yes.
And that player is inaccurate in doing so.
It's a good point.
You know, with no railing, they just slide right out.
That's a good point, yeah. It would have been nice to see what the transposition would be. If he got the kill, then what does he do for his next frag? Does he just stand up and then start spraying? Or does he move? But, well, back to the workshop with that one. Doesn't work out today, but it still seemed like a pretty decent angle.
Not today.
Not today.
Banana has been a point of contention, as OG have got opening kills here more than once, more than twice. Apex getting all riled up. It's gotta be, yeah, he does it again. There we go, 5v4 once more. As OG collect a head on Banana. They evacuate the A site in response. Vitality leave the door open for OG and their 7th round win, but you'll be keeping M4s.
Oh, okay. So they're getting out red here. They're gambling on the attack. I mean, Mezzi's obviously useless. One pistol over on the A site. If that's clipped out of context, sounds very rude. But with the pistol in his hand, that's really no need to let him just die there.
Yeah, you know, Mezzi, really just a piece of garbage.
That was Connor who's just said that right now. If you want to clip it.
It's Corner?
It's Corner. Oh, man. Did we tell anybody
We have
about
not
this?
told that story publicly yet.
Okay, so basically for years, Connor and Pimp have been going at each other's necks.
Yeah.
And it's always been banter.
In good fun.
Every morning they walk into the tent, one or the other, go, wow, you look really ugly today, or say something just incredibly rude and disparaging. And at the World Final, we realized that every time Connor would say hi, or Pimp would say hi to Connor, he would call him Corner.
Hey, Corner.
Hey, Corner. Obviously because he's Danish, so it just sounds different when you say people's names in another accent.
It's not his fault.
Hey, Corner, for years he said
Corner.
that. And
Like
then at
that.
the World Final, we saw Pimp write down Connor's name on an official piece of paper for something very important. C-O-R-N-E-R.
He literally thought my name was the place that two walls meet. I've known this guy for 5 years, and he thought my name was Corner. And I thought he just had a stupid accent.
We thought he was just saying it in Danish.
Hey, Corner.
And we also thought he was just being an asshole.
Jacob.
Turns out he thought that Connor's name was actually Corner.
You think you know a guy. You think a guy knows you. I respect you, OG. You're fighting tooth and nail for this, but the utility war on Banana this round goes the way of Apex. Barely. Flame's lucky to have gotten out of there. The 5v4 back and forth on Banana finally favors Vitality. About damn time. But you've also just kind of poked the bee's hive, because now you've got an entire pack of OG players looking to pop out behind that flash. In the smoke, Heavy God gets stuck. Apex tries to fall away very quickly on the chase. 2 Ts, flash for the CT cross. They don't decide to push out off of the flashbang, instead just taking control of Church, and that's going to put the bomb down in a comfortable 4v4. Flash comes out, Fiku dodges it.
Oh no, he's so low.
Doesn't get the kill on Fiku, doesn't hit him once. Legali peeks off of the coffin for a quick trade frag back. Keto sitting on a quarter HP. Heavy Gods died from above, so it all comes down to the Banana anchor, and Zywoo finishes them off as Vitality secure that 12.
Yeah, Mezzi doesn't stop coming forward, making that FAMAS look so good. Great kill from Flamesy, but I feel for Fiku, that was one bullet that he needed to get one more kill in construction and stop that whole retake from being possible, but not today, because Vitality not only better as a team, but they have better individuals, and that's why there is such a contrast between them and almost everybody else at the moment. They are the full package.
Nice!
Easy going retake.
There were some good things to say about OG, especially in some of these late T rounds here on Inferno. But there was still a lead that they need to come back from. Not entirely sure if that's going to be possible. Vitality take their first timeout. Might be an interesting math guy stat to see if the team who is winning the most takes the least timeouts. Is there a correlation there in history, if there was a way to tabulate that?
It's a big ask. Nope. But again, they keep that pressure up. They pay the cost. That frag grenade does 85 damage. Good bang for your buck. Spinks slips into the close corner. And the T's fall back. A flash? Yeah, flash pop for Spinks. It does catch one blind, but he doesn't get the gunfight that he was hoping for. They weren't that close. And the instant that Spinks leaves, these T's slip forward.
Yeah, but they play 4A. They've got Flamesy just corner spotting. They're going to re-aggress again, it looks like. Deepened on the angle. Mezzi gets visual confirmation, and the trap activates.
Spinks gets his. ZywOo from into sight. 2 frags to him, and down they go. What do you know? After a 13-0, Vitality have to put back a little more fight. But that first half was just such a damnation. This series was always going to be a massive ask of OG. Heavy Gods, Tier 1 LAN debut, Nexius's second, and a team that just can't piece together much versus the world's #1.
Thanks, Corner and Launders. Much better showing from OG on map number 2. Obviously, it's still not a victory, but they were rounds.
I mean, they can go into the second day now actually believing they have a chance against the likes of maybe Astralis or Falcons.
A nice birthday present for Vladdy as well. Obviously thrown into that coaching role, able to get the spirits back up. It was something we spoke about, and clearly she was able to do just that. They got those rounds. It looked good towards the end.
Yeah.
Did you see anything positive from OG that you'd want to point out?
Yeah, I mean, she has 0% win rate, right? So not the best statistics for her coach career, but I guess she'll get a better chance tomorrow, potentially. We know there's more easily teams for them to face off against. Falcons and Astralis is not up to the likes of Vitality yet.
So obviously OG going down, but feeling a little bit better as we went onto that second map. Vitality, though, we can see them on your screens. They're happy, they're in good spirits, and it's like you said, now they get to rush home, they get to go back to the hotel, chill out a little bit, and prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great start. They had probably hoped to go 2-0 today to get that extra amount of time for tomorrow, and they get that easy and done, and now they go back to the hotel.
Let's take a look now at the group. Of course, this was a difficult group. Other than OG, there are 3 big names in the mix. And of course, the matchup coming up next, Astralis and Falcons. Those are 2 teams everyone's got their eyes on. Vitality will have their eyes on them as well.
Yeah, for Astralis and Falcons, there's no doubt that it's going to be a more interesting game than the first one. We have equal teams. We have so many storylines between former teammates, Magic Falcons, Sonic Falcons, all of a sudden against Astralis. We saw it before with Vitality, but it's going to be a new one.
You saw what just happened in this group. Vitality takes a convincing victory over OG. OG now needs to go back to the hotel and prepare themselves for whoever is going to lose the next matchup, which is, of course, the big one. It's Astralis up against Falcons right after this.
One of the advantages that we have is that we have super skilled lineup. Everyone on the day can outfrag and take the victory home. Everyone is striving to become the best version of ourselves. We have put together a really strong lineup and everyone really believes in the strengths we have in every individual. Everyone on the team is putting in the hours every day. You can look at everyone on our team and everyone can pop off. I think we can expect to go through this group, I would say. Everyone is hungry. And I also think the opponents don't have too much on us. OG hasn't looked that good. And Falcons is a new team as well. Vitality is obviously a really strong team. I think we can beat them if we play really good. We have good chances if we play our best.
We are coming in as an unknown factor. The advantage that we would have coming into this group would obviously be that opponents cannot know our styles. There was a lot of focus on building the team chemistry. The mentality is good. I would also say we are realistic. I would say that we don't have any expectations coming in here. So this is experimental phase, I would say, where we have to try out different stuff. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Part of the way I play that I always look at the enemies, and my teammates will also do that. Both Emil and Danny obviously have some history with both Astralis and Vitality, so I don't know if it was random we were put in this group. I think obviously it's going to be a fun match because of the history between them and those teams.
It's the match of the day. It is the match that is going to define, I think, Blast Premier Spring Groups. Two teams, we have had our eyes on both of these teams, and now they get to face off. There is so much history. There is so much drama. There is all of the things we want. Intrigue as well. Astralis up against Falcons. Babski, Astralis is arriving. Now, you're a big fan. This was our first little debate that we had, wasn't it? Because I don't think Astralis is the stronger team coming into this, but you do.
Yeah, I think they're slightly above Falcons, who are also coming out at the bus, knowing that it's very easy to play against. For usually when we talk about matches against Sonic, they were very used to playing against Astralis, normally dominating them with the Vitality team. Now they're with different teammates and it's going to be a different story.
There was so much talk about this Falcons team, the great team that was being built, the wonder team. And then it wasn't so wonderful. There were starting to be some question marks, but now we've ended up with a lineup which I actually think is really strong and I think altogether could be interesting.
Yeah, it was looking like a disaster at some point. I remember tweeting that.
I was trying to be nice.
It was very close to being a disaster, but in the end they managed to get Madden and Sun Payos in the eyes of Heroic. There were no doubt that they were also looking to get these guys' signature, and it was so important to get these three guys. Obviously they had Snappy and Magisk relatively early on, but when we spoke about Sun Payos and Madden, those were the key to the RMR, the events, and all these sorts of things.
Would you have taken Madden?
I think he justifies it, obviously, with the signing from him coming from Ends with the points, the RMR. It was just a no-brainer. I don't think Madden is the star player that some people make him to be. I think he's a very good role player, and I think he brings a lot of value to the team. But obviously, where's the firepower going to come from this team? This is what I'm looking at.
The big question mark for me is Boris.
Yeah, I think that's for everyone and every Falcon fan out there, how good is Boris? We've seen events where he's performed to a level where we thought like, okay, he's the next big thing, but he reminds me so much of IM in some way. IM had this major run, he absolutely destroyed everyone. Same thing with Boris, it was a pro league, it was not his debut lane, but it was one of the earlier one, and he really took it to the next level.
Not only that though, I mean, I just last night, there was an interview that came out on at.CET where Zonic said, Boris, they're pitching up late, not answering his phone, they've had to have a serious adult conversation with him. He's in the big leagues now. That team, that lineup that's with him, I cannot imagine Snappy putting up with that.
Exactly, and there's no time to improve. Like, this roster is built to win. It's not built to slowly progress into something new. It's not the Fnatic, it's not an OG, it's here to win right now. And we see matches, and all these players, they're so used to being in the finals, in the playoffs, so they need to build upon that.
I do think this is something important to highlight, because we talk a lot about all the perks that are coming with being on a Falcons team, right? It's the salaries and the business class plane tickets and all of that, but...
Doesn't sound too bad.
It doesn't sound too bad, but there is nothing in life is free. And if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. They are going to be expected to deliver results from the get-go. I don't think there's time to settle in with this team.
No, obviously, when you hear the numbers, as you see, as you told, there will be difference in terms of what is the expectations. Like the people behind this organization obviously expect the best of the best because they're also paying the best of the best. So where is this project going to go? I think a guy like Sonic behind me is going to have a lot to say in that matter.
I like the fact that Snappy's in there as IGL. I think that he's phenomenal. What he did with ENCE was incredible, and I do think that he has the potential to lead this team right up to the top. James is with him now, so let's find out how he's feeling about his new lineup.
Snappy at Blast. I never thought I would see it. You happy to be here?
Yeah, obviously, well, no comment, let's just say it that way.
I had to try it with you, mate. Now, I want to look at this, though. Keeping the ENCE core, having Magis and Boris with you now. How does this compare with what we expect and how you used to play with ENCE and how much has changed with, obviously, a very short amount of time?
I mean, we only had 8 practice days so far, so I think it's a work in process, and we will see over the next 3 to 4 months how it will look. For now, we have different areas, me, Sonic, and also Lars, who we have different areas where we focus, so we split it a little bit for now, yeah. So, yeah.
And how aligned are you this early on with the philosophy and the way you guys want to play in terms of like your vision, Sonic's vision?
I mean, obviously we'll need more time, but I do think me and Sonic see eye to eye on most things. So we need more time for sure, but our goal is to be ready for the RMR, and then obviously we are playing to win here still.
And in terms of winning here, one player we're all looking at. We've got a hell of a lot of experience on your team, but then we look at Boros here, who's still kind of an unknown quantity. What were your initial impressions of him?
I mean, a very raw talent that we need to shape over the next period, and I think he has regained the passion that I think he might potentially have lost. So for now, it's just about us helping him and then him going all in, and I think so far he's done a great job.
That's actually interesting to hear because that's something you've done with a lot of players and bringing them up as well, so could be a perfect fit in that sense. For this matchup though, Astralis, what are your expectations going into this? Because there's a lot of hype around both teams at this point. The rosters have been on their side, but you would say Astralis are favoured in this. How is it in your eyes?
I mean, it's true. They've been together for some months now, and obviously they have 4 top 20 players in the world, according to HLTV at least, so they should, by that metric, be the favorite, I suppose. We had a short time and we'll do our best. So, as I said, we're here to get ready for the RMR and hopefully qualify in the process. But the RMR is our main goal.
Snappy's playing it down, man. He's playing it down there.
Yeah, this is not the main goal, and
Astralis is the favorites. They watch Astralis. Don't look at it. Nah, I don't believe him.
No, I don't think so either. I think he expects to go into this matchup and win and potentially get that match against Vitality.
Can you win against Astralis? Like he mentioned there, they have these incredible players. This lineup is looking good. They were in the top 20. This is the Danish hope for that Copenhagen major.
Yeah, and I mean, I spoke to Device beforehand this tournament, and I think I asked him, is this the most faith you've had in a roster since that good old days, as we remember? And he says, yes, this is the most talented players I've been alongside. We see 4 players in top 50 on the roster. It's very rare that we see it, and we have to go all the way back to their era to see a team like that.
It's great that we have those 4 players, but can they bring the results? Because that is what Astralis has been lacking.
Yeah, I mean, they've paid an enormous amount to get those players on the roster, and that also brings in some expectations. I don't think anyone in this room is happy if, yeah, as we see that there's no question about the quality that these two bring. But if they have to qualify, they also have to find the roles, and that is the question.
We'll talk about those roles in a bit. I want to talk about Device because he was, I mean, I remember just when Device was popping off in the golden years of Astralis, you know, he was everyone's hero. For him to come back and continue to just be able to perform the way he is, what a remarkable player.
He was also great last year. He just didn't get as many events. He would have placed higher on that ranking if he would have played more big events, but Astralis was simply too bad to qualify for some of them. I remember them missing out on the major. They didn't play Katowice, and it's so hard to go high on the rankings if you're not for the biggest events.
Does that change this year?
I don't hope so. I hope Device finds his way again. I think he deserves to be in the conversation of a top 10 player every single year, and I think this year he has even more opportunity to build upon.
Let's talk about the roles you were discussing there. Obviously, there are some players here that are going to have to figure that out in the server as to who plays where, and how do you think that is going to work?
We're going to very much look on the CT side. BlameF is obviously known for his kind of static positions on the CT side, and he played the same roles as Stavin on Heroic. Obviously, it also shows on the stats that they're very well performing, and that often comes with roles, but we're going to have to see one of them go out of their way and make space for the other one. I'm just going to be interested in, is it going to be BlameF, or is it going to be Stavin who's going to play those star positions?
Who do you think it's going to be?
I think BlameF is the bigger man. He don't take words from a little guy like Stavin.
Oh, really? Is that how it's going to go down?
No, I just think BlameF is a little bit, I don't think he's that able to be adjustable to the circumstances, where I think Stavin has played in so many different teams, so many different roles, that I think he's a little bit easier to move around.
BlameF actually caught up with Banks, so let's find out what he's thinking as we move into this matchup.
Blame, I wanted to start by looking at when Astralis came back to CS, because obviously you had to go through the RMRs and they are straight into this, so how's things been looking to start off the year?
Yeah, I think it's been going pretty good. We had some practice finally, which we was very happy about, and we went through the RMR. Yeah, we won Copenhagen Gaming Week, even though it was a little bit of a fun tournament. So yeah, I think we're happy so far.
And in terms of being happy so far, I know with the previous Astralis, you always try and tell me there's no pressure, we're taking it in this way, this mindset you're having changed. But obviously looking at the caliber of players you have now and this kind of dream Danish lineup we have, are you having higher expectations?
Yeah, I think we definitely have high expectations, and there is more pressure now. But I don't think the pressure is like right now at this moment. I think it's further down the line. Because yeah, I think a new team needs time to play together to get good results. But yeah, I think there will be some pressure eventually, but I don't feel it right now at least.
And in terms of that more time you're talking about, how prepared are you for this up-and-coming season? How good do you feel in terms of what practice you've been able to get in, how comfortable you are on the maps?
I feel pretty comfortable, I would say. So yeah, I think you could always feel more comfortable, of course. But yeah, I'm just happy we have had a boot camp now together, and we have time to practice and talk about how we want to play and everything. So yeah, I think I feel pretty comfortable going into this tournament.
Good, you seem very relaxed throughout all of this as well. It's nice to see. But this game, I don't think it's going to be so relaxing. I want to touch on Falcons for you guys and see, obviously preparing for them, you know nothing going into it. But do you expect them to play like the old Ents in some ways? Do you expect them to default like that because they have the old core?
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to play kind of like how Snappy calls usually. I think that's normal, that the IGL dictates that a lot. But of course, he will also listen a lot to his players and try to adapt the system to his new players. And there's also new coach, Sonic, of course. So yeah, I don't think as you said, there's not much preparation for us in this match. But I think it's fine. We'll just play our own game then.
Like BlameF mentions there, obviously, like Falcons, there's not a lot you can prep for them. You're not quite sure. We're presuming that we'll see a lot of that similar end style. But BlameF, what do you think of him as an IGL?
I think it's been an interesting journey for him. I didn't expect him once he started his career that this guy would be an IGL, because he is a selfish player. I think it's seen by his stats the way he kind of hunts the ecos, but he can justify it because he's so good on the buy rounds as well. It's just, is he a real leader? That is up for the debate, really. He has a lot of good players around him, and it's really now time to show them.
But most of the players that play with him always say that he is a good leader. So that's the thing. I mean, a lot of them are pretty positive about his calling.
Exactly, and that's the outside. Like, you never get the insight from the information from the coach or the IGLs, but sometimes we hear these little interviews where they actually praise him. So from my point of view, I actually think he will have a very easy time with managing these players.
These particular players, obviously, so much drama with Heroic and them coming here. Was it the right move?
I mean, I'll try to be as not biased as possible. I'm obviously friends with the both of them, but I think it was a difficult transfer for them. I remember Stavin telling me that so many people was writing stuff to him that he actually had to delete Twitter off his phone because it was becoming too much. He's not really been used to being put in a position where everybody was looking at him in a negative light. So I think it's very interesting to see how he's going to handle it.
How do they handle it as players, though? Do you think that this particular Astralis lineup, you are pretty biased, so we'll deal with the fact that there's going to be some bias coming through, but for you, is this a #1 team in the future?
I think for now, I think the goal is at least to go for top 5, right? I think top 1 is too much to ask for a team like this, especially when Saibu is running on the server. But for now, I think top 5 is a very realistic goal for the likes of these players.
It's a realistic goal, but my guy, it's Astralis. Top 5 is not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when you join Astralis, like the organization we spoke about, the Falcons expecting things. The fans of Astralis very much expect things as well, because when they introduced in the scene in the start, they got this performance model and everybody thought, okay, they have the key to consistency and winning, but it's never been the same since, so hopefully this is their best bet.
We're taking a look at the players as we get ready to go into the matchup of the day, without a doubt. Astralis up against Falcons. BlameF mentioned it's very difficult to prepare against Falcons. I wanted to talk to you about this, though, because we saw it in the veto. We were saying, are you going to expect the Ents map picks to come out, considering the core is there?
Yeah, and it very much did. We see the Vertigo coming back in, and we see the permaban Inferno. They're one of the few teams who bans Inferno, and I think Magisk is one of the best Inferno players in the world. We see him in Pit, very notorious for that position, but he's being left out of that map since NAVI came in the door and said no more Inferno.
It feels like both these teams with their picks are pretty much going for what they know they're strong on, right? They're going to be playing to their strengths. They're not too worried about what the opposition's doing.
Yeah, exactly, and there's not going to be a lot of information and anti-strat for the teams to look at. So it's very much going to be a game of skill and what do we prepare for the game, and not really looking into the opponent so much.
I know we disagree here, because I honestly think Falcons is flying out of the coop and is going to cause absolute damage. You, however, you believe that Astralis is taking this one?
It's a very close game. I would say 50-50, but I would have a slight favor in of Astralis because I've not seen anything from Falcons. Like, they could be playing lights out, and I would put them tomorrow maybe as 50-50 even against Vitality, but I don't expect that for now. I think they need some time, even though they have the core of ins, but I think Astralis have had enough time together that we should be able to expect them to make a good match.
Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Let's wrap this one up as we watch these teams for the first time here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. Boros, is he good enough for this lineup?
For now, and what we've seen yet, no. But obviously, he has all the tools and the facilitations to make it now. He has a great coach, one of the best IGLs, one of the best anchor players around him. Like, there's no excuse for him not to build upon what he's already have.
Zonic doesn't normally have great success right at the gate with new rosters. Do you think that's going to be different?
I would like to disagree with the Vitality. It went pretty well after some time. Obviously, in the first couple of months,
it did a warm up. He likes to warm up, you know?
It did take a little bit of time with Astralis as well. So obviously, if we go by that logic, it would take a couple of months before we see the guy winning a more trophy.
It's going to be interesting. It is the game that we all want to watch. The super team that almost wasn't and now is Falcons going up against Astralis, arguably the strongest Danish team.
A funny story as well. I was holding New Year's Eve with Magisk, and I obviously talked to him beforehand, and he was like getting, I might end up playing with Longs, MHL. Not to disrespect those players, but he was promised so much more. Like, he got the likes, oh, I think Nico is maybe coming, and all these, and then all of a sudden you're maybe stuck, okay, I have to play the open qualifiers. So it's kind of interesting to see, and I know he's super happy that Madden and Sunpeos came in the end.
I like how you quickly fixed that and was like, no, he's super happy, because I was like, oh, you're going down a path here, Babsky, which we're going to be in trouble. I think we're all just really interested to see how this plays out. Lots of expectations on both of these teams, and we're going to make you wait just a little bit more. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, they will battle it out.
back, everybody, to the Falcons-Astralis matchup. The last match of our first day here at the Spring Groups. Falcons debut. Some call Falcons an upgraded ENTs. That's what I heard out on the street.
He just said that to himself, like, before we started the broad, and I was like, is it really? And then we debated each player because they're like, not sure. I mean, I don't think you can call it an upgraded ENTs because okay, you get the upgraded Magics, but you get the downgrade in Boros.
Yep.
You can't say Boros is better than Nerds, but you can say Magic is better than Diha. Okay, and you can say yet, but is it an upgraded ENTs because of that?
Not
Saul is a
yet.
great coach.
Saul was a great coach.
Too,
Zonix a great coach. Time will tell.
Time will tell,
That's the reality.
Maybe this works
one.
out great for Heroic and ENTs.
Astralis the favorites,
in the end.
according to GG Bet, our new betting sponsor. And I think it's fair to make Astralis the favorites, even if we can talk about the yet-to-be potential of Falcons. Astralis have been together for quite some time, and I think Snappy in his pregame interview put it best. You are looking at a team with 4 players in the top 20 of 2023.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's a good rationale for why.
You don't sound convinced.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not playing to that level together, so it's weird. Like, let's say we played this year. Sure, everything's going to happen. Everyone's going to be insane. But I'd say that I think it's still true that even if I wouldn't agree with the math, I would say it's still true that Astralis are probably still the favorites. I wouldn't say that Astralis would be surprised if they somehow lost this, though. I wouldn't say maybe that confident. So I think we have to let the CS speak for itself.
Shall we? Stare will open up on Snappy. I've seen enough. Call it quits. Sun Pius locking it down with them dual Berettas. Second headshot.
He's moving nice with those new specs.
Slides back into short control. I mean, he is single-handedly holding back all of Astralis until Stare will collect his second. And it's Madden prying over top of the jump up. Magisk with a nice pair of Emerald Berettas as well. I see that we've gone to theme, gentlemen. And
Danish
Jabby
Berettas
looking to swap out. So a little ramp control, but a 3-player stack site. Everybody's here. Comes down to the headshots. We know Boros is looking for his. Nice to finally see Boros at a Tier 1 LAN circuit event. Of all the pieces that were taken off of this Falcons lineup, Boros is all that remains, and he sees him. He can see
the hairs on his head.
He can see him.
Can he get a better angle is the question. They know
so.
they're right there and waiting, so they know the re-aggression is going to take place, but can they do anything about it?
Magisk, 10 bullets between the guns. Madden loses the duel. Oh! Stare is nasty, but Boros is already in position, and time is of the essence. Blame F straight down beneath it. Another player over by the crane, tries to go for the plant, can't stop it, and Astralis take first blood.
God. Damn, well handled. That's so tough when you can't dislodge someone from sandbags because it's a pistol round. You don't have enough utility, no rifles or anything. You just got to stare at them and wait. At least he knew that the attack was still going to come onto A. That's the best he could do for his team right there, is let them know that. But they couldn't frag. They couldn't out-frag Astralis. That was a very nice round from Stare. I talked to Device and Stown the other day, yesterday for media, and just had a catch up about the year. And one thing that Device brought up specifically was that Stare has been the one who has just given up almost everything. You know, like Stare would probably be, if he was and would be a star on a tier 2 team, right?
Okay, yep.
But on this team, he is literally set up to be their 5th best player. So there's no way for Stare to, like Snappy said, 4 top 20 players coming together. Whether it works out that way in the end is another thing. But Stare, he's got to give them their space, their roles, their CT side spots, their T side positions and freedoms. And Device said he's been doing incredibly well despite having lost pretty much all of his freedoms.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was a close call between keeping him or keeping Buzz. And a lot of people were calling for Stare's head when that decision was made. So, to thrive in all the junk spots, it's a big ask of the 5th piece of Astralis. You know, my concerns with Astralis were actually always going to boil down to Jabby. We saw how long it took for Jabby to get properly integrated into Heroic's system when he left Copenhagen Flames. And that slow burn was something that I was worried we were going to get with his inclusion on Astralis. And I would say we've also seen it here, right? He's not the hottest start to be fair, Stown has also struggled out of the gate. But that's something that in Jabby's past has kind of been his burden. This would be a great event for them to kind of finally piece it together quick.
Yeah. I don't know. I always thought with the heroic situation, after some time passed and seeing him get better, I was like, that's really nice to not have a player honeymoon and then fall off and disappear. Instead, he sort of, it's always better to have a honeymoon, though.
Sure.
So, yeah, he had a bad Cologne 22 and then got better and better and better and then became the best player in the first half of 2023, at least rifling until Frozen, I guess. And I think that he has the excuse of saying, like, Heroic were a particularly hard team to integrate into. Of course. And I guess you would also say he's learned a lot now, Copenhagen Flames to Heroic, in terms of different ways of playing. Maybe that gives him a leg up in trying to integrate into the Astralis system, which is a lot more fundamentally normal than Heroic. I don't know how else to put it. I think there's nothing about Astralis' style right now where I'd say this is why they stand out from a lot of other teams. I think the main reason they stand out is because they have a lot of good players.
Yeah, big namesake.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what their personality is going to be as a roster.
Boros with the nade. Whole pack of players right there. But the grenade's a little off the mark. And so it's just the one. Oh, what could have been. Had the makings of like a 150 damage frag. Snappy looking for the headshot. Oh, but they won't give it to him. Oh! Until Blame does peek with the smoke.
Nice one.
And with damage on Stown, this one's getting a little dangerous. Snappy's gonna press his luck, push through smoke, and doesn't get caught.
Yeah, that's a good play.
And as he wraps around short, it's held by Device.
Okay.
Gets away from Snappy, though. MP9 here for Magisk. I think the contrast of somebody like Jabby, Magisk, proving he can integrate into all sorts of systems.
Yeah, man.
Played a key role in Vitality and is a tough player to replace, but he'll find nothing in this one. It's a conversion from Astralis' pistol.
Yeah, he was a Phillips head screwdriver this last year. Very useful. Not the sexiest tool that you can think of, but always needed. And I think Magic kind of definitely, he was, I think, probably the biggest discrepancy between my list and HL TVs in terms of where I had him up at 8th, I think, because of just how good he was on Vitality. But of course, since going to Falcons and leaving Vitality continued to play well, and he didn't have much CS2 to look at. But for the most part, I mean, watching a lot of demos, people are still playing CSGO. There's just more new nuances right now. So, apart from breaking open smokes, a lot of defaults look very similar.
Yep.
There's just an influx of new players and a lot of roster moves. We still have yet to see, I think, oh my god, like some of the major differences. They'll come later. In my opinion, it'll be like CSGO for the first year.
Okay.
Because like that'll work. You just be the best CSGO team in the first year, and then the innovative teams that have good fundamentals who play it like a new game, well, I think, get a chance to get ahead.
There is a two-man hold here ready for this mid walkout. So Astralis down to 3 members, make it 2, and suddenly they're done. Just losing duels on the walkout. Rock solid defense from Falcons once they have guns. There is a huge question mark around Boros. Obviously from the region of the organization, kind of propped up, arguably, for that reason. Did not have teammates to thrive around in the previous iterations. They make big moves, and I think it's actually amazing insight that Bubsky brings to the pregame desk, saying, like, you know, I was hanging out with Magisk in the offseason, and he was like, bro, my teammates aren't Nico.
Yeah,
I was told maybe it was Nico.
Yeah, because that brings everyone else.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and we saw, like, Evil Geniuses, for example, when they were rumored to be picking up, like, Zorte and this international squad that just never came together.
That was probably for the best in the end.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Save some careers right there.
Yeah.
I have more cannon fodder.
EG is just a North American problem.
Yeah.
We don't need to spread that to the rest of the world.
We don't need to be a contagion for the rest of the world.
It's nice we can talk about it openly now that they're gone.
Yeah, now that they're dead.
Yep.
So.
Gravestones never cost so much.
Yeah, it's a lot of land, a lot of plots that you need.
It's 1 year since that infamous day.
They could do one of those cool, like just, what are those called? Mausoleums? It's like an individual sort of bigger grave where you can actually walk in the door.
Like
and
a crypt.
A crypt, yeah, essentially, yeah. What's a mausoleum? Am I gonna look up the difference there? It's colloquial type thing.
Maybe a mausoleum's above ground and a crypt is beneath ground?
Ooh, that would be an interesting
I hope
reason
I'm
why.
right.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. A stately or impressive building housing a tomb or group of tombs. Okay, so no, it is also...
Oh, a tomb.
Okay, so a crypt would specifically be like underground pathways.
Okay, yeah.
Made of stone arches and have skeleton bones and skulls everywhere.
Ooh. Give me the heebie-jeebies, Launders.
Yeah. So, yeah. EG could fit in either one is what the point is. So what were we talking about?
Can't remember.
All right.
Oh, we were talking about Boros and, being the only piece left from, at least that's what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Was Boros being the only piece left from what was Falcons' previous lineup, right? And I mean, like, let's just, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, Boros has been given a team because of where he's from, right? This regional organization. And,
You mean, well, and also because they couldn't get Nico.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
It's, they bought him some pretty shiny teammates, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, there's
the question
definitely
is,
something to be said about Boros,
can
but there's
he
just
play?
a lot to be, to prove, yeah. Because I don't remember, because he didn't have he had a really bad Paris major, right? That was
in
the
the
thing.
playoffs, he flopped.
Yeah.
Once he hit quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Up until quarterfinals, I'm pretty sure he was turning heads.
Right. So we're talking about Monty Boros, how good he was on the come up. And then, there's still just lots to prove, basically, essentially. But you got Snappy, you got Zonic. If there's a way to create the structure needed to...
It should be that.
I mean, that's the best you can have. You have, like, this austere IGL. You've got Zonic, who's got a commanding presence and all the experience. I mean, that's it. Like, if you're not listening to them...
So, at the European RMR for the Blast Paris Major...
Get your ears pinned. You know what I mean?
This is the first successful Boros major attended. The only major he's attended. Okay, 1.31 rating at the RMR to qualify. A 1.25 rating at the Challenger stage.
Oh yeah, still great. It was just playoffs, yeah.
And then a 1.15, which is still solid considering that particularly at that event, his playoffs kind of sucked.
Yeah, it was 1.15 Legends.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Legends. I don't know exactly who they played, but usually you're getting harder teams on
Gamer
average.
Legion. He played great against NAVI. One good map against Vitality.
Okay, yeah.
It's big numbers, man. And he was working with Monty. He was working with Waro 2K. 12K?
Waro 12K.
Dime a dozen. Yeah, fire for Stair here, but he makes the most of it. That was a lot of pressure for him to try to entry through, and Snappy just gets chucked to the sideline. That could be a gun for Stown. You see all of Astralis magnetized towards this side of the map now off that kill. So yeah, safe to say, Stair's getting great impact in the opening bout of this series. Madden trying to take up the place. He's also burning. He's in a horrible spot. And the stream of gunfire as he peeks into it. The op's already posted. Device clips Sunpaya swings, and 5v2 looks good.
Team Falcons were the ones to pick Vertigo. It was a great pick versus Astralis because Astralis have are really bad at Vertigo, to put it frankly. Now, I will say that they may have worked on it because their last match was at the RMR, I believe. They won it, but it was versus like Terra or one of those teams. The real problem for them on this map that they needed to have fixed is their CT side. 27% win rate, I think, over the last 5 or 6 maps.
That sounds pretty horrible.
Yeah. going off a lot of memory here, but I'm pretty sure those are all 100% accurate stats. And if it's anywhere close to that, it would be a problem for Astralis. So CT side, that could be where the troubles begin.
Well, then feast while you can.
Exactly.
And they are.
Make hay while the sun shines. Sunshine.
We're in Copenhagen in January, my friend. There is no sun.
You better have made some hay, you know, in those 2 months.
Better eat that hay, boy. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
The Astralis kit, I like it. The jersey, I think they kind of just changed the hue of the red and also made it a deeper blue, and I think both those changes actually look really good. I love their jersey. I won't lie. I think it's my favorite one ever.
My question
of all
is,
their Astralis jerseys.
my question's about the Falcons jersey, because they put a star above the logo, but usually you're only allowed to put a star on your jersey once you've won a major.
I don't know who started that. I thought it was Astralis, and yeah, it's kind of weird to...
You put a star above it.
I remember in League of Legends there was an LCS team who won. It was Cloud9? I don't know who it was. No, it wouldn't have been them. I don't know, maybe. They put a star above their logo for winning LCS, which is like winning like DreamHack Masters Online North America or something like that.
Okay. What are you insinuating,
Which is
Waters?
impressive, and I've never been able to do anything like that, but I don't know if it's worth a star.
That it's not a major.
Yeah.
We'll get down to the bottom of it. As the bottom of B belongs to Astralis. Pressure across the map, including ramp, where Stair has done his best work so far. And it is Snappy who is solo A, but understandably playing it a bit more timid. Top mid goes Falcons. How far, though? Madden contesting for ladder. If he can slip behind what is 5 players going A, this could be a huge chance for Madden.
He's licking his lips right now.
Just don't go B.
They just have to play passive.
Oh, his timing's fantastic here. This is going to be a huge moment for Madden. Great chance. He will cleanly kill Device. Doesn't know that there's nobody else behind him. This does push them outwards onto the bomb site, where Stair gets at least one, but the damage has been immense so far. A costly approach to the bomb site, and it's not going to get any easier.
Uh-oh.
Stair doubles back. Lucky to get away with this plant.
Could go above.
Boros not going to stop him. Flashbang over top. Magisk just down beneath his teammate. Clears Stair off site. Jabby's trade frag back from short. It needs to be the 1v3, and it won't be. Falcons, first round, posted since the pistol.
Nice one, Sun Pius, right there with the 2 frags. Great round out of Madden, who's had a couple of awkward moments in this first half so far. And his flank basically got them the info they needed to play that situation out perfectly.
I thought he was really going to catch that pack of 3 players sitting right there, but still makes it worth it in the end. Teammates rotate over confidently, and everybody hits their shots.
That's kind of a big star, though. Like, it's some kind of design choice that doesn't have to do with that, right? That's like almost as big as like Gambit star. Remember that one?
Yeah. Yeah, they were just a star.
Yeah.
Could be a good timing here for Astralis on B. Magisk softened up. 40 health gone in an instant, but no challenge behind it. And also no panic rotate either from Falcons. Boros just still sitting on construction. They're going to stick to the 3A for now. And that could be an excellent call out.
That half of the map is Ents.
Oh yeah, literally.
So at least they can be comfortable with that.
You can put some stock in it. Smoke blocks him off. They're going to puff their chest a bit, but Bomb did rotate back towards B, where Magisk is still softened up. Sitting behind quad. Boros comes over, gets killed instantly. Magisk, clean second frag. Too much to ask of him to get the third. And remember, that's the bomb, but Madden just put his barrel to the back of Stair, somehow swapped spots with him. A site's cleared out, but Jabby's locked in. And Sun Pius knows that the bomb was here.
No,
And doesn't really have time to get out of here.
Can't. Oh no,
but he second guesses timing.
And now he gets cut off at the pass device. Oh, wait a second, one-on-one.
7 seconds, Sunpius, hands busy on Jabby, goes wide, scoped in, and a clean headshot from Jabby.
He was ready to shoot.
Damn.
Didn't even give him a chance to flick.
Second guessed the timing, gave up his green spot, but I think that actually helps him get the kill to device.
Yeah, it did. It seemed like the trick was on him, but nice swing out of Jabby right there. A lot of conviction and a quick shot. I think any bullet missed and Sunpius hits that flick. He's been hitting all the easy ones and the hard ones. Oh yeah, I mean,
very nice.
Perfect pre-aim. The quick check to the left. Of course, a very good angle for the op to come on the right side. So I think Jabby had it almost figured out, and Sunpius almost had the angle to kill him before he was done planning.
Rock solid multi-kill from Magisk last round. Losing your rotator in an instant like that, still taking 2 as they 3v1 you on quad with a molly on your feet.
Yep.
You know, those are the kind of anchor moments that we come to expect great things from Magisk. In that round, he delivers. Still lost, though.
Still lost, loser.
Majors can't save you now. Here we go. He'll have another chance at a multi-frag. Oh, but he
Oh.
Hey, and Madden trades it at the very least. There's something.
Just an accident. He fell.
No such thing as happy little accidents around here. Snappy last round got wall banged.
I'm telling you right now,
backside.
It's almost impossible for him to stop this.
Yeah, except he's going to peek out and catch 2 with their backs turned, including the bomb.
You're play-by-play, not a prophet, okay? You can only call it after it happens, all right?
Yeah,
so,
fair enough.
Yeah.
I felt like
and
that
me,
was...
I get to wait till it happens, then explain.
Ah. I feel like you've got the better end of the deal. Do you have to do any trophy lifts?
No trophy lifts.
Oh, shit.
I don't do ads either.
Yep, fair. Yep.
And I don't do birthdays. So, don't even ask.
I'll give you credit, though. You have been working on your introductions. Map 2 of the World Finals was excellent last year.
Thanks. Last month.
Yeah. You got nothing to be proud of in 2024. Get cooking.
That's why I keep grinding.
These wheels don't stop turning. And Astralis churning through the A site again. No resistance really on that one. This has been economically a tough back and forth for Falcons to deal with. And it ain't gonna get any easier. They're Falcons. Money's not supposed to be the problem.
How many times can we use that one? And they got Sunpius a new pair of specs. I think this is the first year I remember him wearing those.
You need the right ratio of players who wear glasses and players who don't.
Yeah. See,
It's
the
like
thing is,
the-
if I have like the slightest stigmatism, if I wear glasses when I play CS, it just looks so crispy.
Yeah.
Even though it's like really close.
But then you look in the mirror and you're like, it ain't worth it.
It's not that. It's just I don't really like. I'm so used to not having to put on glasses all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas everyone I know who has glasses loves them. Like you love your glasses. I know Dark Mike loves his glasses. Like you guys have talked about
2 cool dudes
not-
right there, I tell you.
Unironically. But you guys have talked about not being uncomfortable not putting on your glasses every day because it's such a routine, right? Such a thing you're used to.
First thing I reach for when I get out of bed.
But to be honest, like, yeah, like when I play CS, my glasses on, just for that negative 0.5 fix, it just looks so good. I see the game in
It's
HD.
crisp, baby.
When I play CS, I don't see it in HD ever. So that's one for glasses, gang.
And there's some things like I take my glasses off so that I don't see as clearly. Occasionally.
For what?
When I go to your mom's house.
Okay.
Got him, dude.
Wow.
Oh!
Okay.
This is my year.
What the hell?
This is my year.
We got to put them back on if you want to see this ratio.
Yeah, okay.
Twitter can't save you here. Well, tack timeout off of the tech pause. Zonic wants in on the action. Zonic and Snappy is actually a duo that I'm so excited to watch grow. I think, you know, obviously not to take anything away from Saw, great coach. Every player underneath him.
He's still got a job, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like, you know, Zonic is greatest coach of all time.
Yeah.
So I said it with like a whisper, so not too but to see Snappy with him now it's like, okay. What are y'all gonna cook up?
Yeah, I kind of asked him. I also talked to them media day, and I was kind of like, what's it like? I mean, you spent your playing career 1.6, coached entirety of CSGO. Now you're coaching the first game, you haven't really like played as much. And he definitely said he was definitely watching a lot more than playing. But at the same time, again, like people are still playing CSGO for the most part, so.
Oh, nades out, careful now. Blame F's coming for you. But he fears that re-aggression out of the defense, so slipping back down the ramp with his teammate. That's 3 members of Falcons again occupied over there. They put Device on the mid boost. Jabby looking for a headshot. He is playing excellently this evening. Him and Stare at the top of the charts for the Danes. Met by Smoke, however, and they just gave Magisk another one, so the mid players fall back. Ooh, Magisk gets the headshot through the top of the smoke as the execute comes over the top, and the mid players look to come and join them, but no, the reroute. Snappy on high alert because of the shadow. Super hard to cross that bridge if somebody's down here, and Snappy can just fall back, guaranteeing more time gets shaved off the clock. Wide swing, punished, popped, and Blame F gonna try to just run this one up, but now Madden's in the pocket. Bomb is the 3rd player in. Jabby loses it, and with it sitting at the feet of Madden, now this one seems like a surefire round win for the defense. They can't get past it, or can they?
10 seconds.
5 seconds to spare. They're gonna have to run that one over. Blame F, gun up, hands ready. And the bomb goes down. The shot's a miss. Device on the AK gets one right back. Magisk in the open. Slaughtered as Device with 11 health clutches for Astralis.
Mission impossible complete. That was a beautiful last kill on such low HP. And
how did they get that back?
I mean, it was a quick kill, and they used every second perfectly. Device even got his flash off and allowed himself to cross. 1 second of plants. I mean, the only thing that really went wrong was Blame F not getting this like last kill, but then the heroic clutch. Oh my God. Clinic. And definitely some frustration. So they let that go. That's a really nice round to see for Astralis, because when we were casting them at Bet Boom, it was sort of like tragedies, you know, not heroics. That was a good show of how strong they can be, though it was with the 2 players from their previous lineup that were their best, obviously. So we'll see, but 7-2 here on T side. They look good.
Two tucked in on construction. It's down. Not going to waste any time. Boros has more or less been a non-factor in this one so far. 3 and 6. Snappy close, but no cigar. And that A defense, non-existent. Jabby continues to tear him up. And Astralis looking for that comfortable 8-2 T-side lead. But again, you brought it up. Should bring it up again as we get towards the tail end of this. It's the CT side of Vertigo that we need to expect troubles for Astralis.
Yeah. Something like 27% win rate in the last 5 maps or so. But yeah, they're coming off a win, and they also had a very long boot camp. So those 2 factors could mean that they worked on what is their floor, essentially, which is Vertigo.
course, at that boot camp, they were also still playing for their major, or the RMR close qualifier. Relatively clean. Relatively. They lost that best-of-3 series versus Amcal.
Yeah.
When I say Amcal, most people probably don't know what that team is. New sponsor for the Forrester Crad Nickelback core.
Entropic boys.
But again, you know, clean wins over Para, Preezy, Thunderflash. So the writing was on the wall. Good things to come for Astralis, it seems. LAN bodes better.
Yeah, also to see how many they've actually played with this lineup. I don't know if it would have... Shouldn't count it if they didn't have all that 3 players at least, right? Let's see.
Very active play here from Boros. This could be his round. This could be his moment. 4 players walking into B, and he is hot on their heels. Device didn't turn. He's going to hear this commitment go in. Decides to take his shot. Double kill. Triple from Boros. There we go. Because he didn't play afraid. Found that timing on the ladder flank. And wreaks havoc on Astralis' backline. Jabby will not escape either. 4 frags to Boros' name. A round to be proud of. 11 deep.
Wow. Okay, Boros. He's still not done yet. 50 seconds. They got to set him up for this, right? This would be a headline right here. Boros, ace, first map official with Falcons. Snappy goes down. And Boros is now maybe going to be his next opponent. We'll see. He's flanking the A ramp. Stare still fixated on the round win. Is it possible?
Sunpius on this angle should have it in the bag, but a missed shot.
It's such a tight angle, but
no
it's
bomb,
becoming too late to get this bomb back.
Yeah, this one's toast.
Boros is now like going towards the ladder. He wants to get this. And it looked like he should have just continued. Okay.
I like it. An active CT play from Boros sets him up for, at the very least, the third. And every time there's the smallest piece of success, we're hearing Zonic pop off.
Mm-hmm. That was a great round.
And it's as Jabby gets the entry. That's the thing, right? Everything was going well there, except for Boros is on your back line.
Nice!
Okay.
Give me that arm!
That's some real, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball type energy. The fist bump, you don't know, the handshake, what's coming in, Boros? You gotta be ready, son.
Give me them fingers, I'm hungry. Good on Boros. I believe it was Zonic who said, interview a couple days ago, that like Boros was lacking a certain level of professionalism in his career, and that's.
What was the context there? I didn't see that. So what was he referring to?
Why'd you have to ask that?
Okay, I don't know. I just don't even know the. I heard a couple of people say this, but I didn't actually see the thing for myself.
Yeah, I think it was like in his practice and stuff, like just you know the approach to the game.
Right.
But he tries it again. A little frisky action towards top middle, getting towards the ladder room. Down right there. Barrel stuffs him with the AK. And as quickly as Boros was on the scoreboard, he's now watching from the sidelines.
There's one problem dealt with here. Snappy getting lodged in. This is 2 farmers from Ents. Come with them. Just like they did to Falcons. Over towards the A site. And Snappy does have a timing available for a push. Unpius goes down first. Snappy from above. Oh, it's 1 kill. It's labored. And it's not maybe enough.
Unless Magus does it again. Got 2 kills from here last time, but the wide swing exposes him to both. Madden, a bit of a Hail Mary round now as the 5-7 connects to the head, but it's this deep construction position that's just going to screw him over. He's been found out. but he gets by the bullets. It's down on the reload. Oh, the no-scope, but he still doesn't know that it's behind him that BlameF resides. So 9-3's the score. Astralis, great T side, but the question of their defense remains. Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed. And a 4th could be had. Ooh. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes dupreeh. Quietly, creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5!
And now it's Dexter alone back here with the Glock, and they're all coming for him. 1 versus 4 as he takes down Brokey. Another 3 kills to find, and he's getting a little bit overwhelmed. But look at how he's isolating the fight. He gets 1 more. And now the question is, can he find a bullet on ropz? He's right around the corner, and Dexter's hunting for him. The tables have turned. It's a 1 versus 4 clutch for Dexter. m0NESY alone again. 1 versus 4. And there's no reason they should challenge him here. They have him locked in. Yes, it's on him to get to the bomb site, get the bomb down, and FaZe should have the discipline to not face this.
ropz has an op in cave, locking him in. Brokey has an op on the cross.
Yeah.
Oh, good bait out of the shot, but there's one on catwalk. Oh, that's quick. Oh, that's quick. Another one baited out perhaps, but ropz is moving up. m0NESY's aware. 17 seconds.
There's absolutely no way. Oh, he's back in the middle. No, it can't happen. Surely not. 10 seconds, he's backing off. ropz, can he catch him? There's a little peek, a little shoulder showing he's back at the bomb site. And at the very least, he's going to get the bomb plant here. ropz now out in the open. He's in a dangerous position. A little bit of a random Molotov. Misses the shot, and m0NESY, the clutch of a lifetime! I can't believe it!
Simple catches OC immediately, and Electronic also shines. Nitro, it's a good chance. Oh, and he gets 3 on Arch. Oh, he gets them all. 4 for Nitro, as the quick trade of Bit gets him back into the site and pushes all the pressure to mezii.
That was a key frag from Alexi. He took out ZywOo somewhere. Spinx nearly won that situation, but now they get comfortable into cold.
Bit secures his fallback. mezzi's gonna give himself the flash to work with, and now he knows. Bit just fired off a shot. It's a warning as to what's to come.
Whoa,
mezii gets the first. Smokes keep them back. 25 health for mezii, and both CTs on top of each other with no vision to this site. If he secures 12th off this, then that carry back in Copenhagen means nothing. He hears it. One drops, he's aware, he's on presence and sharp, and as he peeks wide, he gets the boost! A taste of the full English! A 1v3 from mezii for map points!
Oh, eat it up, all that black pudding, baby. That's a round to remember for mezii.
Ooh, little shoulder rubs to unwind as Astralis sit comfortably, very comfortably indeed, on that 9-3 lead. But again, questions with the defense, all right? Maybe this is where things turn around for the Falcons squad. We've got boros at the top of the board because of that 1 4K round, right? 7 frags on the half, 4 of them instrumental to winning 1 of the 3 rounds for Falcons. It's not a lot to work with.
Sort of for what it's worth. Yeah, and I also just have to apologize because I said that Astralis had like no CT side, but that included a lot of maps with their old lineup, which I didn't think would be there because they had like changed 3 players, but they've only played 1 map with this full lineup, the RMR, and they won. So we just don't know exactly how confident their CT side will be. They have bad memories of it, but that could definitely all change with this new lineup.
Well, while we're apologizing, I'd also like to take back my comment about your mother. She is a beautiful woman. 2 flashbangs for Device, whole kit and caboodle of utility for the T's. Blames out in the open. Oh, he gets away all right. Now he's got teammates. They're going back. Second servings. BlameF 1 headshot, Matt in the return favor. Now down into the cover. As Device holds from above, we get the flashes and the follow through. He gets away. Oh, okay. He got away, and then Madden, 1 bullet through the smoke connects. Disgusting headshot there for Falcons. This T-side could get the ball rolling. Device and Stare, waiting for somebody to show him a little skin. A slip up from Falcons could unravel this bomb site, but instead it is Device alone, and Falcons follow through with those flashbangs, full control with that comfortable amount of utility.
I love this. Max pressure on Astralis to win this game versus a T side that gets a little momentum at the beginning. So that'll be nice to watch. Even though they had a great CT side, we can't forget that though. So the rounds they played, I mean, the individuals, the movements between players, I mean, they just looked very good overall. They didn't look awkward like they did at Bet Boom.
No.
A very awkward start for Astralis, so it's looking very nice now.
We've been so unlucky with like great roster debuts. You know, the Cloud9 debut that was spoiled last year because of visa issues with Axile. The Astralis debut at Bet Boom kind of buns, although that's just their fault.
That's just their fault, yeah.
You know, Donk not showing up for the Spirit Shiro Donk combo. Come on! Unlucky.
Yeah.
Glock out for Snappy here. Just vanilla pistols pushed to the wayside. Falcons, a 5th converted. Caw. Try that again. That was very weak, dude.
Caw.
My name's Hawk.
Yeah.
Guns up, no op for Device. You rate Device on a rifle? You okay with that nowadays?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Device and simple. Any year CSGO would still be top 5 player with a rifle only. Everyone knows that.
Oh. No, all right. Stairs okay. It's in a bit of a risky spot there for a second.
Navi said in MR12, just a couple of pocket strats and you can win the game. You can win the game from home, he said, with enough preparation. His only disadvantage in this match is just not having that much time together as a team, but that doesn't change the fact that it could come down to a couple of good rounds, good calls by him. And here's one chance.
Damn, he really got that rotate going, and Boros is going to slip in again. This could be another mid-round moment where Boros thrives.
Yeah, it could be great to watch this. Let's see.
He doesn't push construction. Wrap CT instead.
It's the right play.
He hears the
right
movement.
Play.
And now he could just start to sprint, and if he can pinch this A site, he got away from the second CT player.
He's already kind of won the round, right? They just need to trade out Blame F.
And they do. That was a big if, but Blame F does go down. Device on the hunt, knows that Boros was here, so he could be in any of these corners, any of these cubbies. And sure enough, sat back on CT ledge. But there's a flank here in place for Astralis as well. Device gets a chance, but it's Boros with the headshot that could spell disaster now for Astralis. Stown got that first trade over towards the B site on Snappy, but it still gets unraveled because Boros goes big.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I mean, I was really wondering, you know, cerebrally, are we going to be rating Boros at the tier 1? Because as an entry and everything, he's been such a force. We know his aim is so amazing, and we see moments like this. But this situation is played ideally by him. Like, his lurk out mid, the timing, where he was looking, when he transposed into being a part of the A play, like, it was all perfect, and it was also all because of him. So that's a couple of rounds now where he's really put his name in, and I think that's, well, what do we see? Astralis now have pistols. There's a real chance for Falcons to bring this back.
To double back as well to the conversation about the, you know, unprofessional comments about Boros,
yeah.
right? We double checked the article in the break, so for anybody else who is also wondering your question, like, in what context are we talking professionalism? Zonic just said, like, he was showing up late for things. He was taking too long to respond. And when you think about the amount of money invested now in this Falcons project, it's like, this is a huge step up in terms of expectations and pressure for everyone involved. So, you know, it's kind of a wake-up call. Sonic said he has shown a great improvement. And this round, he'll grab a couple frags as well, so the score line right there with him. But you do need that wake-up call. You've been kind of puttering along with some tier 2 teammates. No disrespect to those replaced on Falcons. But Snappy, Sunpius, and Madden didn't leave Ents for somebody to not answer messages on time. This is a team that wants to lift trophies. That's what Magisk is used to.
Zonic too.
ENCE had a taste of. If you're going to surround yourself by champions, you better act like one too.
Yeah, I think it is sort of the perfect piece to the puzzle for Snappy, who he just needs to be able to do better in finals. I mean, I will say I think there's a comment from Nerds about them, wanting to choke less in finals, right? But I think one thing that needed to be noticed was that Nerds and Sunpius are two of the players who I think were most needed in some of the finals last year, who had so much output and throughout the year. But in terms of big games, specifically big moments, they were two players who disappeared actually. So that's why I didn't have Sunpius quite as high, and I didn't even have Nerds on my list actually, even though they were definitely both great players. And I think that Zonic and Magisk are two players who, well, Magisk had no problem being consistent every game, big or small, in 2023. And Zonic knows what it takes to get everybody in the right mindset in those games as well.
So Pius with a chance at an entry. His counterpart's right there. Ooh, but Device slides in for the grenade, and Stare's not going to get off that crane. Blame F, single frag, Snappy, no trade back. And the defense, as quick as they peek, just scatter back into the cover. Boros towards mid again, this time cut down by Jabby. Magisk knows that the anchor's now forward, so go for this. And he gets deep. Off of that positioning from Jabby, Magisk has created a chance. His teammates come running over, and Device is looking to support. They've got him pinned behind the tall box. Jabby deals with it, and Device's op gets the best of Madden. A lineup that could have been. 3 players stand tall for Astralis as the defense gets its first.
Wow, they just needed a touch more damage for that to be a viable attempt on the clutch, but Device's nice shot and perfectly handled in this situation with Magisk. First off, so it makes this a very easy round for Astralis in the end, but showing how strong they are across the map. Jabby dealing with a lurk by himself this time, taking out Boros. That's a sigh of relief. And I think they also knew at that point that it was going to be a B split coming in. So Astralis with that, take 10.
Ooh. Looking to fight ramp on B. Yeah, straight down they go. Jabby and Stown, headshot apiece. Blinking, you'll miss it. The double kill comes out for Astralis. Boros will trade frag back, but we've got Blame F getting active on A. And a bit of a disjointedness here between the pieces of Falcons that Stare and Blame can slide into. Boros on an ob. But Blame's just shaved a bunch of health off Sunpius. There's the trade frag back, sure enough. Ooh, but no second. Astralis consecutive with their round wins.
Wow, they're looking great, actually, man. I wonder if they hit a stride, They could really hit a nice trend before the major with the way they're sort of ramping up. The question was, well, what was obvious was that you take the chance to have Stown and Jabby join your team. Yep. They replace 2 players that they tower over, right? But role-wise, it's one of the most complicated roster moves that we've seen, and so that was fair reason to try to doubt it. But if they can overcome the awkwardness and create a new team out of this system, like Snappy said, 4 top 20 players on this roster, Astralis have a lot to look forward to. Some good early signs. And if their Vertigo, for example, instantly goes from their worst map to maybe a perfect map for this roster with 2 heroic players joining the team, then, well, maybe they can have their cake and eat it too.
Man, they've been pretty aggressive on the CT side in terms of finding openings, finding cracks to flank through.
Yeah, it's always been the most heroic map in that sense, right? CT B aggressions are you're supposed to do them almost every round. You're supposed to hold vision, reclaim it, push it early, push with 3. It was perfect for heroic. And then on T side, Jabby, when he would lurk on T side, well, of course, he had full freedom, and he was very good at it.
2 kills just like that. It's a desperate 3v5 push to A. Blame F takes a head off. And the tethering here between Blame, Device, and Stare has been fantastic. 12th round secured. And you really are getting like this duality of Astralis on this map particularly. You got Jabby and Stown being heroic on one half, and that remaining core of Astralis locking down ramp every round.
Yeah.
So
if you can leave it untouched, like in terms of switching to your new rosters, like we see all the 3 ENTS players on the A site.
Yeah, they're both teams doing the same thing.
Why wouldn't you at least try to keep as much normalcy as you can when there's so many other things that you have to add and change?
You know, we go back one major. Vitality peaked exactly when they had to. Device played his best in that jersey as the French ran into the major. We got Copenhagen around the corner. And this is supposed to be the Danish super team. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if they can piece together an excellent week here and now, do something in Cato, you know, the run is comparable. But a big if.
Yeah, if Vu's listening, by the way, this is what a super team looks like. You have to buy the players when they're already stars on different rosters, yeah. When Astralis formed, they did it together, obviously, so.
Yeah, Vu.
Yeah, Vu.
Tough spot here for Falcons to try and hang on. Within their map pick, don't forget it, they took Astralis here. They trail by 5. They've got a frag into smoke between Madden and Boros, a Galil on 2. Not a pretty place for things to fall apart. Round 20 could be their end. They go quadruple setup in middle where there is nobody to hold them back. They'll get to elevator before they make contact. And at least Magisk has already pulled a player off the B site. Stown's gonna have to do something special. It's a ticking time bomb in that stairs push, but he does a good job of peeling off the first one. Blame F will find one in CT spawn, a fast flank from Stair as well, but Bomb safely in the site, protected on both extremities. A teammate on either end of him guarantees that Falcons fight keeps going.
Yeah, at least that. So that's nice. There were some good kills there. Site was almost dealt with, but I do like the tempo when things are getting ugly. I don't really know how much Falcons have right now in the tank. I'm not surprised to see them pick Vertigo, though. That part makes sense to me. But I think they, you know, like when you hear Snappy say, well, Astralis, they have 4 top 20 players. Of course they're the favorites. I don't think he wants to believe that, but I think it helps him mentally to say, like, you know, we might lose because they still need more time to get good. And of course it is true. But I mean, when is there a point in CS where a team doesn't need more time? Like,
sure,
every single other week there's a roster. So it's like...
And an event.
Yeah.
Practice time isn't really a thing anymore. You kind of practice live.
It's got to be good all the time.
You know,
That's it.
You can practice in your officials.
Yeah.
You just have to pick which events are, you know, more or less, dare I say it, important. And I mean, you know, just being real with you guys, like, we have seen teams show up for blast groups. Look, just one season ago, Team Liquid showed up and said, like, yeah, we haven't really practiced much, but we're just gonna hit the ground running here. And then
that was really Canadian right
the
there.
start of last year, and then they end up going to Showdown, and then they get eliminated, and then there's no Team Liquid at Blast Washington, the one land, like one of the 2 lands that year in America. It's like, well, I sympathize because you deserve time off, but also
get to work.
Get to work.
So, yeah. I mean, I kind of like the idea at the beginning of the year as a boot camp in that sense. And it is also a group stage. You know, it's literally not an entire event.
Not this time, Boros. Picked off the mid play. Device keeping that op mobile for the 5v4 that could put Falcons to their end. Could. 3 players creeping up A ramp. Blame F on short's gonna have a chance, but oh! Wow. Sun Pius, 2 bullets out of the AK, and he pops ahead with it. We get a quick move in from the rotate and Stown, off of middle and into A. And Stair doesn't have a flash to put him around the corner, but he'll use the frag instead. Nobody right there, but they're not far off.
Waiting to poke back up again.
Magisk once more, solo B.
Oh,
they hear the drop off. Madden gives him the info. Stown goes wide with a double kill, and Stown makes sure to get all 3. Just like that, up to 15 frags in this map, and it falls on the shoulders of Magisk to have to go and grab bomb. Audio cue given over. We're going to get all of Astralis to come and stack this. And as Falcons tried to take the Danes down a peg, not tonight. A clean finish from Stown. A great showing from the 2 heroic players that didn't have the best start at the end of 2023. This project has legs. Not quite running, but firmly walking forward in this series with a map 1 win. Vertigo belongs to Astralis.
Belongs to Astralis, and I thought it was pretty convincing that it belonged to Astralis. You were right, Babski?
Yeah, I had them as the favorites, and they clearly showed why. I think they had the better game plan coming into the game, and I think they really just shown they were more of a team.
What did you think of Falcons, though? So first look at them, right? On land.
It's so hard to judge anything from now, right? It was kind of not convincing on many aspects of the game. I think Boros actually had a couple of good rounds, which I think is going to be interesting to look out for if we're going to follow the path of Falcons.
I do think, because it is their first time on land, right? This is the one thing Snappy mentioned that they haven't practiced together as much as they would like. They haven't had a chance to actually play in this environment, because that really is the test, right? When you're in competition and you have to figure out how everyone reacts to different pressure.
I mean, that's the game of Counter-Strike, really. We have so many tournaments, you don't really get the luxury of being able to practice. Obviously, we have the off seasons, and they've had one, but we haven't really seen it go to the next level.
Let's talk about Astralis now, because this is a lineup that a lot of people are putting a lot of hopes and dreams behind for the Copenhagen Major. Now we've seen them. Are they good enough?
I think that's the best Astralis we've seen in a long time, right? So for them to build upon what is already there, I think it looks great.
Why were they able to take that map?
I think we look at the IGL role from BlameF. I had questions before the game, like how good of an IGL is he? You were kind of convinced. I think the teams who looked at BlameF from the outside perspective would be like, is he really the leader that you want to have on your team? But he's really showed a great T-side, and he's also able to go first. I think he's willing to sacrifice more when he has players with the likes of Staven, Chappy, and Device by his side.
I just think everyone, like I said this at the start, so I'll say it again. Everyone questions BlameF as an IGL, but like I mentioned, if the players that are playing with him, and some of them that have now left, they don't have anything bad to say. I mean, the majority of them seem to support it. So is it what we're expecting from an IGL? Maybe not, but it's clearly working.
No, but I also think it comes from what his work ethic is, right? We've seen his streaming, he's like playing bots every single day. Like, he's a leader in that aspect. Maybe on the server it's a little bit less, but I think it works out in a dynamic world that is Counter-Strike.
Do you ever see that changing, though, with the current lineup as Astralis is? Do you think that they remove that IGL job from him?
No, I wouldn't suggest doing that, considering the roster that they have. Maybe Staven one day will grow into that role. I think I played with him a lot. I think his verbal communication skills is on a top tier. So potentially one day we could see Staven move into that role. But for now, he's good where he is.
Let's get back to the map at hand that we were looking at. Why was Falcon so weak on the CT side?
I think we have some crucial rounds that doesn't go their way. I think we have a clutch from Device, which I think is absolutely crucial in terms of where this game is going to go. We see the 2v2. And it just shows what type of player Device is. It's not an easy situation. He's very low, and he gets the kill in the end. But what I'm looking at afterwards is Sonic's reaction. I've played with Sonic before, and the way he shows himself, I think it says a lot. Hopefully we're going to get it in 2 seconds.
I mean, it does say a lot, and we'll see it now. He is not happy.
Yeah, this is his way of saying, come on, guys, start communicating. What are you doing? Like, I've tried it myself. It's so easy to see that he's clearly frustrated what he's getting on the first day.
He's coming up, there's more reactions here. So this definitely wasn't what he wanted from this team. And I don't think for a lot of people that were keeping an eye on this lineup would be what they wanted, because at the start they looked weak.
There's also a lot of pressure on his shoulder. Like, he left the best team in the world to join this project, and I don't think it's not easy to show. Obviously, he has to build a fully new project. Vitality was a little bit different. He has the best player in the world on the roster, and now he's building it from scratch.
What did you think about Boros?
I think Boros was actually kind of interesting. I think he had some good positions. His aim is obviously his key skill, and I think he has to build upon that to be able to stay on this roster, because I still feel like he takes some weird decisions sometimes, and hopefully Sonic and Snappy can guide him towards making better.
Some glimmers of hope when they moved over to the CT side. Can they carry that through?
I hope we're going to see more from their side coming in. Obviously, the CT side, I think, is going to be the hardest for them, because I think Magisk is kind of the same player as Madden in some positions, so it will also be interesting to see how will they play along. Madden is very aggressive, Magisk is the very defensive anchor, so over time I hope it's going to be better.
When we take a look at the map overall, when we look at Vertigo, obviously this was Falcons' pick. What do they need to change now? What's the conversation that's happening backstage?
The first one is addressing the energy. It's the easy one. I think Sonic is, as we saw with the clips, is disappointed with what he's getting on the first day here at Blast, and if he's not happy, I think it's going to be rough to win regardless of what map it is.
While we're here, how do you think it's going to play out? Does Astralis take their map pick and 2-0 this?
I hope for a third map because I think Mirage is actually one of Astralis' best maps, so I think it will be interesting to see how well they are playing up against a tier 1 team.
I want to pick your brain a little bit more about Ancient, but we're going to do that right after this. Astralis has a map in their pocket now in the series. They need one more and they take the victory from Falcons and they're moving to their map pick. There is so much tape of Astralis on Ancient though, so Falcons must know what to expect coming into this.
It's one of their strengths, it's especially on Sonic's side. He's really good at preparing for the enemy the day before, and I'm sure he's done it with the likes of NAVI, who used to have Saw but now have Sonic. I wouldn't complain, but I think it's going to be really interesting to look at Ancient because I think the map suits Astralis extremely well. We have a lot of dynamic players, which means they like to take space, duels, initiatives, which is Stavin, Jabby, and also Blame F. And there's space on the map of Ancient. You can battle mid, you can battle cave, you can also push A main. There's a lot of possibilities to do offensive stuff on every single role.
We're in Copenhagen, of course, and you can see the teams outside during the break talking, figuring it all out. Astralis is going to be feeling really confident after their performance, and I think that they're confident coming into this map.
Yeah, I think it also comes from the practices. I've spoken a bit to beforehand, and they told like we're playing pretty well in the practice, and I think it gives a lot of confidence. It can give some false confidence going into the games, thinking it's going to be too easy. But I think Astralis have tried to be on a down period for so long that they now actually don't take it for granted.
Let's look at Falcons as a team, though, because this is the lineup that everyone is watching, and it is incredibly strong. When you think about what ENT did, that ENT core that is now with Falcons, Sun Pius, a phenomenal player. I do think Snappy and Madden together, all three of them, they know each other really well. How do they give Sun Pius the space to pop off, though, here?
I mean, Snappy should be the one to know that, right? But I think Sonic has also so much knowledge from a guy like Saibu, like all the good peaks, all the small details. I'm sure that Sun Pius is even able to build what he's already done last year. He ended up at number 6. I don't think many people expected him to be at that ranking, but he is a top 3 AWP in the world right now.
Did you expect him to be there?
I didn't want to go for the guesses of the top 20 because I feel like it's so random. Every year I think it kind of changes on what they value. But for this year, I think they valued a lot of team experience and which events they attended. I think it's fair to give him a placement. I would have him maybe at an 8th or 9th, but 6, I can go with it.
What does he have to do in this team, though, in order to make the difference? Because he knew his role in ENT, he knew what he was working with.
He also had a Spinks at some point where they were like the duo carry, like they were the ones taking it in the grand finals, making the big playoffs. But now he doesn't really have that second carry beside him. He has Boros, but is he able to grow into that role? I have questions about it.
Do we keep putting... I feel like we're putting a lot of pressure on Boros here, because we spoke about this at the start. Now we're like, okay, well, you actually need to do this for some players to be good.
He's signed to be that guy. We have Magisk, who's the anchor role. We have the Madden, who's the support. We have the Snappy, who's the IGL. Then we have Sun Pius, who's obviously an immense AWPer. But then the 5th guy is going to be the star player. Like, rumors was that Nico was going to replace this guy. So obviously there's going to be pressure on him.
How do you deal with that, though? Because that was the thing, right? It was meant to be Nico. He publicly comes out and says it's not me. Now Boros is sitting there and we're all watching him going, well, it wasn't supposed to be you. How do you deal with that? Now you have to stand in this lineup.
I mean, thinking about, they've also seen in practice that he obviously has the skill, or else they would have found another one. If Sonic didn't believe Boros had the chance to grow into that player that he wants, he would have cut him early on. It shows me that they have a faith in him, but he needs to prove it fast.
They've all said that, though. That we saw Snappy in the pre-match interview. He said he thinks Boros has the potential, that they've been working really well. Zonic spoke to HLTV. There's an interview there where he says the same thing, but now we have to see it in the server.
Yeah, I think what his quality is also his aim. Obviously, we talk about players like Nico. They're also extremely smart. I don't think Boros has been categorized as a smart player, but hopefully with the likes of Sonic and Snappy, they will help him to guide him in the direction to be a more complete player.
Babsky, let's have some fun now. Let's make a prediction. How do you think this is going to go? I know that you're rooting for Astralis. I know that all your friends play on the team. We all know that you are part of the PR machine. But the question is now, do you think that this becomes a 2-0? Realistically, I know you want a third map. Not what you want, what you realistically think will happen.
Going from the first map, I think it was so convincing on the T side. If they can do that on the second map as well, I think we have a great games. But I think it's going to be closely to the likes of Astralis. The PR machine on point.
The PR machine is on point. How much do they pay you? I'm joking.
I can't.
You cannot reveal how much money they're paying you to be positive. No, but I mean, this is the thing. You do know these players very well. You're part of the scene, so you know what's going on. Is the morale in Astralis feeling good, feeling strong? Are they feeling confident coming into the major?
I mean, from the outside perspective, yes. And also from me playing a little bit of face with them, it feels like they have an awesome chemistry. And I think that is the #1 rule of wanting to beat the top 1 team, is that you have to like playing with each other. And I'm sure they do.
I like that you're spilling the tea here, even if the PR machine is paying you.
How much?
How much? Is that all you heard? Babsky only works on how much money you're getting. He didn't even hear what I was saying. He just said how much. This is it. We're getting into the action. Astralis took the victory on Vertigo, but now we move to Ancient. Can Falcons pull it back? Will we go to a third map? You can see them all getting together. They're chatting, talking, feeling good. If there's someone that can pull this team out of that slump, it is Zonix. I'm super, super interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, he's tried it before, right? It's not the first time that Sonny has had a rough start to a season. I tried it with him, but he's very good at keeping the long side on, constantly looking into the future, the next map, and I really value him for that as a coach.
My goal this week is to get you to say one sort of negative thing about Astralis. That's going to be the goal. So we're going to head on over to the casters now while I figure out how I'm going to get that done.
You want negativity, Sam, you should be working with Pimp, not Bubsky.
Yeah.
Bubsky bringing some valuable insight into the Danish scene. And
or if you make enough money, basically, though, you can get him to say whatever you want.
Of course.
So.
I don't think it's going to be an easy one here for Falcons. I think that Astralis, obviously, on Ancient, we're talking about BlameF's playground, right? BlameF over, what is it, 73 maps of Ancient, averages a 1.24 rating on this map. BlameF is such a nuisance when it comes. This is the kind of map where I see BlameF, you know those classic BlameF saves? Where like maybe you could win a round, but he's just gonna sit back and spawn, hiding in the mud, right? He's looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Predator.
Yeah.
Covered in mud, canceling every single one of your rifle saves. That's what BlameF is gonna be here. I think the nuisance and probably the bane of Falcons' opening debut tonight.
I think that's a very fair point. He farms CT side. They control mid. Watching a lot of when Device was taking a break, I watched him play Ancient more than any other map because when he was playing basic games, he was like farming Ancient, taking over mid control over and over again. I think there's a lot of pieces here that just make perfect sense with Astralis to help them catapult their Ancient to even higher heights.
Speaking of making sense, what do you make of these odds from GG Bets? 1.2 to 4.3, skewed more in the favor of Astralis than the opening round.
Yeah, for the map, I think it should be like 2.5 for the series.
Okay.
I think 4 is pretty steep still, but I get it. Last map was pretty convincing. I think a lot of people saw Astralis just play Vertigo and thought, I've seen enough. They're winning Copenhagen.
4 top 20 players.
Genuinely though, off of that map, I'm like, wow, maybe if they look so much less awkward and more complete, and they had a long boot camp. So the groups start of this year will be very telling for Astralis, and it's been a very good look off that one map at least.
I see that map and I think to myself, okay, do it twice.
Yeah.
If they win both maps in this series with some clean calls, great even individuals across the board.
And not their map
Stair
pick.
had impact.
Yeah.
You know, Stair had legit impact across that map. And again, if Stair is your 5th worst player on a team, I think that's a great team.
5th worst, that would make him the best.
You know what I'm saying? you know what I'm saying? And a bomb plant. Just like that. No challenge, no contest. But a slide up from Boros. Beautiful tap. That was after getting dinked.
Yeah.
Down to 1 HP. 1 health's enough to make at least a bit of a difference. Jabby is still very much stuck on this bomb plant. And the Glock ain't looking so pretty. Stair will lend him a helping hand, but it's still a charge over. Then Jabby gets his.
Another.
And he follows through. Single point of health on Boros makes him go down easy. It's a quick commit to the B site and a pistol for Astralis.
Yeah, and I think they've got some good CT side sort of plug and play with the new Astralis lineup, but I also think that BlameF's calling on T side has been pretty damn good. I want to assume it's because he's got a lot of good. They have like the perfect amount of experience to star ratio with this team. Like it's all very high levels, right? When I talk to Stown about this new lineup, it's sort of like he can help with the team. We know how vocal Device is. And then they have stuff to borrow from the heroic system to add to the Astralis system. And then Device and then just like all this perspective at the same time. But BlameF is still calling. They just have like a lot of sort of ingredients to make a new strong roster out of 2 very successful parts.
This could be an amazing fusion cuisine.
Exactly.
Could be. But we won't know until all those ingredients get tossed together. I also think, you're at a point in your career, both Jabby and Stown, you're still young men, but you're not boys. It's not your first outing. You've been in enough playoffs, enough deep runs, you've lifted a couple trophies. It's a great time in your career to make a bold move like this. But that is going to take, of course, your best efforts and a little luck and some success.
They got to take a real stabby at it.
And that they did. Magisk. You done. Oh, or not.
That was your freest one this year.
Right? Yeah. Should have known better. Really should have. You know, we're obviously hyped up on Astralis right now because that win is clean.
Yeah.
Do you see any like immediate red flags coming out of Falcons? Because we haven't seen them play the RMR close qualifiers like so many other teams. This is literally the first 2 maps these 5 players have put forth.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, I think I don't know if there's too many take-homes for me about what we saw from Falcons. I think, like, hopefully they get better. I think if there's one team that needs an excuse, it'll probably be theirs to, like, need some time before they get good. That's fine. I think we saw some good rounds. I think it was good to see some Pies just continue to play as well. But, like, again, it is 3 parts ends, so, like, it's almost exactly as expected. I also think that Boros is really good for the debut. Loving that. And I feel like I have more faith in them. I don't know. I had pretty good expectations for them, and I think they did pretty well. So, yeah.
So no red
Nothing
flags.
jarring happened, I think, in that last map for me. He was just
Nowhere to
emotionally
go.
impressed by Astralis.
Poor Madden. Had to force the fight forward. Oof. Okay, Device. Stairs off to the races again. 7-0. That's 2 strong starts in 2 maps back-to-back.
True. And he was also very good just for some reason at the beginning of the last map. Like, that was where he just put out so many great frags.
You know, Stare is somebody who had so much hype coming into the Astralis roster, even back when they included Buzz and Borup, and, you know, maybe the whole team in its entirety left more to be desired.
I was going to say, I think this might be his best map.
Ancient specifically?
Yeah, because I was, like, remembering some very strong Ancient performances, and it looks like even on the old Astralis, a lot of his Sprout games, he was very good at Ancient.
Makes sense, man. Blame F's best map, Stare's best map. Device, you're okay.
Yeah.
Pretty good guy in the grand scheme of things.
Very good.
He's done a thing or 2. Fast one? Yeah. Astralis just going to tank the damage on their way to the B site. They don't take too much, and they've got Snappy blocked off in Cave. Magisk catching a kill towards lane, opens up the flanks on Pius. Great cover down towards door, so they're just desperate for a bomb plant at this point, and they'll get it. With long control from 2 of these Ts, they could wrap around. Bomb is very much for them, and Jabby's gonna get his. Almost got away from him. Now all that remains of Falcons is trying to retake out from Cave, and Snappy, that's a critically timed kill. A Molotov and smoke go up, Blame F sprays and connects, and then what's left of Falcons has to reroute back towards the Cave entrance. They quit.
Yeah,
it felt like they had that in the bag.
I know, but the smoke came down. Blame F played it perfectly. They did get that extra kill. And then Jabby's also just tricky wraparound on the default pillar to find that first one. That was really the final nail. So, okay. Astralis, well fought, well earned. They'll take that and go.
And that's like a gimmick round, right? Just the old ramp rush.
That was the thing that Snappy was sort of, I think, he said this, and I said, this is actually an advantage for you. So he said that in MR12 because you're playing, you know, 3 or 4 rifle rounds per half, real ones, full strength versus full strength. That if you prepare enough and you have a very high win rate strat that you've used in scrims that's good for you, you pull that out in a game, you win the game, you can win the game. You know, it's just a lot easier to win the map like that. I mean, my counter to that, obviously, is that FaZe, when they were on their streak, they had to come back in almost every game they played. So they really did it the hard way in MR12. Okay, hold on. Still another rifle round. Well, almost was one, as Astralis have won mid.
Crazy that they try to go for the Cave hit when they had no mid control from the get-go. Leaning on a single player in Red Room who gets smoked off, they still just turn their back to the mid jump up.
Damn, this is an active T side.
It is in their face.
Wow, good one, Stare. Very nice performance from him. 9-1 now. So the reason I said that could favor Snappy is because he is the pocket play master. He's got so many set strategies, fast and then faster rushes. He's the kind of guy that off preparation and anti-strat could take advantage of the fact that you have fewer chances to adapt. And he said, well, actually, I like to feel the game towards the end. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess every good IGL does. But you can't deny that, Snappy, you are the one who is the anti-strat master. You are the set play king. Maybe this is a good thing for you. Maybe he was just unhappy that now everyone's going to try to be like
I
that.
think it's that, yeah. Now they're all feeling the pressure. Everyone wants to be a Snappy. Again, quick, out through doors. No cover to the jump up.
I'd like the
failed
freedom.
molly mid, that's why.
Yeah.
He didn't know. Well, failed molly. No,
did they say failed molly or?
Yeah, Madden was in red room. He said failed molly, but the molly landed short, and Jabby BlameF smoked it.
Ooh, okay. Okay, miscomm, or misunderstanding.
Well, when I make mistakes, I always make excuses too.
Right. And that secret is between us and Madden. So he can lie.
For now.
Deal
with that one tomorrow in the VOD review.
Yeah.
Assuming it's the molly he's talking about. But yeah, he was the only player middle. He threw it bottom mid. They
Yeah.
extinguished it. There shouldn't have been a second one for the climb up. Maybe he just didn't hear it get extinguished.
But that's the new most important area of the map right now. T side, CT side in the early round is the jump up because of
he would have definitely heard it. He's wearing ace zones.
True. That's a guaranteed listen.
Now we got 2 players mid. Adding a member to it and an op on ramp. Ooh, counter op. But no contact.
Yeah,
They're
but he
stuck
knows
there.
there's 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're stuck on this side now. You cannot cross back. Madden's gonna have to go big,
Nice
and he
swing.
does. Clean second frag. Cave player rotates out and dies instantly, though. The door swung back open. They are pinned against this wall, and sure enough, Jabby a single frag. Madden on for a 4K. A solo hold almost there for him, but Magisk on the deagle denied as Device gets into the kill feed.
Damn, bow and arrow right there. Nice one from Device. Nice attempt from Madden. I mean, he does what he needs to do with the rifle. Everybody else is saving in that situation, so yeah, he nearly wins the round, so nice try. But does that matter in this half? Because it's getting way out of hand.
Oh, BlameF just a couple steps ahead of Boros. We didn't see how that one went down.
But that's good energy, even when they don't win.
Ooh, ready for it.
It's a big find. Best start already so far here for Falcons. And immediately answered back by Stair. The X Factor kills from Stair. He's been working this part of the map by himself a lot.
Off to the races, man. 10 and 3. Oh, what? From Snappy's perspective, I feel like that smoke is still full.
Yeah, and the kill feed says no smoke kill, so we don't know.
Wrong.
It's hard to tell sometimes in CS2 whether or not he could have seen anything. Certainly looked like it was a blind sprayer, though.
Ooh, some pious pressured.
Oh, Stown.
Beautiful
That
2
is-
kills out of
yeah.
Stown this round. Getting man advantage back in the hands of Astralis.
Oh my god, 2 hard
Confirming
kills.
that Magisk is already in the back lane too, and Stown presses through the smoke. He's between the smoke and Molly. He's gonna try to come out and almost gets caught. But at least that's both CTs
still
confirmed, and he won't slow down whatsoever. He saw Device get his first few frags, and Stown decides to put a round with his name on it.
Yeah, and he's on default here, the push up, and the trade comes in. Jabby denies it. That's a 2-on-4. Is that 2? What kills did the CT get there before Stown got his first cave kill?
BlameF down in the bottom of middle, and the opening Device pick. 5v4, 3v3.
Right, so it was 3v4 for a second. So they just lost 1 player, so... Oh, between him and Jabby, they got all those 4 remaining frags.
Yeah.
It's been a real tour de force in these 2vx situations. In favor of Astralis between Vertigo and here.
Feels like with Snappy's reaction, he definitely didn't feel like he saw a thing. We don't get it from Stown's POV, but...
Yeah.
Nope. No tomfoolery.
It definitely is a little bit brutal, but the thing is that Stown had the inside mollied and the outside was not mollied, right? So he has every right to try to spam for somebody who might try to exit or someone who wants to try to stay. So if you die in a smoke situation like that, you know, you can get mad that it's like unlucky, but it's also Stown is using free ammo on a spot that he's zoned to see if he can get a kill here, because if you're here, you should be dying.
Shoot first, bro.
Yeah. Shoot. Fight back.
Sound is just raced up the scoreboard in these last couple of rounds. Farming the pistols. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What? How is he? What?
Wow.
AK
That was a
thrown on the
guaranteed
map.
death right there.
Woo.
Wow.
Jabby with the laser beam headshot.
Flying around.
Must have had bird shot in that Nova.
Is that like a hollow point or what's a bird shot? No, no, that's where it's just like spread.
Bird shot is smaller pellets. It's used to hunt birds with shotguns so that you don't ruin all the meat.
Oh, okay.
You shoot a bird with a normal shotgun, it's just going to be a pile of feathers.
Yeah.
Hit it with bird shot, you can still eat it.
But it's gonna be a stupid question.
Yeah.
Are they shooting them while they're in the air?
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
Usually you scare them into the air, and then you just...
Yo, bird shot!
Bird shot!
And then eat them.
Yep, you can. Or make trophies out of them, or...
Sounds like a fun hobby. Is it ethical?
Is murder ever ethical? That's the question.
I think so.
Yeah.
Think of a couple of guys.
Yeah. Yeah. If they step out of line.
If they agitate me in any way.
Depends. What'd he say? What I'm saying is it's 8-0, baby. What I'm saying is Astralis is going to win the major, maybe.
Jesus.
8-0.
Yeah, this will be a reference game. I mean, somewhat.
I mean, it just sets
the
up
only
their
asterisk
season.
is just that it's Falcons. Like, good, should be a good team. Will be a good team, but
Yeah.
first game.
No. It's just a clear, marked improvement from what we got out of Astralis at the first event from this 5. And considering all the drama around the creation of this team, it's nice to see some success sooner than later. Especially after a cold start. Madden versus Jabby on the smoke. Easy pickup here for the T side. Jabby gets a double as Boros, a single frag is all he finds, and Sun Pius will be given nothing to shoot at. 9 rounds T side straight. Another 13-0 on Vladi's birthday?
I didn't jinx it the first time. That's why it happened.
No, I think it happens because Vitality is nuts.
Fair enough. And Astralis do seem to be nuts. It
Not
seems
a
like
single one survives.
Yeah, I think maybe Astralis have a lot to be excited about now.
Comme nous, bro.
Comme nous, bro.
Yeah, attack.
And I really think this is their best jersey in history. I just gotta say
Yeah, you
that.
think that has something to do with it?
No, I'm just saying that that's a good time to have one.
Oh,
you know,
it's a
it's like
good
if you
omen.
change your like there's been some rebrands that have happened in the past, but you got like a terrible team. So then you just start off ruining your brand image, right? You're just like, you're not making any history with this new logo.
True.
But if you got a good team and then you change like something at the same time, I think there's just been a confluence of events here that makes it so that it would be pretty great for Astralis after a couple of hard years to have got a new jersey and this lineup, and they play well, and it all gels. Maybe it'll happen.
It's a good crossfire, but it is the lesser weapons. Could still connect if there wasn't a third player there. Sun Pius actually gets away with both those frags. Couple nades off of the ramp. Nice wide swing from the MP9. Catches them with their hands busy and their pants down. Stare smokes off the ramp. Whoa! And the spray gets away. 9 is all they get straight. It's the first from the Falcons.
It was literally last round that you said that it was going to be a 13-0, by the way.
I know. I know.
Direct your hate at Scrawny CG on X.
Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have said it, too. I knew the moment I said it, actually.
Yeah, you knew. They'll set it.
Sorry, guys. My bad. My bad. Or you're welcome, depending on who you're... What do you say?
Yeah, good point. What is? I don't know, actually.
Oh, okay.
I love these guys.
I'm having so much fun.
World peace. And hunger. Jabby 12 and 5. He's dead.
Stare 12 and 6. He's alive. But Device is down to half health thanks to the nade. Device has been kind of a non-factor in this map for Astralis. They haven't had to call on him with their 9 rounds of 6s. That's what I'm saying. Like he's just puttering around.
He's like, yo, I got the 4-3 vision. Oh.
That's nasty.
Wow. Oh, okay. I mean, they're running towards him, but now they've got to walk. And Stound's still over here. Okay, so, I mean, it's a matter of a lot of fog of war for both sides. So Stound takes a fast step backwards. They could try to re-aggro into him, but they're kind of respecting his utility right now. So this might actually make a window for the Astralis walkout on the A side. I think Stound's done his job. Now, Stound versus Magisk, the second boss of the round here. Will he get caught by this?
Yeah, Stound doesn't have to make a play, but he does drop, so now Magisk has him for sure. But at least it is the bomb plant safely. A leg shot that connects. Oh, Snappy, are you kidding?
After getting hit.
Wait, I said Device was a non-factor.
Yeah.
But now he's sitting pretty in a 1v4. If he had more than 33 health, the odds could be slightly more in his favor. It's a tap-on bomb in the smoke. He doesn't bite. This time he knows he has to. Snappy down to a second on the defuse, and it's easy for Snappy as he survives that leg shot, gets an instant kill into the bomb site, and they'll clear out Device post-mortem.
You just had to hope right there that they made a few mistakes in a row, and that wasn't going to happen. So, well, the first play from Blame Meth was very cool. Just walked out, got this kill, but the frag back from Sunpius was huge too. I wonder where Blame Meth was going, because he didn't continue forward to Temple. Maybe he was worried about Donut, didn't want to get stuck on single. But then, if he gave up the space, then you would think they would go back to the B site, right? Well, we don't know. Now in the last round, full buy. Anything's possible. We've seen lots of variety here from Astralis.
Oof. Already an opening kill though, and that pulls back all the forward cave control. When all you have to work with is some spam damage through the wall, you should be doomed, but Jabby had his hands busy. That just presses out. Nearly a headshot from Device, but it's slightly off the mark. Same post plant, but this time numbers to the advantage of Falcons and nobody coming in from back lane. A smoke on ramp cuts off 3.
Missed the molly.
And that won't make it any easier. Luckily, they have a second Molotov for it. They can try to take their luck and press on through. They will get 2 players onto the bomb site and smoke off the post plant.
Oh my God!
But the lineup! Stare looking for the third
and they get
on the
off it.
same angle. They tap it again. He's got to just keep on spraying. And he gets 3 kills off of all of this. A 4th potentially. Gun goes empty. Stare! How dare you pull off that post plant?
Stare at that.
Well, Zonix, that's a head scratcher, huh? How do you lose a 4v2 when the smoke is in front of everybody? Stare does him dirty. That entire half, Stare was finding his impact. And honestly, Falcons just get trounced, outdone by the new Danish, arguably, super team.
Yeah. I mean, they made the signings. The only argument against, you know, the super team with this new Astralis is maybe the intention, because it was sort of a situation where they were like taking advantage of like a roster shuffle that was taking place. If they could pick, like sometimes a super team signing and be like, no, we bought Prime Cold Zera from his very expensive roster and brought him over.
Right.
So it depends on that. But I think the conversation will start to form by itself if Astralis just simply start winning. Like that's all it'll take.
It's kind of on them.
Yeah. Because because then you take a second look at the lineup and you go, wow, they did make 4 stars work. Like that'll be the conversation in the next couple of months if that's if it trends that way. 4 stars and not necessarily the right roles. I think that was the big one.
And Stare looking like a 5th one at the moment.
Yeah,
no
seriously,
way.
great
no
map.
way,
Man.
Jabby. How dare you? Boros has been completely canceled out in the second map of the
1
series.
kill.
He's 3-12, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Blame F.
Stigmatism.
He'll catch the flank as well. So now this post plant's feeling stranded. It's feeling surrounded. It's feeling desperate. And all they're doing is pleading for a hope to improve this score. But it ain't going to happen, Chief. 6 frags for Madden. Bombs being defused. He's going to run down the guy and spawn. Jabby gets the first and the last. And Astralis a laugh as they could basically take this series to the bank.
Yeah. And then I'm getting why Device is so impressed with Stare, because you take someone's space away. And let's say you're a great B anchor. You know, the reason we talk about Perfectos, this great B anchor, is because like he can get 12 kills, go negative on a map, but still win the map because you get less chances to frag. You're throwing a lot more utility, buying worse guns, and getting less chances. So you have very few opportunities to get like very positive score lines. So Stare on this roster, yes, he has minimal space. Sanji space, okay, on this roster, and yet has done a fantastic job as an entry. And in the small amount of maps that they played together, I mean, it can be very easy to be lazy on a team like this. Like, let's put it that way. You know, he's been set up to support. He might be on a team he knows one day will win a lot, but he knows it's never going to be about him. And yet, he's still playing like it is, like he is the main character. So, shout out to Stare for exceeding expectations here in the circumstances.
I wonder how personally he took the calls for his head when he got to keep the 5th place instead of Buzz.
For me, it was like just 50-50. I mean, both were kind of around the same level stats-wise. Stare was just one player that they invested a lot into.
Sure.
And Buzz was handpicked by Device.
I want to come back to that, but for now, let's talk about Madden's double kill. Into the bomb site. He will not find his 3rd.
Oh.
Device actually punishes as well. Somebody pressing through the smoke on long, had an isolated fight. Nade almost gets the job done for the offense, but instead Blame F's frag catches Sunpius. The bomb site gets cleared, the 12th round secured, and that is 10. The lead for Astralis grows every single round. But if we can go back for a second, we just praised Stare for all these things, right? Selflessness, et cetera, et cetera. I think one of the things when it was a comparison between Stare and Buzz, it's that it felt like Buzz was already doing those things.
Yeah, oh, right. Yeah.
So,
role-wise, it made sense to keep him
it's
instead,
like,
yeah.
if Buzz gets cut, but you needed a support to set up these other 4 stars, why does Stare get to keep the place? And me personally, I thought, oh, it's because he had an, what was it, $800,000 price tag?
I think it's that, and he also he had way more experience than.
Yeah.
I don't know about potential. They both had potential for sure, but I think Stare had just more time playing Pro CS. Literally, like Buzz went from
FPL.
not even FPL. He never even played FPL. He just played
Face-It Qs with Device.
He just played Face-It Premium with Device to Astralis.
Yeah.
Every Danish kid's like dream. He did that. So I think they all leave happy at the end of the day. That's pretty
Nepotism,
cool.
bro. Hey, we need a 5th. Oh, I know a guy.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Let me just hop on TeamSpeak for a second.
Let me see if he's on Steam.
Yeah.
Hey, Booba, get in here.
Bubby.
Shout out Bubby one time. Right, we've got 10 map and match points for Astralis, as we understand why Ancient is Stair's favorite map, why Blame F thrives here in the jungle. The Danish beast. We'll have to retake this bomb site again because Snappy's not playing any more games. Down to 5 and 12. He gets that instant cave frag.
No nades.
Did they save?
Just no nades, I think, besides Yavi, who's anchoring, so.
Okay.
1 kill, that's it. Try again next time.
As the save is called. If this game gets wrapped up, that's no big upsets in the first 2 groups of the first event of the season. There's always an upset at the first event of the season, Longers.
Yeah, e.g. Heroic.
Where would that leave us? Could Gamer Legion defeat FaZe tomorrow?
That would be an upset.
Well, it's not tomorrow, but it's on Wednesday.
Are Spirit playing Liquid first round?
Yeah, but without Donk.
That would be an upset.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. A Team Liquid that recently lost to M80. Shout out M80.
3-up and 3-1 in maps. 1 best-of-1, 1 best-of-3 win over Liquid, and a best-of-3 win over NRG. And for the most part, winning most of their games just regionally, so.
Fast one again, huh? They're going to try to rinse and repeat. A little slow to put out the Molotov. Jabby, full control.
Oh.
2 kills in that situation's not half bad, but they do still recover the man advantage into the even 3v3. A peek from Stair. Dangerous game. Costs him almost all his health. And he slips out a dodge.
They just went for it, but they're slowly a really big flank blocking off their exit. And you could feel the full force of that rush.
Nice deep nade.
I think the still just buy some time here for the flank to come in. See if it gets watched properly. Nope.
Just bested. Stound's going to try to just swing wide. Device uses that moment to capitalize, and it's a 1v1. Snappy's got to keep him in the game. And enough's enough, says Device. We talked about how slow he was throughout this second map. Never really needed until they called on him in the clutch. And he'll close this one out. The Falcons' debut has been spoiled, and the Astralis improvement is stark in comparison to where they ended 2023. The Danes have stepped it up.
The Danes have stepped it up, and in a convincing fashion, because that was just the most incredible game that I've seen from Astralis. They look so damn good, Bubs.
I'm so happy that I went 2-0. You kind of tried to bait me into going for the third map, but I went with the Astralis, and I'm happy that I did.
I was just testing the paycheck that you're getting from the PR team to make sure that you're going to stay true.
The plan worked all the way through.
They look impressive. Obviously, Falcons, an untested team, a team we haven't seen on LAN. But based on what we just saw from Astralis, they're in this. They're in this group stage. They want to get to London.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected Astralis to play this level. I think we knew that it was a potent team. There was a lot of great players, 4 players inside the top 20, but we didn't expect them to go out here and beat Falcons, which just basically ends with a couple of different players in a fashion of 2-0. That was unthinkable last year.
Can I be like a little bit airy-fairy here? And I know that most people hate this if they're watching at home. They want that deep dive analysis. But for me, this Astralis team looks happy in the server.
Yep.
Looks like they're getting on. I think for a lot of the last sort of year, they've looked a little bit miserable.
Yeah, also from watching the documentary, I think some of the players were unhappy about the quantity that they played, like in terms of FaZe practice by their normal practice. And I think this team actually wants to play together. They want to go the extra mile. I also know they have been boot camping at the facility that they're staying at since the 8th of January. So they've been there for a long time, really taking this serious.
On the other side, though, and we'll see them in a bit, Falcons, this is not the start. Obviously, for them, they'll say, listen, it's the first time playing competitively, not lots of expectations, but not the way you want to start. Not only the Blast Premier Spring groups, but not the way you want to start the season.
Definitely not. I think there's a lot of expectations on their shoulders. They didn't live up to it today. I think we're also going to see some changes within the roles because we saw Magis playing mid and Falcons here on the Ancient. I didn't really expect that coming out. I thought Boros was going to be that nerds type of player, but he didn't really do it today.
The big thing for Falcons, though, is obviously that backroom staff. We know, we've seen them with Vitality. They have the power to ultimately help them, not only from a coaching point of view, but the mental point of view as well to try and lift them up so that they can come back tomorrow. They are going to be playing OG, so they'll probably be feeling a little bit more confident when we chat about them at the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, but if we're ever going to take it from OG side, I think they're going to be pretty happy to see that, okay, Falcons, we can actually play with these guys. I don't think they were that perfect that we might have expected, but they still played decent on the first map.
On the side of Astralis, though, I mean, you can see there on your screens right now, Blame, F, Jarvi, Star, they all just seem to come in and do the job so well.
I also spoke a little before the tournament starting on my Twitter that I thought people were always talking about Stav and all these guys, but when I've watched that Copenhagen Gaming Week show match they played, Stav was the best player, and he showed it today again. I think he's a super underrated. I had discussion with myself, was Plus better than Stav, but after he's gotten Stav and Jabby on the roster, he's been impressive.
And he's better than you, right?
Yeah, obviously everybody's better than me.
Oh, Babs, don't say. Anyway, the player that is better than Babs is with Banks now.
Charlotte's get off to a very strong start here and a dominant performance from start to finish. I will say they're looking at the Vertigo. This is a map we know at least Charlotte of old would be able to play. For you guys, though, coming into it and just how confident you were feeling, do you feel like you won it in the veto?
I think it was hard to prepare, you know, when like they haven't played yet and they're a whole new team, but we had like a rough idea of like they probably would have still perma-banning Inferno, you know, like, and they didn't end, and Vertigo hasn't been looking that good for us, and Snappy has always liked it, so we just like played our own game, and yeah, it went pretty good.
And does it feel like you're kind of still playing this old ENCE lineup and what you know how they would play?
I would say yes and no. I think that like Boris and Magis bring some qualities that maybe they didn't have in ENCE. And yeah, but overall, I think like Snappy still has like the same way of playing. But I don't know if like Sonic will like they will make some changes. But yeah, we overall we just focus on ourselves today.
And that certainly worked out for you. I want to say, though, getting off to such good starts on the maps, right, coming in so confident with that, is this the kind of style we can expect from Astralis? Because it does seem like we're looking and we're hyping you guys up as the best Danish team right now. But is it feeling like that in a service? It feels like a different, I guess, energy for you personally?
For sure. I mean, there's a lot of quality on the lineup, and we all have very high hopes and that we can take this very far. So every day is just all about like learning, you know, like we're still a new team, but yeah, everyone is really hyped to like just become the best, you know. So yeah.
And your next game is going to be going against Vitality, though, right? It certainly should be much tougher opposition than that one, though. But is this a good, exciting test for you guys?
For sure. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing them. Like, they're looking really strong. So yeah, it's going to be fun playing them. The best team in the world, for sure.
How you feel for it, though?
We're ready. We're ready.
Ooh, okay, confidence. I like to hear that from him. Let's see how it goes for him tomorrow. Thank you very much, Dan.
Confidence, positive, happy Astralis. Let's see if it sticks out tomorrow. You know who's not happy is Babski, because we're obviously part of the GG bet predictions. We're in a team with Banks called the Bench Warmers. And last night,
we had a discussion in our WhatsApp group. I kind of said, okay, we should go for Astralis. And you were kind of like, yeah, but Falcons. Then it was up to Banks. And he was like, yeah, I don't know too much about CS. I'll go flip a coin. And then it lands on Falcons. I feel like I should have powered through and be like, hey guys, I'm the analyst. Please give me that one chance. Like, I didn't get a chance on Astralis. At least give me a shot here at Blast. Give me a team experience. But we lost that game.
You have taken some creative liberties with how that conversation went down, but I'm going to leave you to deal with Banks afterwards.
Everybody, but you threw us under the bus.
You're just lying. I flipped the coin.
Yeah, you
Banks,
flipped the coin.
well, let's get the true story here for the Bench Warmers. We're going to defend ourselves here. Apparently, you don't know much about CS, so you went with Falcons.
Well, you know what? I flipped a coin. I have a video proof of it.
But imagine if you had an opinion, I would have been like, okay, I think they're gonna win because Boris is gonna kill. I would surrender and be like, that's fair, Banks.
Oh, you surrender?
But you're gonna
Okay.
go be like, and then okay, that's Falcons.
Well,
Now
it was
we
a
lost the
coin
point.
flip. It was a coin
We
flip.
lost the
I'm
point.
going to stop this here because I'm starting to get a reputation for having analysts fighting on my desks. I don't want that. Let's talk a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
be here tomorrow as well.
You got to deal with him for the next 6 days. Now you're going to have to make up. Let's talk about the groups that we saw, all the action today. Of course, this was the group that we were covering. And tomorrow, I'm quite excited for the Vitality Astralis test. I think that this is going to be important for your Danish boys.
Yeah, potentially. I thought before the start of today, we thought like, okay, Astralis against Vitality, even if they win, it's going to be super hard. But now I actually have hopes for Astralis to make a game tomorrow, even though Vitality looked superb as well.
We'll touch on what you said earlier, though. You think OG is going to be feeling a little bit comfortable going up against Falcons?
I think they were scared going into this tournament, looking at the names. But after today, I think Falcons will be like, we can deal with these guys. If Heavy God, if Regale has a good game, all of a sudden it looks possible.
Not the only games we saw, of course. The other groups starting us off today. Did anything happen there that you weren't expecting? I thought this played out exactly how I saw it with the G2 NAVI wins.
No, it's also my pick'ems went this way, but I thought that Complexity would at least take it to 3 maps, and I also think that the map itself looked like it would go to overtime and maybe in the likes of Complexity a couple of times. But NAVI had some good skill, and I think BIT had a couple of good rounds which made them go into the upper bracket.
I really like NAVI at the moment. I like the attitude that's coming out of them.
Yeah, I think they have an interesting roster. I think people kind of undervalue how good individually they are. I think Wonderful destroyed tier 2 and 3. BIT is known for one of the best aimers in his peak, so there's a lot of value in this team for sure.
Of course, it's now. Take a look at the traded play of the days. We've got 3, of course, and these were our picks. You want to start us off with how we started the entire show?
I wasn't even on the show for that clip, but holy, Res with the 3 kills going into the side, and that 3rd kill, gonna see spotting in the cap. Like, not even Orbus gets this kill, and he gets it with a freaking Glock. So impressive from Res.
It was really impressive, and again, this is how we started the entire spring groups. Of course, the next play of the day, it's kind of the overarching thing of what happened here. Vitality, our #1 team, #1 player Zai. We've come in here 13-0, their first map. It was OG's map pick as well. What a way to just stand up and say, hey, we're Vitality, we are here, and best you pay attention because we're going to be just as good as we were last year.
Yeah, and then we get the star clip, which is not really that impressive when it comes to an individual level, but he just plays it really smart, and it's such a defining moment of that ancient game. He gets 3 people through the smoke, goes through it at the end with the Glock and gets the orb as well. Really impressive way to kind of end it all off.
It was a good day of Counter-Strike. We had so much fun stuff, and it doesn't end there, though, because I know Banks is with getting ready to break down the Mask MVP chicken. So what you got for us?
That's right, Sam. It's our Mask MVP check-in, and we have to look at some of the best players so far. Now, it has only been the first day, but it's just a little look at who could be getting a lovely medal to walk home with here. And right now, well, m0NESY had one hell of a day. 28 kills in 1 map, and I think it was just a 13-7 scoreline. m0NESY was dominating. Zoe and Blame up there respectively as well. But when m0NESY is doing this, and he's making it look so good, okay, people can say, yes, Nip didn't fight so well on this, but m0NESY right now, the hours he's putting in the game, how much he's playing CS2, how much he's feeling and looking and loving CS2, there is a reason I call him the baby goat, and he continues to show it. He's trying to make this game his. And Bobski, all of those players had much better careers than you, didn't they?
I mean, I finally find a team where I feel like I can get my groove going again, like my career starting to getting some invitations, and then all of you guys are just throwing me under the bus from day one.
I didn't
Banks,
throw you under the bus. I remember
how you was.
Nice.
I remember how Banks was when he interviewed me. He was so nice, but now I see the true face of you. It's fair.
I don't know what to do. Bench warmers is a mess now. So there we go. Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. The same teams that you saw today playing all over again. For you, what is the matchup that you're going to be keeping an eye out on?
Vitality and Astralis are really the one to watch for me, right? It's an interesting game in many aspects, and I think Astralis is finally not back to their former strength, but I think they have some level to show, and I think it's only for us to even dive more into it.
I want to. We're going to dive more into it, so I won't get into it. The NAVI Complexity one for me is pretty interesting. Like I said, I like the way NAVI's looking, but I feel like Complexity has to do something tomorrow because I didn't like the way they were looking today.
No, I think they had a rise with the CS2 updates. They did very well at Sydney, but if we consider the last results they've been doing, we remember, I think they went last at the Challenger and also 6th at the Velisa, so it's not really looking too shabby for the guys over at the North American side.
I hold them to a very high standard because obviously JTTC, they're South African. I expect incredible performances, much like you expect that from Astralis. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
For sure, it's always an interesting story in CS.
Oh, look at that. Always an interesting story. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you've had fun, and we are going to be back tomorrow. So we'll see you then.